All right, fantastic. And it looks as though we are set up with purple Luffy and Enel here. And I think that this is going to be a pretty polarizing match. I know that personally speaking, I've played purple Luffy into a lot of the yellow matches, and it feels good, but just sometimes it can be hard.
Yeah. This is actually a super rough one. Right before we cut to this quick little break that we just had, I was gonna say actually purple Luffy to take this tournament.
Okay.
I'm just a huge fan. I think it's like definitely an underdog. I think it's not too popular, so you're not gonna face a ton of mirrors, but you are gonna be able to hopefully take down some of these really fantastic yellow players just because the matchup is that bad, honestly.
Yeah. I know that purple Luffy, I believe, just won the dice roll, if I'm not mistaken, but choosing whether you're going first or second here, what are you thinking? You taking first or second if you're purple Luffy here?
So the thing is with purple Luffy is that the deck wants to be super aggressive, obviously, So almost in every instance, I'm always going first.
Yeah.
Personally.
I know that I when I was playing the match, the only time that I ever really tried going second was against Katakuri, and I still felt as though going first wasn't bad though. It was like being able to get down that 4-cost vanilla and then potentially even just going into like a Magellan to get them off the even curve. It always felt kind of nice.
Yeah, as long as you're able to actually play Magellan before they get to their 8 Dawn turn.
Yeah,
I think you're perfectly fine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's once that Katakuri comes down, you're like, uh-oh, now we're getting serious.
Yeah. Things can get a bit difficult once they get to the 8 Dawn turn and you don't have the Magellan. Actually, you know what? I take it back. Even if they get to just anytime before 10 Dawn.
Yeah, because you don't want Big Mom.
Yeah. That's the real threat there.
Yeah. Once Big Mom comes down, that's when the game gets a little harder.
Yeah. So we did see Enel go first, actually.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they want to take away the turn 1 Shura.
Mm-hmm.
Shura into, of course, Ohm, which is really, really powerful. That combo is absolutely nasty.
I played Enel all of once, and I hit two ohms in one game and whiffed, and I was like, okay, all right, this is cool. And then and then I tried again and I said, no, all right, I'm just gonna give up. Yeah, but purple Luffy's gonna take that first hit off the 8K swing.
Yeah, I don't think you ever, unless it's like, if it's anything between 7K and above, I don't think Luffy ever really counters the first one.
Yeah.
Obviously you want to counter it, but if you just don't got it like that, then you just really don't have it like that.
Yeah.
But we do see a 5K swing. He's going to go ahead and counter it with the Satori. Probably using ability here to take its own life. It'd be able to ram 1 Dawn. I'm probably going to see a 5-cost character coming down. And I think it's really important that Enel did actually drop the 2K counter, because in case he has the 4-cost law, he would get punished. But we see the Magellan, like we just spoke of. Really, really good card.
Yeah, and this will at least stop Gedatsu for 1 turn, even though it's not relevant with Magellan on board. But, let's say he potentially wanted to play into the ulti page 1 combo. Actually, no, him being at 3, excuse me. Yeah, he's still actually just fine.
Yeah,
Gedatsu is basically rendered useless now.
Yeah, as long as you're able to take your first life, it's pretty much useless.
Whoa, Thunderbolt.
Wow, this is huge.
Whoa, okay.
Does he?
No, because it's opponent's turn, so he's still gonna have to subtract the 2 Dawn.
Right. Yeah.
That's a bit surprising.
Yeah, I guess they just. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting play, just because you'd want to get to your 9 Dawn, 8 Dawn, 7 Dawn as quickly as possible, so you're able to use the abilities. But I guess trying to get rid of that super threatening 6K body on the board was very crucial for the Enel player.
And he's probably going to force 2 cards from hand here with 7K swing. I can't imagine that he will. Yeah, I can't imagine that he would take that. So a 2K and a 1K. He is running the Furnosuke. I think that's pretty interesting. I tested that card out myself, just having the 2K counter with Rush. it could potentially win you the game at the end. But I did tend to like some of the other 2Ks like Miss Double Finger or potentially oh my gosh, Khalifa, the draw to trash.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
-1 Don.
Yep. So, but I think the Fernosuke is really interesting. I've seen some plays with it where I'm like, oh man, you know, I really wasn't expecting that because I usually don't run it myself. So
Yeah. Yeah, we are going to see a 6K swing going into Enel here. I'd imagine probably just take this one. We already lost a life off of that Thunderbolt. Plus, we did that counter earlier. So it looks like we see a trigger here. And we're just going to do that Amaru, trashing 2 from its hand to recover 1.
Would it be a little early here to be doing this?
Yeah. But you know what? Maybe this is the kind of play that you need to do. Maybe this is the kind of play you need to do in order to stop Purple Luffy from being so aggressive, right? Maybe this is the answer. I mean, maybe this Enel player has tested this matchup quite a few times, and he's found the answer. We're going to go ahead and see exactly how it all plays out, of course. And it looks like we're going to tap another 5, is what it looks like, to probably play another Magellan.
Oh, no. Oh, no. I think Enel is going to be at 3 Dawn next turn.
Yeah, I think...
I think Enel's 3 Dawn.
He's literally telling his opponent, man, if you have another Thunderbolt, let's see if you got it. Do you want to go down to 1 Dawn?
Dude, there's no way. Oh my gosh. There's no way. No way.
Hey, hold on.
Stop it.
Hold on.
Oh,
okay.
God. Oh
gotcha.
my God. Both of us. We almost had a heart attack.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Shura come down instead, grabbing himself a Sky Island card here.
Yeah.
Of course, top 5. I mean, I guess we want to see. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I think if we want to see probably an Ohm here, or maybe a Holy, in case we have the Ohm in hand already.
Yeah, that's true. Either those two, or if you're really lacking. I mean, I guess with 3 cards in hand, really anything is going to be useful. So Satori could be an idea, but Gadatsu here, I don't know if Gadatsu is going to help too much. But it is a really nice body to put onto the board for the following turn. But just as far as an on-play effect is concerned, I'm just trying to think of, you know, a 3 cost that Purple Luffy might be potentially playing, and I think the only thing that crosses mind is potentially Wire here, but that would be pretty interesting. Oh, he is going to take this life actually, 6K.
Well, I guess he figures that the following turn he's going to go to 5 Dawn. If he plays the Gadatsu, he's only going to be able to swing 5K into lead.
Yeah.
So maybe feeling pretty safe here.
That's fair.
And we are already at 7 Dawn this turn. Unfortunately, I feel like this is kind of an awkward moment for Purple Luffy. I feel like unless you have, if you have Polly here, that's probably best case scenario, just so you go to 10 next turn.
Absolutely. And then being able to get down the 9-cost Kaido pretty comfortably, I feel like that would get him into that 1 life spot. And with having such a minimal hand size, I think it could be very helpful in being able to build up that board and go for KO.
Yeah, but if we don't have the Polly here, we will probably just see another 5-cost body. We know that Purple Luffy has a ton of 5-cost bodies in this deck. So it will be quite interesting to see how he all plays this out. And with only 4 cards in hand, I mean, this is really, really interesting here.
Absolutely.
And there's no way we're threatening an Enel anytime soon. An Enel or possibly even a Yamato, right?
No. I mean, you're looking at 3 more turns at least. 3 more turns for that. And that could be, I don't know, kind of devastating. But it also depends on, you know, potential triggers here, because Luffy, like you said, did feel a little comfortable taking that 6K swing. That could either mean one of 2 things. Yes, just like you said, it could mean that we're just going to see the Gadatsu in a 5K swing, or we could potentially see, you know, just all attach onto leader and start being really aggressive. And I was hoping if that was going to be the play that he would see a trigger, but it's not looking like the case. Oh man, Enel is feeling the pain.
Yeah, he's definitely dropping another Magellan on this Enel player is actually pretty crazy. This is huge. I mean,
Yes.
we're at 4 Dawn now. If you are Enel right now,
Now,
this is.
correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're on like turn 4.
I mean, you should be almost at 10. That's what the answer is right there.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Well, you should almost be at 10, but unfortunately, we're at 4 right now. I think we have to just probably swing big here, or I mean, we see the 4 cost. Is it?
Rush
The Katakuri. That's the hidden tech right there.
Like that.
Giving it rush if you're at lower life than your opponent, which he currently is. So that's a 6K body. Oh, on top of the fact that you're able to check your opponent's top life. I forgot about that as well.
Yeah, 7 cost Kid here, knowing that his opponent is not going to get counter power for his last life is some useful information here.
Yeah.
But with the Katakuri, he decides to okay, never mind. I thought that he had made the gesture to pass here, but he is going to go a 6K at Purple Luffy. And I feel as though if we don't see a 2K counter here, it does tell a story. Okay, so we do see a 2K. I was like, if he took the 6 the last time and he has to double 1K counter out of this, then it tells the story of potentially a lack of counter power in hand.
Right.
Yeah. But I think Purple Luffy's looking pretty comfortable. 2 6K attackers to be able to take out this Katakuri here, as well as potentially, I guess, a 9 cost Kaido.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty huge, honestly, this turn right here, just because no matter what, this Katakuri is going down. And if not, it's going down, then he's going to lose a ton of cards out of hand to do so, to keep it alive.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, this is, Alex is definitely looking pretty solid here on this game here. But, yeah, I mean, I'm so interested to see what's in Nico's hand as well. We just took a couple of the last life, so he's got about 5 cards in hand now is what it looks like. So we could see a whole bunch of counter power or a whole bunch of brick, right?
Yeah.
that is the that's how Enel yellow usually operates.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be a lot of counter power. I mean, we know that there's still the Gadatsu in there, correct? And then he did drop that 7 cost Mom as well as the 8 cost Katakuri earlier on. So with that in mind, I would imagine he has quite a bit of counter. Yeah, I guess Purple Luffy's he's thinking about Alex is thinking about whether he's going to go for some life here or if he's going to go for the Katakuri. I think that going for life here is probably the play. You just get a lot of cards out of hand. You can develop another blocker onto the board, and he's going to get out of it with a Bedge, and it looks like a Brûlée or no Gadatsu.
Yeah. A Gadatsu. Yeah, it's funny because I would love to go for life here, like Alex just did, but at the same time, as a Purple Luffy player, you never know what happens with yellow. We could see back-to-back triggers. We can get punished here for not going for that Katakuri, and that could be pretty rough. It really all depends. It really all depends what happens here. But we are going to see another 7K swing. I'd imagine we're swinging into life once again, just because he already did it. But no, we actually going to go for the Katakuri.
All right.
Yeah, I do like that actually. Yeah. He got rid of 3K counter in hand plus the Katakuri. So
absolutely got a lot out of hand for that, and still gives him plenty of Dawn to work with. Could potentially see like Queen or the Eustace Captain Kid here to set up for a really big turn next turn. I'm interested because he's rested 5. Yeah, okay, so Captain Kid seems like a good play here, and I don't think he's going to attack with lead. Smart, just a pass turn. Yeah,
this is Alex is in a really good position right now, and it looks like what this Enel player was trying to do for so long is just go super aggressive, really fast, really hard. He wants to try to outpace Luffy, which is quite difficult because Luffy's one of the fastest leaders that we currently have for the OPO5 meta. So so it looks like we are going to see that sure is attacking.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So 5, still just getting some cards out of hand potentially. I don't hate the counter. You could just rest here. But then an 8K to life, I guess, could be a little annoying, but not all too bad if you're able to double blocker up after that. Okay, so I think he's he's going to have an 8k swing with Enel here, but it's not going to rest the Eustace Captain Kid because it's a 5-cost character.
Right. Yeah. I think he's just trying. I think he's literally just trying to apply as much pressure as he possibly can.
Yeah.
Before this game is over, he's just brute force, straightforward. You know, either you block this, and I mean, this is a pretty interesting situation. If Alex here has the 0-cost event card, the Gum Rain, I think he probably just do that, and it looks like he might do so. No, we just see the 2K counter plus the queen, the 1K.
2K and a 1K. Well, actually, wait, wouldn't that be 8,000? Or no, he probably went into a Magellan then. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he probably went into a Magellan, which is interesting. Still trying to get the attackers off the board. Yeah, I mean, he was like, you know what? 8 Dawn? Who cares? I'm good with 6.
Look, that man really does not like the Magellans. I completely understand. Okay,
I respect it.
those characters are a menace in this game. I mean, it's a more reason why that's one of the least cuttable cards in the deck. I think sometimes people run 3 to 4, but it's mainly 4. You know.
Yeah. And Enel having 4 in hand here, I would love to see maybe a 7k swing with Magellan here. See if opponent potentially gets a trigger, or if you can get 2 cards out of hand. Enel did leave 1 active, so you could also potentially get the El Thor out here for that 7. And then just a couple more swings in case they get the blocker, saving the 9 cost for taking care of, you know, Sanji or what have you.
Yeah. I mean, this is there's so many ways Alex can actually play this turn. Even if you were to go 9-cost Kaido here, ramp 1 Dawn off of Kid's ability, we're looking at possibly a 5k plus 2 7s plus a 10k swing. This is huge here for Alex. So
yeah.
I do hope we see the Kaido. That'd be pretty nasty. Even if we see a Sanji, it won't really matter. But we are going to swing an easy 5k swing going into life here.
Yeah, just a little poke.
Yeah, just say, hey, do you have a 2k, you have a 1k? What do you got in your hand? Let's find out.
Oh, he's laughing. He's oh no.
The El Thor comes down. Yeah, probably.
Oh,
probably
no.
I mean, sometimes you just got to do it. You don't you got to do a 4k counter for a 5k swing, you know?
It's unfortunate though, because that's very telling. Interesting. Going with the Kid first. I mean,
yeah,
Magellan first doesn't hurt here. But look at that. Sanji. He gets the Sanji, dude.
Okay, now the question is, okay, do we have Sheep's Horn? Do we have Top Knot? Do we have Kaido? What do we have? I mean, honestly, I don't think we even need to, but we don't even really need to, honestly. Even he's only got 1 card in his hand, right? Oh, true. The Kaido, the big man, comes down here. Yep. We're gonna go ahead and -5 Dawn, and being able to ramp 1 of those Dawn because of the Kid ability here. When a Dawn is returned back to the Dawn deck, you get to ramp 1, and you get to blow up a 6-cost body.
Yeah,
it's going to be that Sanji. This is huge.
And there goes the Sanji. Now we can see a 7 from Magellan. And I was trying to think, is there like anything here that could potentially like Beji? No, because he still has Magellan swing or Kaido, but he does get a Shura. Wait,
yeah, yeah, he does get the Shura. I mean, I don't think there's anything in this current game that can save.
Nah, I think
save the Enel player.
Yeah.
We see an easy 7k swing, and that's gonna be it here. Yeah, that was a really interesting game to start off this such a big tournament, right?
Yeah, and I mean, I tell you what, Magellan going hard right there to get us started. That definitely crushed the very beginning of that match. I mean, it took how many turns to get to 8 Dawn, I believe, for Enel?
Yeah,
that game, maybe even 6.
So there's no, go ahead.
Yeah, and I play Sakazuki, and this matchup, unless you see Sabo, is so rough sometimes. It is so rough. Like,
yeah,
I think Sabo really does kind of clinch this matchup, but without it, it can be very, very tough to establish, like any sort of aggression towards Ace's life, and then you're just playing pretty defensively the whole game.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is. So, I know we haven't casted together, and we
Yeah.
haven't worked together, right? So I'll let you know. I am an Ace apologizer, which is why Hayden pulled this up for us. There's two reasons. That's one reason. The other reason is this is table one. So for those who are wondering, you know, it's a pretty easy pick. They're both undefeated going in round 2.
Yep.
And the other part of that is that I made a whole video on Ace, and guess what the title was? Guess what the title was? It's one of the. It's kind of a sensational title with a question mark and exclamation point.
Oh, so
Yeah,
oh god, I don't even know. I want to say something silly, but I'm just ready for it. Let me get it.
the first 3 words of it is the Sakazuki killer, and the reason why is because a lot of people don't really know how to navigate through this matchup, and the reason is exactly what you're talking about. Is it's the fact that you have to see Salbo and you have to see Borsalino. Otherwise,
you lose.
Yeah, not only that you lose, that literally everything in Ace's kit, as long as you build it with according to it, it wipes their board, and it creates aggression. Just like you guys were talking about in the first round, Marco establishes a body and removes something. Flame Emperor can do that too. Ace 7 cost can do that too. 9 cost Whitebeard is not easy to remove. There's a lot of stuff, man, and I can go about it all day.
Yeah, and I mean, you even start to include some of the new events as well. I think now that a tech would be that Fire Fist, the new Fire Fist from OPO5, right?
Yeah,
being able to use that for Rebecca, and I like it. But Sakazuki's just going to cycle out that 10 cost Kaido because he knows he's not going to be able to get to that anytime soon.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool like small pieces. I think it's pretty obvious that after this last format, pre Whitebeard and in Whitebeard, we've kind of shifted from a lot of red to the top 2 best decks, which are Enel Sakazuki, right?
Right.
And with OPO5, red got a couple of things, and just like you said, Fire Fist is a big one. I think the other part of that is Nico Robin. I've been using a lot of Nico Robin because that in red literally just gets rid of a Rebecca and like all the other 1-drops for one Dawn, which is really big.
I tell you what, I didn't think that the Zoro matchup would be as bad as it was for Sakazuki until I played against a friend and he started dropping Rebecca's on me like left and right, and I was like, oh, or not Rebecca, excuse me, Nico Robin.
Robin, yeah.
And I was like, what in the world? Okay.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It's pretty cool, and it looks like we're starting out. I think our Sakazuki player went ahead and went first, and with our Ace player going second. I'm going to ask you this: what do you think they prefer going?
Are you talking about Ace or Sakazuki?
Both of them, I should say.
Yeah, personally speaking, I usually like to go second with Sakazuki unless I'm playing up against like Purple Luffy, or I don't know if I would maybe want to steal first in this matchup. I honestly don't know. Like I said, I play a couple games against a friend of mine with Ace, but I wouldn't say that I feel proficient in this matchup. Picking up the 9-beard here, love it.
Not too bad.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think Ace probably won the dice roll and took second if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good guess for it.
Yeah.
I think as Ace, I like going first just because a lot of the stuff on curve makes sense. Buggy going for turn 1, which we're doing that already, and then 7 Dawn is either gonna be a Flame Emperor or a 7 cost Ace, right?
Right.
And that's kind of where I want to be with everything in between, just depending on what they play. But going second, taking away from Sakazuki. They have a lot of stuff on curve that they kind of want to play as well. Obviously, a turn 1 brand new is really cool, but hey, you got that leader effect to cycle through, so you can't complain too much, right?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Sakazuki really does present you with a lot of potential as far as like, hey, I have a dead hand. Oh, never mind, I have a leader ability. I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like it's just a really wild evolution of black with Sakazuki, because it literally just solves one of the biggest issues of having a bunch of cards in hand that you can't use.
Yeah, that was the problem I faced so much when playing Smoker and Lucci in earlier sets was just finding myself in a position where I didn't have enough card draw, and I was actually running Great Eruption before it was cool in a deck.
Yeah.
And now
Okay.
now it's like real cool. And
Yeah.
but it's such a it's previously it wasn't as impactful as it might be now. And I think that does change a lot of things up. But what is this that he's picking up off of Whitebeard?
I think that is,
or excuse me, off of Buggy. Excuse me.
Yeah. I think that's the new event card. Oh no, I think that's it's Gum Gum Giant Sumo Slap, which I've never seen.
Oh, is that the +2? It's like +2,000 power. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm thinking it's a counter +2,000 power. Minus 1,000 to something. I can't remember.
It's giant. It's giant thrust. You got it right though. It's 2k power.
Yeah.
As a counter, and then you KO something.
Oh, it's KO something. KO something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, it's cool. It is basically, I guess, another version of Happiness Punch. If I had to take a guess, like,
Yep.
Yeah, that's just basically what it is. I don't know if he's using Nami or anything like that for it to be searchable, but yeah, cool tech, right?
Yeah,
cool.
Very cool. Yeah, I like to see stuff like that. And hey, if anything, it's a 1K counter. You know.
yeah. Well, 2K. Well, 1K with the leader.
No,
effect.
1K with leader. Yeah,
I know what you mean. Okay.
If anything, you don't have a Dawn up, it's a 1K counter. You know,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
So,
totally.
but he does pick up Hound Blaze off of leader effect here, using brand new. We'll go ahead and cycle the Sabo. He's insane.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, maybe he has like 3 more Sabos in hand.
Oh no,
Okay.
he's got to have 3 more.
Maybe.
You know what? I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt here. That's like that's the card.
Yeah, that's the card. Yeah, and you have to play it on curve. I think it's just a card that if you have somewhat of an established board, you need to protect it. So
you play Sabo. Oh man,
I think we'll see if that bites him. That bites him later.
We're gonna come back to that because I think that having that Sabo might be really crucial later on. But like you said, he might have 3 more in his hand.
Might have 3 more. Might have like 2 more Borsalino, right? So it's both of those are pretty annoying to deal with. But that's kind of why 7-drop Ace is so important in this. Is that you kind of invalidate them. They just become so much more weaker.
Yes. Yeah, just being able to lower both whatever blockers you have by 3K, potentially even arrested Lucci. And it's looking as though Lucci the following turn is going to go pretty hard here.
Yeah,
he gets the Flame Emperor here off of Izo.
Yeah, so I mean that's a pretty good one that takes care of any of the Borsalinos. If you have a Crossfire along with any of their 10-drops, the Kaidos.
Yeah,
and I'm not sure if they're checking those in as Sakazuki, but yeah, totally. That's one of the reasons why you need to swing with this Buggy, is because that this Rob Lucci's coming down. So yeah, I think that's what's going to happen here.
Very smart. It stops Lucci from getting all the value in the world. It's still going to be pretty solid though, and to be able to be aggressive, in the same play. Or in the same turn, just a swinging 6 with lead, and then go. Oh my god, a Borsalino! What? Oh, Ace is getting value right now, man.
Maybe he just doesn't care about his board. He's like, what?
That's fair.
We're just not gonna care about it. We're gonna see what happens. And
I respect it. Look, at the end of the day, he might have this master plan that I'm just not seeing yet. But
yeah,
I think that Borsalino and that Sabo are just so good into this matchup.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's we'll see. I think there's a lot of stuff that Sakazuki can play. I think the obvious one here is gonna be the Rob Lucci. You can swing into the Buggy if you want to kind of wait until a little bit later, but I don't think there's too many other targets when it comes down to that. Like sometimes you can wait for a Marco, but that's pretty much it.
I don't hate the 3K into the Buggy just to possibly get a card out of hand. If not, you get the card off the board. You can save Lucci for another turn. You can potentially establish like a Borsalino blocker here, and then swing 6. So I don't hate it, but I definitely, man, he countered out with Borsellino. I'm like, I'm still like, oh my gosh, how?
Yeah, that's
But-
it's gonna be a tough one. Like I said, we'll see if that really matters. I think he might have a Borsellino or something like that. Maybe that's what's gonna come down. He could Hound Blaze and swing 8, but I think, or even swing 9, from there and play another brand new. But looks like we're just gonna get a nice little 6K swing.
Yep. 6K swing here. I feel like, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, as a resident Ace fan. I think that 6K is always a really good number against Ace because a lot of the times, well, knowing that he does have that event in hand does kind of change it up a little bit. But just 6K in period, it seems as though Ace doesn't run as many 2Ks as like your standard red deck would.
Yeah, that's probably true because a lot of the space, and a lot of the area that you put in are going to be event cards. And
Absolutely, yeah.
yeah, sometimes you have to kind of play with your Dawn to get the max value of that and get the defense that you need. But at the end of the day, sometimes you can just play Jozu, sometimes you can play Makino.
Yeah.
It just really depends, and I think you're right. But what I like to do in Ace is just go down to 2. The only time I don't like doing that is against yellow, and sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and just play your marker blockers.
No, absolutely. Now I know that there is a factor of going down to 2, and I'm trying to remember what the card is.
Well, there's Radical Beam, and there's also Marco. Those are the 2 main ones, or
That's
2 main
what I was
reasons
thinking
why I
about.
do that.
I knew Radical Beam, but I was trying to think of like what is the other play that you get down to 2 for, and it's Marco, obviously. 'Cause
Yeah,
you play Marco beforehand, and it's just like bye.
yeah. How many times that I've done that? I'm like, dude, I don't have anything else to play. I'm just gonna play this Marco. And
Yeah.
Sakazuki's like, I'm gonna just eat that up, man.
Goodbye.
I'm gonna just eat that up. Thank you for that. I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
You know what's funny though is that since we had a little bit of a restriction as well as some of the bans on some of the red cards, I would almost imagine that a lot of people have forgotten that is the threshold for Marco. So they might still think it might almost be kind of like a mind game where you put the card down, they're like, he's just gonna bring it back. That's so annoying. And then you realize like, oh my god, I could have KO'd it. But
Yeah.
just something simple as that can be, definitely detrimental. We're gonna see a buggy potentially, or maybe like another Ezo coming down here.
Yeah, it might be one of those. Might be a Sequake to get rid of the brand new, so that way you don't have to swing into it. And you can use the
True.
rest of the bounce for the other 2. But looks like it's just another White Beard Pirates. I think it looks like we're gonna look at the top 5 again.
Yeah.
And this is why this is why going first is so important, because by the time that the Sakazuki player plays the Borsellino, you want to play the 7-drop, so that way we can not only swing pretty hard with both your leader and your ace, but also the Zizu just gets rid of the brand new 2K into a 0, and it just de-incentivizes the block. And if they do block, hey, that's a free Borsellino.
That's value.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a little rough here. I don't know what he could play for the rest of this Dawn. It could be a Marco, but I think like we said before, right? You're at 4 life. I don't think there's too great of an idea right now.
Yeah, he is at 3. By the way, I think he forgot to adjust his dice.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so he ended up taking that last hit, but yeah, I think I was looking at that like, wait a minute, did I look at his life wrong?
No, you got that one.
Yeah.
And it's those black sleeves. It's those black sleeves. That's what it is.
Oh, was he? Okay, he's attaching the 2. I thought I was like, this is really interesting. I haven't seen this before. He was resting the 2 and pointing to his ace, acting as though. Oh, okay, so he adjusted the dice there.
There you go.
But 7K, I would imagine into lead here. If I had, we might see a Borsellino rest into a 2K.
That's probably the easiest way to do it, unless he pitches an event card, which I think is happening. Yeah, we're gonna go through to 8 here, which is
Crossfire.
probably a good idea. Crossfire is okay to pitch. I mean, it depends on what's in his hand, of course, but
yeah,
we'll see.
I don't feel too bad going down to 2 life in this situation personally. I know Flame Emperor is pretty scary, but at the end of the day, not too bad, you know?
Yeah.
Could you imagine how good of a play Sabo would feel right now, though?
Sabo would be pretty cool. It would protect itself in brand new, and I think people are like players who are at least I wouldn't say like experienced against this matchup, but just like in red in general / like high removal decks. I think Sabo, and then the following turn Sabo swing is a good idea. I always like when people swing with their blockers, especially when it's a 6K.
100%.
Yeah, it's usually when you have another Borsling on board, I think you're usually fine.
Yeah. And that would be my plan as well, because with the Flame Emperor in mind, like, sure, he can go for a double attack, attack at life, but I'm just going to block with Borsellino and feel good about it. So,
yeah, I do agree. I think one of the other concerns here is that Ace does have 3 Dawn open while we see this Great Eruption. I'm trying to think of what the cards would be associated with that, but maybe another Crossfire or something like that, which doesn't affect the leader, unfortunately. But
it doesn't.
Yeah, I think
it's only characters.
Yeah,
right. And now we'll see a Greater Eruption. I don't think he's really just trying to get different cards into hand. He's trying to cycle through some stuff. And leader effect, or actually he already used leader effect to cycle a Kuzan, if I'm not mistaken, or was that the previous turn?
I think that was the previous turn.
Okay, yeah, so he still has that option.
Yeah. I mean, we've got a good amount of cards in hand, a lot of Dawn to play with, and I think that's two of the things that, as a Sakazuki player, you have to get used to. You're going to have a lot of options in your hand, and I always say it, the name of the game is just efficiency when it comes.
Whoa, okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, he's trying to get around the triggers.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because now that I think about it, what is it? For Flame Emperor, KO's a 6 cost? It's 6, or not 6 cost, 6,000 on trigger?
On trigger is 6,000, yeah.
Yeah, I think 6,000 power. Yeah, so that makes sense then, attaching the 2 to Borsellino. And now he's going to go 6 with brand new here, being pumped up by that Hound Blaze. I like this. I actually thought we were potentially just going to see maybe like a 7K from lead into another Borsellino, but this is also an option here. I wonder if we'll see a second Borsellino coming down here, or is it going to be a 7K from lead?
I would say probably 7K to lead. I think if he takes this, you definitely want to, swing a little harder than normal, because there's not really too many other options with 2 Dawn open. Obviously, there's like a Hound Blaze. You can pump up your leader if you really wanted to too. You don't really get too much max value while there's nothing on board as well. So, I mean, the difference between, saving that for removal and swinging 7 isn't all that great.
Yeah. So interesting. Crossfire is going to reduce the brand new, so stopping that attack as a whole.
Yeah. It would be funny though.
Oh, I'm ready.
Is if you crossfire the Borsellino and then take the life and then trigger removes the Borsellino. That would be like, if that would be like Hayden's in the background here. He needs to clip that and then post it everywhere else, because that is the greatest thing ever.
If you just called that, like, if that happened, like how you just said it, I would call you a prophet from now on. Okay, I'd be like, there's no way.
I mean, there's a small percentage,
Yeah, that's great. Oh man. Oh, so we do end up seeing a 5. 5 also gets the the 1 cost that we picked up earlier, so +2, and I see why he did the crossfire, gets rid of the brand new. Makes sense.
Yeah, Eggman here real quick. You guys can hear me, stream can hear me. I think the point was they're trying to crossfire with that 1-drop card.
Yeah, to get the removal.
Yeah, right? I would have clipped that 100%.
Okay.
Trust.
100%. Yeah, dude. If I was on the main stage, 100%. That's how I do it.
All right.
Yeah, funny.
If I whiff, that's fine.
Sounds good. Back to the shadows.
Back to the shadows. That is funny.
It looks like we have a man, Sherry.
Yeah.
and we're returning the stuff that we probably should have kept in hand, which is the Sabo and as well as probably a Borsalino. I didn't see the second card.
So no, getting Houndblaze and Great Eruption back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and he's taking back the Sabo here. So massive.
Gotcha.
Good to get the Sabo back. Absolutely massive.
Okay.
You know,
hey, that goes back to what we're saying. He had a plan. He had a plan.
Did. You know, yeah, this guy knew what he was doing.
Oh, for sure.
And yeah, I guess this is an awkward position though, because you get the Dawn here. You have you're not going to be able to play user Flame Emperor here. I mean, you can, but they just lose their entire board, and you don't really get much out of it. I think Ace would actually be really nice here. To be able to play Ace and get the Manchuri off the board, but also probably just force potential 2 cards out of hand unless he wants to take the life. Might even get the block as well. So
right. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if the stars align here, all I'm really doing here is just 7-drop Ace and then Sequake the Manchuri and then swing, because like there he goes. Okay, so that
makes sense.
First part of this is gonna go, and you know, I especially when I was playing Red in the last 2 formats, I kind of turned my brain off. So like I don't really want to think about these things. A lot of the time it's mostly efficient anyway, because you know, in Ace there's only you know, a handful of event cards and only a handful of characters that you can play, so you may as well just, you know, go a little aggressive and go from there. But yeah, this is it's a good start, but you don't really know what else is in his hand.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he still has 1 Dawn active, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because he's on evens, so he should be at 8. Yeah, I mean, I would give a little Manchuri gotta go. That card is scary.
Yeah.
I really like to keep my Manchuri on the board as much as possible, but it's tough. It's tough sometimes, depending on the situation. But yeah. Oh, he is going to attach this Dawn.
Okay. Well, you're not going to use it anywhere else. I think it's probably better just to have your leader swing into the Manchuri and then just keep that Dawn open, even if you don't have something useful for it. You probably do play like a lot of Radical Beam, Guard Point,
right?
Other card. Just have that open, because you know she was a minus 3K.
Yeah,
I don't think she was. I don't think she was surviving.
He's dropping 5 cards to save that Manchuri. All right.
Yeah,
that'd be impressive. But yeah, this 7K is really inconvenient though. For sure. Like, you got to drop 2 cards if you want to get out of it. He does drop 2 2K counters, I believe. It was a Bartolomeo and a Tashigi, I think.
Oh, so it's 2 2Ks.
Yeah, he dropped 2 2Ks to get out of that 7K. Oof.
That's a rough one.
It is, especially when you know that Flame Emperor is lingering around the corner.
Yes. Yeah, Flame Emperor is a little tough. You know, a lot of, you know, it depends, because we're at 10 Dawn. We might windmill slam a good old Kaido, and that's like that's a super regulator, right? Like as Ace, you have to have the right cards to get rid of that, and really in any deck you sometimes don't even have an option to get rid of it. So being able to draw a number of cards and then establishing a board might be the play here, because you know, obviously we pitched 2Ks. Our hand must not be that great. So,
right it's,
you know,
yeah, I think he's definitely playing on the defensive a little bit. I wouldn't have mind taking that hit, if I'm being honest, just because it then stops the value of Flame Emperor at least getting a double attack out of you know, potential swings into the board. But you know, it's really kind of up in the air on that one. But
yeah,
so he cycled Lucci here.
Yeah. I mean, as Sakazuki, I think you have a lot of options here. That, I mean, you can Ice Age into another Houndblaze. You can Ice Age into, well, not even that. You can Great Eruption into Leader Swing and then Porcelino, which will give you a body along with a couple pieces of aggression.
Yeah.
You can also, which I think what's going to happen is probably Sabo first. cycle through, and then kind of go from there to see if we can remove that ace. Oh, don't tell me we're swinging 9 into the ace.
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either. It's just
he doesn't have an active Dawn. Like,
yeah,
that's gonna probably be I mean, that's 2 cards minimum out of hand if he wants to save it. And he Ace does.
we're swinging.
Oh, we're swinging life. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
We're not swinging life.
Okay.
Ace. Okay. I was like, oh man. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Okay.
He's switching it up on us. Okay.
He's like, no, that is to the ace.
Yeah.
And we have a good amount of cards in hand. I mean, I'd be pretty surprised if we don't save this, because we didn't have anything open. So like,
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe our event cards are only ones that are reduction.
That could be true.
Yeah.
I think he's saving 5 though for the Sabo. So
Yes.
Yeah, I think dropping 2 here feels good, but you start to think, you go, oh, if I do drop 2, and then he attaches all 5 to Borsalino and hits me for 10 at ace, jams the ace. What am I getting?
I'm cool with that, because now I'm flame emperring 100% and just taking the 2 life and then just kind of going from there, because like we want him at the lowest life possible. So when we start dropping our 9 drops, which we know that we have,
we have 1,
and we start being a little aggressive, that's where it's going to be pretty important. But taking a minute to decide if we want to save this, it's either if you have it, if you don't. I think if you have the 9 drop, just play next turn. He's going to play the Sabo, so you may as well just kind of get this out the way. But if you can save it, I think that'd be preferred.
Ooh. Oh man, he's gonna let it go. I think this is a very big. This is a dub for Sakazuki here.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I think that's that's why I said I don't really hate it, because you're gonna force 2 cards out, more than likely going to be potentially event cards. Also, like we were talking about earlier, just the not always having 2K counters, because of the way that Ace is played. It can be you're more relying on those counters coming from the events you have in hand.
Yeah, and those are going to be a little limited, especially if we're going to be playing the 9 cost next turn, which I think you still do. You got to realize that we only have 2 blockers, and he's going to spend a lot. Which that Ace Age, I don't know about that. We know that we have the 9 drop, so
9 drop, yeah,
you need some reduction there.
Yeah, he might have Rebecca into a Hina play, followed up by like a Great Eruption and Leader thing, just to get it within range of removal. But I think that the Ice Age is surprising, because it's just such a cheap card to be able to get that 9 cost within range. And you could arguably even play the Borsalino, which acts as a bait towards getting that Flame Emperor out of hand. So
I agree. I agree for that, and I think the easy 9 Dawn here is going to be good. Hopefully we remember to declare that we get 2K.
Yeah. Oh man, I remember the good old days when somebody found out that it needed to be declared, and then there was like this whole judge thing about it, and I was like,
I'm sure that's not gonna happen here, but
no.
You never know.
That's the beauty of this, and shout out to Egman once again for hosting such a fun event. Is that everybody here can we're obviously competing for very good prizes and a lot of stuff, but it's fun, it's good, it's exciting to be able to get a lot of these matches in pre-nationals. And all right, AK Swing definitely going to take that.
Yep, this is good, this is very good. Yeah, definitely shout out to Hayden. He's been busting his butt not only from this last month but also this last year. Obviously I work with him on a lot of stuff, and this is one of the best things, and probably obviously his biggest event. So like there should be no reason. So like, okay, all right, not paid actors. I was gonna say in the chat, if you haven't shown your love and as well as your thanks, definitely go ahead and thank him for this. He doesn't have to do this, okay, for the product and as well as the event. He doesn't have to do this, but he's doing
Yeah.
it because obviously he wants content. But also he wants to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to play. So I really do appreciate it.
Yeah.
And brand new coming down. Hopefully we'll see some I don't know, something. You can get anything honestly at this point.
Yeah. Oh wait, you're getting paid for this? No, I'm joking. Paid actors.
Paid actors. Oh, thank you. Oh, taking our compensation. I appreciate that.
That's funny. Oh man. But no, the brand new is coming down. I would imagine he's probably I would imagine you're trying to find some lowering, like some, being able to potentially find Ice Age, Greater Eruption here. God, I keep saying Greater Eruption. It's greater. It's Great Eruption.
It's the OPO 6 card.
Yeah.
Greater Eruption. This is not legal yet.
It's tough,
I think that's what it is. There's a lot of different things that you can get that would help here. The Hound Blaze can even get there with another Ice Age, and that's all you. No, you need a leader swing.
You need a little more than that.
Yeah, you need a little bit of like, there's some other stuff that you.
That's why I was hypothesizing it was probably a Rebecca play here into a Hina, but could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Oh,
ooh, Isho.
Oh. So I know. You guys were talking about like the Sakazuki options, right?
Yes.
It's 40, 45 cards, right?
Yes.
I completely agree. That if you want your deck to run pretty efficiently and as well as just like every others, which obviously every others have seen success, there are probably a good grip of cards that you can kind of including this Isho and those 10 drops, etc. But it doesn't look like we're gonna play that just yet.
Yeah, I am actually a Isho believer.
Okay.
I've been testing Isho in the list, and I actually really like it. I do think that 10, I'm not gonna lie, I think 10 cost Kuzan's probably the better choice. It's almost definitely the better choice, but I am an Isho believer. I tried the card and I was like, dude, this is fun. This is good. It does a lot of work against a lot of decks. Oh, he had another Ice Age. Easy.
Oh, okay. Well, that works out. Yeah. I came out with the Smoker deck sometime last week or something like that, and that included Isho. I think in the final build, but yeah, I completely agree. There's a lot of interesting ways you can go about it. Is this enough, by the way?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Hina being -4 and then Ice Age -5.
Oh, I didn't see the Ice Age. Okay.
Yeah. So he actually he had the second Ice Age, which is I'm assuming why he cycled the first one. So totally respectable on that.
Yeah.
What's funny is that every time he does something, we're like, wait, what? And then he just has it. He's got it.
Yeah.
So, Mackenzie is doing real well over here. Love to see it. And I think the Hound Blaze is he gonna put it on, or they'll put it on Sabo here? I could be wrong. I thought I saw the point at Sabo. Yeah, it was. Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised, because this is what 9 to 7
free 9. So
so that's probably the number that you want to be at anyway. We didn't protect against a 2K, like you need 3K, I should say, type of attack last time. So it's very unlikely that he's going to be able to protect against this too. So I think we're going to go down to 2.
Yeah. I mean, you could drop the cards from hand. It just, I feel like that puts Sakazuki in a really solid spot if you do end up countering out of this. I could be wrong, but just having that hand advantage, I don't know. It's a tough call.
I think you take it.
Yeah.
This is pretty much the end of Sakazuki's turn because he's not going to be able to swing with anything else.
Yep.
One, you kind of want to see what the trigger is anyway. So let's see the trigger, see if you can pop something on their board. If not, then anything in your hand, I really hope, is to remove their board. And if you can kind of restabilize to remove the Hina and maybe that Sabo, I think you're good. I don't think this is the play. I 100% think that it is better to just take the life.
Am I incorrect right here in saying that was only 9K and he has to drop one more card?
You are correct.
Yeah, because the leader is at 7 at the moment.
Mhm.
And with the Sabo effect, yes, he's gonna have to. Oof, that is rough. I would have taken that life.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. It was diminishing returns as soon as you started putting down the first card. You know, I
Yeah.
think I don't think that was the play. I think you needed to take one. Let's see the life and the trigger. Let's go ahead and just use the Flame Emperor to get rid of something here. Probably
Yeah.
Sabo, and then just swing. You know.
I almost wonder if we're taking out Rebecca with the Flame Emperor and another 9-gate. Okay, I was thinking taking out the Rebecca and then swinging 8 into Sabo here.
Right.
Forces 2 cards from hand, potentially the block of Borsalino. I think it might even just get rid of it. So
yeah, doesn't look like that we have too many options as we just drop another 9-cost Whitebeard. And we're probably gonna swing to the Hina. I mean, you can swing to face, but you know, you got two blockers, and I think I like putting my opponent in the situation that you have to choose.
yeah,
Sometimes when you have 3 blockers on board, it's an easy life take. You know, you may as well just take that life,
Yep.
get another option, and go from there. But with the Hina, sometimes they don't care. They're like, okay, I'm just gonna play another Bonnie anyway. So
yeah. Another
Yeah,
Rebecca, bring it back. We're good to go.
exactly.
Oh, chooses to block.
That's pretty interesting. And into the Ezo. So okay.
I would imagine potentially trying to find another Marco, just because we had dropped the one that we found previously. But I don't think Marco's even really going to do you much in this matchup. Oh, Ace is fantastic
good.
here.
Ace is good because we know we're
Yeah.
probably not dying next turn. I would be very surprised if that's the case, but
Yeah,
yeah, 7-drop is very, very good. And like you said, like 4-drop Marco is, I wouldn't use the word mid, but it is less good in this
into
matchup.
Sakazuki. Yeah. Just them having the ability to very easily bottom deck that, especially being at 3 life at the moment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like, honestly, at any point, as long as they keep the same sort of board state, the Sakazuki player, they can just play Borsalino and get rid of it anyway. You know, you don't have to spend anything else or
Very
reduce
true.
anything else. You know, it's just very what's the word? Not cool. Couldn't find any better word.
Yeah. You know, that's the word that makes sense.
Yeah. So yeah, I think there's, you know, if you want to get rid of it, okay, it's gonna be controversial, but
Okay.
I don't like when Sakazuki players and myself
Mhm.
included, right? That includes me. Get tunnel vision to remove, right?
Right.
Don't get tunnel vision. You are
Yeah.
still playing One Piece and you're still a leader. So you need to reduce that life as soon as possible. And if he's defending the way that he's been defending this last turn, that means his hand is not that great. You need to go
Right.
on the offensive right now. That is exactly what it is.
I would agree. I think it seeing potentially 7 with Hina, 7 with leader, 7 with Sabo, and then just playing another Sabo or another Borsalino or something of the like.
Yeah.
You know, you might just be able to either pull a bunch of cards out of hand and probably not have to worry too much about the L, you know, the following
Right.
turn. I will say the 9-gate is scary and you have to worry about 7-cost Ace the following turn. So whatever you do turn sideways is going to unfortunately be taking a beating.
Yeah. Which
but-
is probably why he swung, or not swung, but blocked with the Rebecca and not took the
Not
light
Hina,
or
yeah.
Hina. Yeah. So it makes sense.
It's fair. That is fair.
I think yeah, it's probably gonna be one of those things to think of while we swing 7 with this Hina. I think that's a good start.
Yeah.
Where you know, like you said, it's gonna be Ace coming down, which probably will reduce Sabo Borsalino or Sabo Hina, and then Ezo can swing into the Hina if needed. But the Whitebeard effect, as long as it stays, which it looks like it is, starting out with this attack, we'll be able to remove that Sabo too. So It's gonna be
Right.
Ace is gonna be in a pretty decent place as long as he can defend this turn.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think Ace could. I don't know. If you have Radical Beam and stuff like that in hand, you might just be okay for the next 2 turns. Realistically,
I'm starting to think he doesn't play any of those because
we haven't seen
we haven't seen any of it.
no Dawn active.
It is nuts.
Yeah, he's living a different life, and I like it. Honestly, that some of the spice has been interesting. I'm like, what?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
We're just deciding how we want to defend against this. Just a simple 1K.
Oh, we get the Flame Emperor.
Yeah, Flame Emperor comes down.
I think it makes
less
sense.
relevant. Yeah.
Just because you have Ace the following turn, you're not going to be able to. Oh,
I don't like that.
What is this? Suru?
Yeah, Suru for the white beard. I'm guessing.
Okay.
Oh, does this mean that we're doing or not?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Plays Rebecca over the Hina. Hina goes to trash.
We grab
Bring
it.
Hina back from trash.
Pretty
Minus
cool.
4. We got 6.
And then we're going
cost.
to go into Houndblaze
Yeah.
or Leader Swing Houndblaze.
I think we see Leader Swing Houndblaze here for sure. Oh, wait,
Yeah.
maybe even a Kobe?
Kobe can do it.
Kobe's gonna do it. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Kobe will remove brand new to remove the 9 cost.
Does go down to, I think, 1 card in hand, though. Sakazuki.
Okay. Not too bad.
It's
Not too
scary.
bad.
It's scary with him being with Ace being at 3 life, knowing that the rush Ace is more than likely coming down this turn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do. There's a lot of, as Ace, there's a lot of stuff you can do, and I think what you could do, like the perfect world, is Ace into Fire Fist, and what you Ace is Sabo Borsellino, and then you Fire Fist the Sabo Rebecca, and then you just swing. You know, and I think that's probably gonna be the most progressive thing that you can do. Is just we're gonna see another Whitebeard.
No way.
See another Whitebeard.
This is like getting big mommed 3 times in a row.
And honestly, this is starting to make sense as far as how we were playing these last couple turns, right?
Yeah.
Because like, here's the thing: if you had 3 9-cost Whitebeards, and you're playing them in a row, I think the best way to do it is to protect yourself, because there's only a certain amount of attacks that your opponent can do.
Yeah, sure.
Because I mean, they have to swing over 7.
Yep.
And I think this is also the right play in the way of saving your 7-drop. Because you want the combo of using your 7-drop until 9 costs, and also since he's at 1 life with 1 card in hand, it's going to be a point where you just can't defend against all that.
Interesting. I would have 100% blocked with Rebecca, because Rebecca just gains, it dies next turn to
Correct.
Newgate. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we have 1 Dawn open this time, so maybe we drew into a guard point or Radical Beam. And I think
Lucci.
yeah. Great. That's very good for us.
Now's the turn to be aggressive.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point where we're out of time as well. So we're getting to a little bit of crunch time. Another factor here, and in a competitive event, obviously, you know, I think these guys are playing at a pretty good pace, even though it's been a pretty long game.
Yeah.
It's just a fact of like both of them are removing stuff, and both of them are making it difficult for each other. But both of them have to know that life totals is a factor in time as well. So
absolutely,
you know, that's the thing.
I wonder if, I'm just trying to think, like, I don't believe there's like a top deck of the gods here that you could get as Sakazuki. In this situation, you're just attacking. I mean, I guess all things considered, another Sabo wouldn't hurt for the turn after, but preparing everything for
triggers.
Yep, for triggers. Can totally respect this. Whoa, going. Okay.
Well, he knows that time is going to be called, and with the Ace coming down along with the Whitebeard being on board,
Yeah.
It's just a factor of, you know, I know that most of this stuff is just not going to be relevant. So yeah, and with one card in hand, okay, we're going down to 2, so that's good.
Yeah.
For Sakazuki, that is. This is going to be easy guard point. Because if we're having one open, I mean this is what it's going to be.
Well, 8K into the 7, he might actually just have that other event that he had previously, and how sick would that be to KO the Rebecca as well in this situation? Well, not that it matters, you have Newgate, so but 2K counter Jozu,
2K into another 8K swing, which if we were just lying about our one cost, one of these cards is ace. One of these cards is ace, so the other card has to be a guard point or runnable beam. It has to be. There's no question about it.
Oh, oh wait,
okay,
or
yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Okay.
You have to do it. You have to do it. You're in time. You have to do it.
Makes sense.
And that's it. Yeah, that is time and overtime. He wins on life.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
Looks
and
like
Hayden,
Ace is gonna take it.
You can correct us if we're wrong, but that's what it looks like. Ace does take this one against Sakazuki.
Yeah, I think, man, I really do feel as though oh, and Egman, yep, just confirmed it is one in time for the Ace player. Very underplayed, but I don't, and I think it's, you know, for a reason that I think the red purple Luffy tends to be a little bit better, but the Useless Captain Kid has some really interesting plays. I have a friend at Locals that runs this, and it really does sometimes just throw you off because you won't be expecting it. The leader itself can attack for such massive attacks when you're not expecting it. Yeah.
You want to run us for the people in the back? You want to run us through what effect this leader actually has?
Yeah. So for the people in the back, I like it. So the Useless Captain Kid though is just being able to say on your turn, if you have, I believe it's 4 life or it's 4 or more life. When you're attacking, you are only at a 4K leader. So you would have to dedicate 1 Dawn in order to get yourself to 5, or you would have to use your other leader effect, which is when attacking Dawn -1, you can give your leader plus 2,000 power. And I mean, that's just massive when you start to get the 5-cost Kid blocker down. You start to get, I really like Wire in Useless Captain Kid or Heat. Both of those cards are fantastic. Because you can just
starter deck, right? Both of them.
Yeah, exactly, from starter deck 10. Because you can use your leader effect to just attack massive, and then it brings heat up. It cycles cards with Wire. Yeah, it's a very underplayed deck. I don't think that it's running, you know, super hot in the meta currently, but
no, I think Luffy kind of stole the show. Law and Luffy stole the show, and then it's like they're both seeing like moderate success. You'll probably see like a top here and there, not like iffy. Like they make it deep into the tournament runs, is what I've seen for the most part.
Absolutely.
It is interesting that the Useless Kid, he's a 5 life leader, even though being like a dual color. So like instead of kind of like how Rebecca and Vivi get around being still being 5, but a dual color leader, their downside is what do I say? Their downside is they can't attack. Kid's downside is on his turn he's a 4-drop leader or a 4K power.
Yeah, so you basically want to take those first 2 life. You're totally fine with taking them. You're like, oh yeah, sure, sounds good to me.
A little bit of a no. So does that force you to build the deck like defensively for the most part? You mentioned 2 cards, but like how are we different from just?
So you're playing, at least from what I've seen, yet again, this is going to be very interesting. I've only seen maybe 2 lists of this deck, and it seems like you play very aggressive with the rush cards from red. You've got like, you picked up 5-cost rush Luffy here off Nami search. It looks as though yellow Enel is going to pick up Ohm off the Shura search as well. But yeah, you're really just trying to get down to like that 3 life spot so that your leader can just gain a lot of value. And, ooh, this is interesting. So Enel's not going to attack, doesn't want to give him that value. And in turn, we'll give, and look at that, we see heat. Yes.
Oh, yes. Right on curve too, but that's interesting. So like keeping our Gedatsus as powerful as it can, all while like simultaneously like kind of like staving off any aggression Kid can do, because now it's kind of like the reverse Whitebeard or starter deck Luffy in the same way. Like
Right.
now you have to choose to either advance your board or attack me and kind of make a less optimal on curve play.
Yeah. Let's see. Does he have the dog? He does.
He has the dog. Didn't
Got the
find it,
dog.
but had it in hand, which is the second best scenario.
Yeah, we take it. We take it. Now going up to.
We do choose to
5
attack
down.
this time, though, putting him to 4 life.
Yeah. Oh, queen.
Queen on curve. No,
Yeah.
not on curve.
I think so. I think it was 5 dawn.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So queen on curve also brings heat up to a 6k. Unfortunately, leader is still a 4 here,
Mhm.
but you could just use. I don't think you would though. To go back down to 3 dawn. You'd have to do another dawn -1 effect here.
Yeah, and that might just be that puts you a whole turn behind after the queen, right?
Right, right. That's why I'm like, yo, take the life, get down to 3. We are good.
This is gonna be sad if because we attacked last turn. It might be a bit of a bummer if we have Gadatsu, because Gadatsu KOing the queen would have been huge this turn.
True. Very true.
So who knows?
It feels as though like he also gave his opponent a slight bit of an out by now being able to attack into heat rather than going into life. I know life is cheaper, right? But you can attack heat, get cards out of hand, and still not give your opponent that advantage. But whatever. Heat's dead.
Yeah, he's gone. We're just gonna get rid.
Heat's dead.
I feel like there was a world we could have maybe attacked into it, bait a card out.
Yeah.
But maybe we're just going full aggressive.
Oh, that's gonna
that
yeah.
hurts.
Yeah. Get
I
rid
think
of.
we get
Ohm.
rid of. Yeah, definitely get rid of. Oh, that hurts.
It does. It stings. Hey, it's a red deck too.
Oh man, jet pistol. Like it's gonna be one of those cards where like we are just gonna either you always play around it or it's gonna get you.
Yeah. Now going down to 2 is
Kind of risky, right?
I feel like it's got to be a little, but maybe not.
We haven't pitched away too many cards and like on the defense, or our hand is pretty thick.
Yeah,
Like I think, especially since it was just a 5k.
I'd love to see a 5 cost uses Captain Kid blocker here. I think just getting that onto the board using leader effect, it brings your leader up to a 7k attacker, and you'll get that Dawn back active. So
Attacking with our 6k blockers, you and
Yeah.
Espira were talking about this earlier. I always find it hard to like commit to that.
Love
always,
it.
like- oh, and then we play Kid right after.
Yes. And now you'll see the Dawn -1, but you bring it back and you can save that for Radical Beam and Guard Point. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Oh, that's nasty. So now we're this is a 7k swing now
Yeah.
because of leader effect. Ooh, that's
Yeah.
aggressive. And we got rid of the holy. With
Oh, he's good.
point attack.
Oh, I've thought for sure since we're at 2 life, we might be keeping this up a little bit. But yellow is going to be at what, 8 Dawn the following turn, I believe. So I guess what are the tricky plays? I mean, we could see 7 cost Linlin, we could see Enel, we could see Katakuri. But is Katakuri going to bounce back Shura? Is it going to bounce back the Kid blocker? I feel like Kid's probably happy either way,
Yeah, if we see 8-drop Katakuri, we're looking good. And like I feel like you'd have to try to get rid of the Kid, like because that Kid is just gonna gain you like
Oh yeah, the value.
so much value. It's almost way too good. Okay, so it's not gonna be a Katakuri for sure. Maybe a Linlin. We're gonna attack into the Queen, I imagine.
Yeah, this might be Queen. Could be life if he really feels as though he can be extra aggressive here. Maybe force a 2k. It does get a Fernosuke, so I'm not sure. That might be at life here.
It might have been a life.
Yeah.
But I feel like if a blocker's sideways, you kind of to me, I want to get rid of it, but that might not be the Dawn efficient play, and like eventually you have to get them to 0 life too. So
The tough part is with how many Dawn they have active. They could have just attached everything to Gadatsu if they per se like rested the Kid blocker and countered out or something. So just a 6k swing doesn't present too much of a threat, and then now you can do a 6 and Kid can be rested for a 1k, or just drop another 2.
Okay, yeah, so we're just going in that life. And 7, Linlin.
Oh my goodness, I like it.
Crash it.
I like it, because we know he has 5-cost Rush Luffy in hand. He's being very aggressive here. So Daniel's trying to take the aggressive route and say, I got this. We're good.
I mean, you're sitting behind 2 blockers. No, 1 blocker.
Yeah. More than likely 1 blocker, because I would imagine he's going to swing with the
queen again.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, or we're now here's I think it gets tricky here. It's like you probably attack with your leader once for. I don't even think you trigger the effect if you have a different way to proc the -1 Dawn with your curve, because like, and now is gonna just let themselves go to here. Yeah, here's what I'm saying. Like, we have a different way to trigger the -1, so maybe we attack with leader, and now's gonna put themselves to 1. But like, this is where it gets tricky versus Enel, right? Because like, if you start putting them in the position where like they're just looping that last life over and over again,
right?
Gaining value, seeing a Yamato to trigger a heal to 2, gets kind of busted.
It does get really annoying. You're like, oh my gosh, stop, please. But we do see the heat being trashed here. God, you know what would be so sick is if I wonder if we will see a Dawn -1. Yeah, we will. Okay, so this is going to be 8 into Gadatsu, I would imagine.
Yeah, if we're going that big, it might as well be at Gadatsu, because I don't think it's worth putting Enel to 1.
No, that would be the freest life I've ever taken.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But Enel does have quite a hand, you know.
This is 8 into Gadatsu, so it's 2 cards, a 2k and a 1k.
Yeah. Might be lucky, get 2 2Ks out of this, maybe get like a Satori and like a Capone Beige or something. Or just let it go.
Let it go.
Not mad.
I kind of like it, especially since like we know we got 2 more attackers like potentially going in, and like we just don't want to. We want them to go at our face and giving like.
Oh wow!
Leaving a target like that up.
No, he passed turn.
We just passed.
Wow, I thought I'm totally behind it, right? Not giving 9-cost Yamato any value. 9-cost Yamato can only take out Nami here. It's not going to get a heal.
Yep.
It makes sense. But yeah, I thought we would maybe. I don't know.
I feel like not attacking though also kind of plays into a different, like it plays around Yamato, but like Katakuri is still strong here.
Yep.
A Russian Enel, pretty strong, because now I'm at 2 life. I feel kind of safe.
Absolutely.
Or what's the last big card? Another 7-drop Olin or Linlin would be kind of just gas, right? I think you put me to 0 life, or I go to 3 now. And you're definitely not KOing me that turn. So we're gonna go in. It's 8, so this is 10.
10 to life. It begs the question: do you take here? Because the only way that I think, I don't hate if he takes the life. Enel can. I mean, if you think about it, the only way Enel is going to get through this wall of blockers is through very big swings or Thunderbolt. And you're not going to have 3 Thunderbolts because you don't have 3 life to be able to get rid of, all of those blockers.
Right.
So I think this is fine, just taking the life here and just keeping the board. We know that the 5-cost Luffy's in hand. Did you? I think I might have missed it actually. Did we see what was picked up off the second Nami?
I think it was a 2k Sanji.
2k Sanji, got you.
I don't know. I value that last life a lot most of the time, like, because it is some. It can just end up being your like get out of jail free card, right? Sometimes where it's like, like it makes it kind of like nothing stopping just like big attacks now from just going in, and then like like now I have to block, now I have to do like play in some type of way, and we're just committing to like not expanding our board now. This is a Shura for Shura stands at like what 2k, so this is
So I
a
think
6k
it's
Shura.
6.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're gonna block and we're gonna counter out. So you see what I mean? Like, nah.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no. Sure is 3K, I believe.
Oh, okay. So it's a little bigger.
Yeah. So that I think that was a 7K swing right there, and then we'll see an 8K getting protected with Radical Beam. Yeah. But now Nami just gets Shura off the board. If you want to dedicate a Dawn, you could. I just think. Oh no, it is a 2K. Oh, I'm crazy. Yeah. I thought it was a 3.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, so Shura's off the board, and we didn't commit. Like, not having any. What is our hand as the Enel? Not because we did not expand our board at all that turn. So what could our hand be? It's either all 2Ks or like Yamatos that we didn't want to play because it would have been weird.
True. Jet pistol. Oh, are we about to see an Otama jet pistol potentially?
That would be kind of nuts.
We haven't seen that in a long time. All right.
That was the old special, and for law, like that's how you had to get rid of 8-drop Kid. That was the only way.
Dude, that was the Krabby Patty formula right there. It was getting dropped on people left and right.
Oh man, the classic.
So it could be. I mean, we pick up the jet pistol. Or we could.
We only have 4 Dawn left. I mean, I guess we could attack with our leader. He's got
8 Dawn.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, he had 4.
I only saw on the board. Yeah.
Leader effect here goes pretty hard too. So you get a 10k swing into the Linlin, and I mean that's just annoying to have to counter out.
Absolutely. This is where we're kind of getting punished for not advancing our board a little bit, and
Definitely.
I feel like. So what is this? 8 + 2 is 10 into the Olin. We're gonna counter out. Double 2k to counter out.
Double 2. You remember I called it Satori and Bedge. I knew they were coming. And now with 5, this is interesting. Or it doesn't know he has 6 left because of the Eustace Captain Kid getting that back. I would love to see another Eustace Captain Kid, but just a massive swing into Linlin totally makes sense. Yeah. I think this is actually 11k because he attached 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
leaves 1 active.
I see 3, but it could be stacked up.
Yeah, he stacked that up real thick. But Linlin's gone now, and Enel is like, okay, what do we do?
I just feel like we're getting punished. It's funny enough, I feel like we're getting punished for attacking early and putting our opponent to 5 life before our Gadatsu play. Because had like we've been down 1 queen, I feel like a lot of this board state feels a way more manageable.
Absolutely. And I mean, you could be right though. He might just potentially have a hand strictly counter, and so with that makes this situation really, really difficult. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. All right, Enel is coming down.
Play now. Which had we, I feel like, so the turn before if we had Enel in hand, do we play it? And instead of attacking with Shura and save Shura as like an attacker later.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. And then also you're putting a card on board that if your opponent wants to remove, allows you to trash that life
to your 1
to get into Yamato range. Yeah. Is going to I believe use the 0 cost purple event, the Gum Gatling to trash the jet pistol. So no Otama jet pistol. F in the chat to pay respects. That would have been cool. Yeah.
Yep. So where are we now? We countered out of we blocked both and used counters to get out of both, and now there's just no. Do we attack life? Is it finally time to start attacking life? Are we still on the get rid of the and like everybody on board game plan?
Yeah, it's tough. I think either way, attacking into Enel just generates value for Enel here, but I think you kind of have to. I just think another Eustace Captain Kid blocker, if you have it, would be so nice. You put that card down, and get yourself like the ability to attack with lead, get a bunch of Dawn back as well to have another swing with into Enel would be massive. So, but I think we're just going to see a 10 here.
It looks like a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a 10. I imagine into the Enel or the character Enel.
Yeah, or that's what I'm assuming is character Enel.
Because now, like with that last turn, you're kind of seeing what I was saying about like you like going to 0 life. All Enel really is doing is just big numbers into life, and now you're just kind of pitching extra cards. Luckily, we have the 6K blockers to kind of like stem that a little bit, but like that last turn was just block, and we're just our hand size is just gone.
Yeah.
We're choosing not to try.
What?
That's interesting.
This is very interesting.
I guess
I think he really wants to get to Yamato and 5K. Yeah, just take the life. just take
5K with our hand size, like, and
I
two more
know
attackers.
He's gonna take it.
Weird. I guess we're really hoping that there was a trigger because I think the first 3 life weren't triggers. So like statistically speaking, like we're kind of due for one. And like as I beige. Oh, that doesn't feel good.
No,
that should have. That feels like we should have taken that to hand.
Yeah, you keep that, right? Yeah,
I think so.
That's a sweet deal here for Kid. I think I'm ecstatic about that. Maybe 5-cost Luffy here. I like it. You play 5-cost Luffy, swing 7, leave 1 Dawn open.
Yeah, and now your opponent just has.
Or you don't even have to swing 7. I mean, they're at 1 life, obviously. Like, or
Queen.
Queen.
Play the 3rd Queen.
Enjoy the 3rd Queen.
Did we already use leader? Did we use leader effect on that attack? I imagine we didn't. So we're gonna get this Dawn back.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Absolutely, you do get the Dawn back. So 2 active, passing it over. 3 blockers active. Yamato can finally be played.
That doesn't feel good. I mean, I guess we KO a Nami. All right, we're gonna go attack into the Queen. We counter out of it easy. Or is it life? I think
this has got to be life, I would imagine.
And just make it weird. Yeah, block.
Block 1K.
Just drain the hand as best we can. Yamato, KO Nami, heal to 2. I mean, we're still looking like this is still beyond playable as
Kid, yeah.
As Enel, like Enel's in it, right? Like,
oh no, yeah, for sure. I think both players stand a very good chance of winning right now.
I just feel like we should have made more of an effort to protect that character Enel. I think because we essentially still get everything done here in the same manner. It just forced our opponent to either attack into a 7K body, which they wouldn't have gotten the 3rd Queen on board had they had been forced to commit more Dawn to attack the Enel.
Shirahoshi here is massive, and also not to interrupt, but I do believe we are in time. So this is going to be, or maybe we have been. I just looked over at it, and I think we have been in time just for.
Yeah. We got 17.
Oh, what in the world?
We're good. Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at. Oh, I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I had not refreshed it. Yeah, we have 17. Oh my goodness.
We're good. We're good.
Well, I just saw it and I said, "Oh my god, has it really been that long?"
No, you're still correct. Sure, like I feel like the Enel's hand has been a little awkward in terms of like, justifying how the plays have been. So this Shirahoshi is gonna do everything to fix it in my eyes.
Yeah, Shirahoshi definitely helps.
And now we have a Katakuri target that is kind of gas in itself. Because like, sending back a Queen to their life and resetting your opponent's life when they're at 0 kind of feels kind of bad. But now we can Katakuri and then heal a Shirahoshi, which is going to just feel huge.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. So dropping a 1K counter here as well.
Thunderbolt and Holy.
Makes you wonder. Okay, so this is a 7K.
Oh, now we're going to use the leader effect to... This is 7K, as you said.
Oh, no shot he takes this, right?
I mean, this is the life we get to cycle. So I think we do and force our opponent to not sit on 3 blockers. And like, because what is it? Like we still have we still have all our Dawn, right? It's still 10 Dawn.
Yeah, he's got all 10 Dawn. He got the one back from attacking
yeah.
with Use's Captain Kid. Yeah.
All right. So I feel like there's a world where like it's hard to say. Like as the Enel, I want some of these queens to go sideways. And if they do, like, the only way to do that is to like, all right, I'm at my one life. I'm putting me at my one life post trigger. So now, like, as the kid, you're going to be incentivized to be like, all right, let me get you to 0.
Yeah, and I just want everyone to know in chat that I believe Egman is, or the judge is talking with them right now. I believe 4 cards were accidentally picked up with Shirahoshi. Don't worry, we're not ignoring, guys. We're just we're making sure that the
judges. Yeah.
Correct. The judges they're taking care of it. They're just, you know, their audio will be separate as they chat through it right now. Yeah.
So let's go over the board state a little bit.
Yeah, so I think it's 7K with Kid, and then you have so many queens that you could go 9. So if he happens to take this life, it could be.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're. My mind goes to like. My mind goes to like, I want my opponent to commit Dawn to these queen attacks, and then A, they're not advancing board, and then B, they won't B they won't be blockers, right? Because they're sideways, and then my opponent's at 0 life. What's stopping my Yamato from just going full Haas into your face?
Right. And I think this is smart to counter out of this.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if we do some quick maths, he's at what, 5 cards in hand. If you go like 8 with one of the queen,
this is 9. So this is 9 gate.
Yo,
The Kaido.
Okay.
Pop the Shirahoshi.
This is interesting. I almost wonder, would you have preferred to save this card?
I feel like you shouldn't have.
Because they definitely take this because they still have leader effect to get that card back.
I feel like the other thing too is I feel like if I was the kid player, I would not have used leader ability.
Hey, real quick, you guys can hear me in chat, This is Eggman. Both players confirmed that he didn't see the 4th card. We had a judge talk about it too, so they're resuming play, just in case anyone was curious what's going on. Do appreciate chat interacting and stuff too, but we're continuing to play from there.
Awesome.
Cool. Thank you guys.
Minor mistakes sometimes happen. I mean, in card games, like multiple cards draw multiple different amounts of types. Like Shura's 5, Shura's 4, right? No, Shura's 5. Then Nami, then Ohm is 5, and then like Nami's like.
Yeah.
I kind of messed up my point already, but you get my point. Like
I get it. Yeah.
Different cards draw different amounts, and it's easy to like slip up here and there.
I can't even tell you how many times I've drawn for turn. And I've accidentally pulled 2 cards.
Oh my god!
And I was like, it's like I go for turn, and I'm like, oh, whoops, and I don't see the card. Like I feel it in my hand before I show it to myself. But like I'll go to draw one, and I'll accidentally get 2, and I'll be like, whoop, put it back real fast, And it's just silly, but a mistake on my part. All right, so 9K swing gets blocked, and then 6K does get countered out with Otama, and now another Yamato going back up to 2 life. I think it's really good that he has this Kaido on the board, though, with all these blockers established now.
I agree. I part of me feels like we should have attacked with we should have maybe attacked with the Satori. So follow my logic. Maybe we attack with Satori first and see if we can beta block, and then we can attack. We can just pressure. Pressure the block, pressure the block, maybe, or just leave. Is it better to leave the body standing for a turn here, where we can guarantee we're gonna have 5/5 and 2 Yamatos, which is kind of nuts.
Yeah. Oh, this is interesting. 7 with Queen. I guess it makes sense. He's at 3 cards in hand. With having the Kaido, I believe, our Uses Captain Kid player has. How much more Dawn? Yeah, 6 more Dawn, I believe. Yep. So definitely gonna take this. If it's another Shirahoshi, Sanji's still pretty good.
Blocker.
Still very good.
And what card do we get rid of? With 3 cards in hand, it is getting close. Oh, we're gonna get rid of Ohm. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be.
I feel like you attack with leader, get that Dawn back as active off of Queen.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Oh, we're gonna take this. This
Oh.
is 7. Uh-oh.
Oh my
The
god,
Shirahoshi.
Shirahoshi. Oh, so good.
All right, draw 3.
Draw
Make
3.
sure. Be
He's
careful.
taking his time. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's totally understandable. Mistakes happen. So
No,
totally fair.
for sure. And then we got a trash 2. Wonder what we get. Well, because this is getting both players are low on hand size. We
Right.
still have all 10 Dawn. No, we have all 10 Dawn. What am I saying? We have 7 Dawn available to the Eustace Kid.
Yeah. I actually think that Eustace Kid has to go for it here.
You think so?
I think so.
And this is the
with the
heal
board.
from Enel.
Well, yeah, so leader
Yes, okay.
effects, you get to put a card and you got to trash one.
All right, cool.
So, Shirahoshi definitely helps there. Get some counter power in hand. I'm assuming. I feel like you have to assume the last 2 cards are 2K counters.
Yeah. There's no way you're not playing around that. But you with 7 Dawn can still play.
Yeah, but I mean, being
math
able
here.
to draw 3 off the Shirahoshi and trash 2 is super solid. Oh, 6.
We're gonna go an empty 6. I think that just and we
Yep.
got the 2K, of course. Feel like that should have been 7. What do you think?
I'm nervous now for Kid. I really am.
Oh, you think so?
I think so. You're in a position where what do? Do you play another blocker, leave Dawn up for Radical Beam and whatnot? Like you can attack with Kaido, but it just gets blocked now. Oh.
And this is another 6, or is he 5? I always forget this kid.
This is 6.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, this is risky. This is risky.
Are we gambling men?
You
Because
know,
if the thing is, if this last life is like a Sanji or something, and we counter out, like we not having the card in hand is kind of what I'm getting at. Right?
Yeah.
If he counters out and then the last life is a Sanji, then we don't have.
Oh snap! Okay, I think I know what's about to happen here.
Poly? Are you guessing a Poly?
Oh,
it's a second.
I definitely know what's about to happen. I think that's game.
Oh
I
my god,
I would have
it's so
kept it.
good. Oh, and it wasn't even
No,
a
it's
counter.
game for Kid.
Oh, it's game for Kid.
Yeah, Kid has it. 5-cost Luffy that you searched out at the very beginning of the game.
Oh right. Oh
And
my
you
god.
swing
so that's
8K.
the game.
Yeah,
Oh nuts.
dude, that's why I was like, no.
No.
Yeah.
So
So
you're
like,
saying he should have blocked.
he should have kept. Anyway, I definitely think he should have blocked, but
Okay.
but
Should have blocked.
well,
and
no,
then...
not block. Excuse me. If you keep the card in hand, right?
Mhm.
Keep the card in hand, and then you can maybe bait your opponent into believing that they might not have it. They probably still go for it regardless. So,
Mhm.
but I don't know. Once you go down to 0 cards in hand, Rush Luffy 100% wins. So yeah, that was a really solid match. And man, Red Purple Kid, all right, dude.
Right now with Purple Luffy versus Whitebeard.
Ooh, this is going to be very interesting.
Okay.
How do you?
I was gonna ask you. I was like, "What's the ooh? Is that a ooh? I want to see this, or ooh? I don't think that's a good idea."
I think it's really nice to see because a lot of people, Whitebeard was, reigning terror among so many low tier 1.5 decks for so long, and I feel like a lot of people aren't really sure right now. Is Whitebeard still really that good? Is it still tier 1? And I feel like this is going to be a really great showing because I actually do think that Purple Luffy does really good against Whitebeard.
Really?
I do think so, yes.
Well, it makes sense actually. Now that you think about it, Magellan, whatever you want to call it, I think relegates a lot of different decks. This is no different. I think depending on who goes first or second, of course, and I think Luffy's gonna go first. I think the other part of that is like most of Luffy's characters are 6K and above. So with that in tandem with the 7-drop Kid, that just kind of makes the playing field pretty even, and that's something that Whitebeard in its entirety of existence doesn't want. It doesn't want an even matchup, and I think Purple Luffy is going to do that for him.
Yeah, and I can't agree with you anymore. I think the fact that the majority of your characters are all 6K bodies, and another really big thing is to think about is 4-cost law, being able to pitch 2 cards when you have 7 cards or more in hand, which is very, very happens all the time.
Yeah.
With the Whitebeard, of course. So I know a lot of purple Luffy lists are cutting back on the 4-cost law, but we're gonna go ahead and see if we get to see one this game possibly.
I love that you mentioned it because I forgot about it, just like how I forget about it in match. So as soon as I'm at 7, people always go for it, and I'm like, wow, I forgot that card exists.
Yeah,
it's a very powerful card.
Yeah, and starting turn 2 here for purple Luffy, I think you have 2 choices here. I think you can use leader ability to ramp 1 Dawn and take your own life, and then drop a 4-cost body, a 4/6 vanilla. Usually is what you want to do, or swing 8k into life. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and drop that 4/6 vanilla that I was just talking about.
Yeah, not a bad start. It's going to make it easy for future attacks in general, and we're not going to use our law just yet. I think it's better just to have that on board first.
Yeah. So we do see a 6k swing going into Luffy. This is a very easy 2k counter, and purple Luffy does run, of course, a lot of 2k counters, surprisingly. There's obviously cards like the Extract that we just saw, plus there's the ulti as well. So a ton of 2k counters in hand, usually is what the case is. And we probably will see a 4/6 vanilla. And this is probably the best case scenario for purple Luffy, because you're now going down to 6 Dawn. If you have Poly in hand, you get to use ability ramp, take your own life, pop this 4/6 vanilla, swing 6k twice with leader plus 4-cost page 1.
Yep, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. This is a tale of the drawing good, and I think this is what's going to be. I mean, not to mention, by the way, that the fact that you do draw a card from life, so you get to see 2 extra cards anyway. So if you don't have it, I mean, it's a pretty high possibility you're going to get the things that you need.
Yeah, it's really interesting because obviously purple Luffy doesn't really run any searchers of any kind. The only cycling we have in the deck is actually the form of Queen. But because we're able to take our own life for the first maybe 2 turns and then possibly to the end, but unfortunately we don't do the Poly. We're going to swing actually 7k into life, and it looks like Whitebeard is going to go ahead and take it. And then
drop the kid. That makes sense. Yep.
Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate just because the following turn we would be able to go to 10 Dawn already. But now we're not going to be able to do that. We're going to get to 9. But it's still really good, but
I think it's mostly fine, right? I think you'll still be able to go to 9 if you really want to go down the road of Kaido. It's not a bad idea. You have 2 6k swings here in the form of the blocker and the page 1, but now you can still remove that Frankie if you needed to, right? You're still fine. It's very good. I think that's perfectly fine. And that's a Frankie, right?
Yeah, that is a Frankie. Yeah.
Okay. It's the alt-art.
Yeah, the manga A one.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we're probably gonna see a 6k swing, probably going into the page 1. Just trying to relieve some of this pressure off of these 6k bodies.
Yeah, not too big of a decision here. Gonna spend a 2k. That may have been to face.
Possibly. Also, another thing to note is that we don't really have too many 1k counter cards. We have like page 1, all the 4/6 vanillas, and then all the blockers. But you don't really want to obviously trash those when you don't need to, right? So
yeah, I mean that's one of the things that Whitebeard kind of experiences too. Outside of the vanillas, if they're still playing them, some people are back and forth on those. Obviously, we're playing them. There's not too many of them, and it's gonna be event cards and 2Ks. So it's gonna be interesting what we kind of see from here. We could swing 8. Could swing 8 from here. Oh, okay.
Ooh, yeah, we see the Rush Zoro coming down, swinging 5k into life. Not too many Whitebeards play Zoro, right?
I'm not sure, because I mean, in general, Whitebeard has been a little fallen off, right? So it's kind of hard to judge that. But I think what Red wants to do now, because of Sakazuki, is to pivot to more rush cards, and it's because there's a high removal sort of format, in my opinion, because of that you kind of want to get the value out of your cards, and Rush does that for you. So makes sense. I'm sure he's playing Ace as well. I don't know the deck ratio for that for both of them, but I'm sure both of them have their uses.
Right, and I think we're actually tacking into maybe possibly page 1.
Yeah, that may have been
Yeah.
to page 1.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in the page 1. We're going to 9 here. You could clear board with a Kaido. You're still at 3 life. You're still pretty healthy, and I think that's going to be you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's probably the better play in general. You could go for a 7 cost Kid as well, but it doesn't look like we have any of those things, and we're going to start cycling instead.
Yeah, what's really nice about this this Kid being on board, this 5-cost Kid, is that obviously when you return a Don back to your Don deck, you're able to ramp 1. So you're actually able to play 2 5-cost characters this turn, and still being able to swing with your leader into that Zoro. So
Right.
we can at least possibly get rid of a couple cards out of Whitebeard's hand, because we have 1 5K going into the Zoro plus 2 6Ks if we really wanted to into the Frankie.
Yeah, I think that's the case too, because one of the things, and this comes back to his inception, right? One of the ways to play against Whitebeard is to start reducing his hand, and in order to do that, is you have to start swinging at their characters, because they're more often than not, it's going to be easier to protect their leader, and sometimes they just don't care. They're going to take the life anyway. So I think the game plan here is just to start swinging at their bodies, just like you were saying, and start reducing that hand, which is looking like the case.
Yeah, exactly what we see here. And now we see a 6K swing. I think he might actually be going for that Zoro, actually. Just try to almost give him a for sure way to remove a body, but unfortunately does not end up happening. But we do see another Queen coming down, minusing 1 Don to draw 2 cards, trashing 1. I love that ability. That ability is so good, man.
It's unrivaled.
It really is.
You can't really get anywhere else. Like Khalifa does it for you. There's a couple other cards, right? But there's nothing else like Queen right now with his blocker ability and his on play effect. So yeah, just like you were saying, we played 2 of them. We swung with the Kid because we knew that we have 2 other blockers here, and honestly, pretty good turn for Purple Luffy. We drew 4 cards, by the way.
Yeah,
2 6K bodies. We put some pressure on and made them pitch 3 to 4 cards. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah. I'm not too sure exactly how many cards we actually have in Newgate's hand here, but we have been, hacking away at it a bit more. So it shouldn't be as full as maybe your standard,
14K, 14 cards.
14 hands library. Just checked out a couple books. They're now in my hand.
Yeah.
Kind of deal. But we are going to see a 6K swing. I don't know. I feel like he has been swinging into life more so than the characters. I think there's no way we don't swing at these characters, though. I think we really need to get rid of some of these bodies on the board.
You see, my thing is that, like, if we were going to do that, I think 7 cost Ace would probably be best here.
You're right.
But I don't see him. I just don't see him here. So... it's hard to say.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. That's an interesting thing, because now, our Purple Luffy player might have drawn into 4 Magellans. So like, it's we don't know. But we did pitch some other vanilla cards. There's a 2K here and a 6K swing into page 1, most likely.
Yeah, this is really, and we are now, I think, down to 1 card as the Luffy player now, keeping those characters alive. And what do we have in the hand here? Do we have 7 up? Are we gonna see? There's no way we have an Ace in hand. We would have played, like you were saying before, right?
Yeah, I think we're gonna Marco and then use the rest of the Dawn as defense. Because it's possible that our Whitebeard player just has 2Ks and event cards, and maybe a Marco. So
yeah, I
think Marco's fine.
I do want to mention, if we seen that Pauly a lot earlier, this would have been a different game. This would have been a very different game, but we are going to see a 6K swing, another 6K going into that page.
Wow.
When it finally goes down.
Okay. Into Anami. So we have seen a lot of Strawbeard, right? We saw, I guess Strawbeard.
Yeah.
Straw has Strawbeard. So could get another 2K, could get another Zoro, could get a bunch of other stuff. So Radical Beam is a good one, though. Radical Beam is a really good one.
Yeah. This is honestly, this is a fantastic play, I think, for Newgate. I think this is pretty good. I mean, you got rid of 2 cards out of hand, 3 cards out of hand actually.
Yeah.
Plus, we have this huge board now with still 2 active Dawn, and it looks like he still has a good amount of cards in his hand, I think.
So I think what Whitebeard's doing, or Whitebeard player Timothy is actually trying to stay at 6 and less because of the law. So it is one of those things of like, you know, Zoro reduces your hand size, along with all of these 2Ks out of hand and defense and stuff like that. So I think that's what's happening. I think he's just trying to stay at 6 or less.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with only 2 cards in hand now, I think it's really scary because the amount of when you're in this like top deck mode with Purple Luffy, it's really scary because there's no way to cycle. If only this leader could draw 1 card and trash 1 card once per turn, like maybe another leader, it would be a very different situation. But unfortunately, we weren't able to do so.
Why'd you have to do that? You saw, I'm sure you saw me eat the yogurt, right? You saw me eat the yogurt. Why would you do that?
Yeah. So unfortunately, here, I mean, I'm hoping here that this Purple Luffy maybe has a Kaido. I think a 9-cost Kaido would be pretty good here, clearing the Frankie along with one of these Zoros, plus another 6K swing going into another Zoro.
See, the thing is that Kaido would have been good like 2 turns ago, right? Like,
yeah,
it would have been good when we had the 5 costs. And I think it started to become pretty obvious that Purple Luffy just doesn't have any kind of playable cards that will help him here. And you know, that could be in the way of Polys, that could be in the way of Magellan's, right? So like it's a little rough seeing that now.
Yeah, this is definitely a rough situation, but we are going to see a pretty hefty swing into most likely one of these characters, which is going to be that Zoro, and it does go down actually. I think that probably was a 9K swing into Zoro.
Okay, that's pretty hefty. I think you know that he has a radical beam, right? And there's a couple of things that we probably know that he can just defend against it, or defend just in general. So like, I think that's why he's not blocking or swing with his blockers, while we see another 4-cost vanilla come down. So I'm thinking that you know, that's probably what it was in. It was probably vanillas, which we saw 1 get pitched and 1 get played here. It's just not really seeing the things that he needs to see, I guess.
Yeah, I think actually what this Luffy player is trying to do here in this turn is that I think he's going to take a lot of this life.
Oh yeah,
and then for the following turn, try to go for game if he doesn't drop the 9-beard.
So, well, I was going to tell you, or I was going to say, just like you're about to say, is that because he's switching with his leader right now, I think that's probably why, or not why, but why we're not seeing a 9-cost. I'm just wondering what else is going to be played, you know, because it's not going to be a 7-cost ace because you want to reduce those queens. But I don't know what the rest of the Dawn's going to be used here because we have a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the argument is for attacking before dropping the 7-cost ace, if you had it, is that you're able to then bait the block, or bait the queen block. Because you could have swung 5K, could have blocked it, ace, lower the power, swung Nami into it, or something of that sort.
Yeah.
But
it could be the same situation that Luffy's in, that he has a lot of okay. So this is the new Luffy, right?
It's the 5-cost. It's the 5-cost Rusher Luffy, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just the alt art. It's just the alt art, right?
Yeah. Just the pretty version. But we do see a 7K swing going into life now, since of course that Luffy does have Rush, and it's not unblockable yet because you definitely need 2 Dawn to do so.
Yeah.
So keeping I believe 3 Dawn active, or those.
I believe that is 4. Oh, it could be 3. It could be 3. I think it's 3.
Yeah, because you attach 1 Dawn to Luffy, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's 1, 2, and then 5 to play. Yeah, it should be 3. And yeah, I mean, this is just aggression in general. I don't think there's like not to say that Timothy didn't have a plan. I think he's just playing his hand out and just seeing what Luffy has, because he has such a low hand cost or hand size. So There's a possibility that we block here and maybe pitch a 2K.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna see the Gum Gum Gatling here, giving it plus 3K counter, and then passing turn, grabbing his last life. Now I think with only one card in hand, we only got so many options here, right?
You swing out. There's no other option, unfortunately.
I don't think there's any other option here, but just to swing. And this is when the math comes into play, right? So,
you know, to make it easier on yourself, because he has so many cards. It'd be different if he had like less cards, but Whitebeard now has like 7 to 8 cards. The best you can probably do is to swing 6s all over the place and place the rest on one last swing. And the reason why I say that is because if you swing 8s, he has 3 Dawn up. So 3 of those 8s are going to be either guard points or the radical beams, which is pretty easy. And then you only have so much for the rest.
Right.
So it'll be 2, 4, 6. You only have 4, and it's going to be pretty easy for a Whitebeard to get out of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you just start swinging and you kind of just see what they have. That's all you can really do.
Yeah, just because I know that even if we were trying to clear this board, it's the same exact thing. We have the counter in our hand to get out of it, to keep our characters alive. And so it definitely, it looks like we are going to see an AK swing going into life.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that I was going to ask you about is if you play the 10-drop Luffy or not in Purple Luffy. And I think this is probably one of the very specific situations that you need it in.
Yeah. Against the Whitebeard matchup, I think it definitely comes into play. That is definitely a lot more useful. But I think in general, I don't think Luffy really needs it too much. I don't think it takes advantage of the ability. It's not like a red purple Luffy from the start of deck 10, where you're able to ramp one down when you're at 0. So you get a lot of access to a lot of power. But we are going to see that radical beam coming out to protect life here. So yeah, we knew he had the radical beam. So not too surprising there. And with 8 down active,
This is a tricky one. It's a tricky one.
Yeah.
The only reason why I mentioned the 10 drop is because technically, since you have 1 life, you can still use the 10 drop, use the life, ramp 1, and then you still have a 9K swing and a 12K swing. And with the 3 swings at 6, that's 3 cards at minimum that Whitebeard has to get out. So I think that in this specific situation, be good. But because he used the Dawn, I think what's going to happen as we check our trash and see, what we've used so far is that you just have to do the math, because the math is not mathing on defense, right? Like you unless you have maybe 2 more blockers, probably 2 more blockers, and like maybe 3 more cards in the end. I think you're gonna have to try to win this turn.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's literally any possibility he doesn't go for it this turn, just because we have the unblockable Luffy as well. So I mean, even that, we could swing 8K, 8K. He has to probably take both, block both, and then we see the unblockable. But we do see a huge swing with that Luffy. I believe that's 13K into life.
13. Yeah, 13, which is, if you have another radical beam, that's 10. 2 radical beams gets out of this. So, welcome back to Whitebeard. Welcome back to White. Yeah, welcome back to Whitebeard. Welcome back to Whitebeard, baby.
You did this.
Welcome back to Whitebeard.
No.
So-
Yeah, I feel like we should have just swung, and we're gonna pass. Oh no.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? So this is what I was talking about before, right? You have to know the matchup. You have to know how to play against it. You have to swing, as the chat is saying here. You have to swing the 6s first, and then put the rest on the leader. And it is specifically because of the type of cards that Whitebeard plays. And any Whitebeard player, which now we have like 3 sets worth of them, knows to keep their event cards for the end. And you have to get those out of the hand, and you have to start playing around them. And unfortunately, we did not do either. Yeah. Well, we got them out of hand. Just not the way that we wanted to, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just asking myself, where's Paulie? You know what I'm saying? It's not where's Waldo. It's where's Paulie, man.
I love the roll call. The roll call is just not happening, I see.
Oh no! So
Yeah,
yeah, we
we're-
see a 6K swing, and this is it right here.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just again, math is not mathing on defense, so it's just you know, we sing the 7, it just makes sense there. We put the rest, and that is it. Do the Nami.
Oh, I was gonna say I thought it was gonna be the Nami. I was like, the disrespect is here, man.
Should have done the Nami.
Yeah. Oh man, and he another guard point in hand as well.
Yeah, he was stacked. He was absolutely
Yeah.
stacked, and there you go. That is Whitebeard taking against Purple Luffy. Unfortunately, did not win for you, but I like Whitebeard now that it's not like everywhere. So
So now everyone's a fan of Whitebeard now, huh?
yeah, unfortunately,
Everyone's a fan. The
He's
underdog.
the underdog. Yeah, he's the underdog.
Oh my god, that is a crazy statement. The underdog.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we are going to go ahead and get into round 5 here, and we have the unexpected Rob Lucci
Rob Lucci.
versus a Katakuri.
Oh.
Yeah, this matchup is quite interesting. We were able to actually take a look at some of the undefeateds right before this coming into the round 5.
Yeah.
And we see a lot of Katakuri, actually, a lot of yellow, of course, kind of, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But I think Katakuri alone is very interesting because we don't see too much Katakuri as of late.
Yeah, I mean, like I think there's still there's like a crafting adjustment period with Katakuri. I don't know if we were comfortably out of that yet for most people, because a lot of people the Big Mom engine was the way to go for the longest time, but now we got all this other Sky Island stuff, and a lot of those cards are still very good, and none of them are leader locked. So you're seeing a lot of the Katakuri is trying to play more towards the Sky Island parts or somewhere in between. And I think there's just no one's agreed on a Katakuri list.
Yeah, and I think something to note here, obviously, it's Rob Lucci. This is OPO3 Rob Lucci. Of course, ability, if people don't remember, don't even know, once per turn, when a character is KO'd, you can pitch 2 cards to restand your leader, which is quite useful in a lot of matchups. It just requires you to have a sort of a healthy hand toward the late game to be able to do so. You don't really see it happen more than twice a game, possibly. But we are going to see a massive 9K swing going into life, and of course, this Rob Lucci player is going to go ahead and take it, dropping it down to 4 life already, and passing turn.
Oh man, so obviously Rob Lucci can run the new Lucci. We can run Rebecca. How does this deck change going into OP5? Because this is probably not on anybody's radar right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that because we have so much really good black support, we have cards. But we still have also really good old cards as well, like Eridor being able to bring out Lucci. It's kind of cracked, kind of crazy. Yeah. And we did see the 1K counter of that Brule coming out, and then now we see the Kumadori, which is a 4/6 vanilla, coming onto the board.
I've been telling people for a minute now in this format that they need to start craft, because Sakazuki is undeniably probably the most, if not the best deck, it's probably the most represented deck, bar none, right? And I think a key thing about beating Sakazuki is running your curve closer to 5 or 4 drops and above, because once you're above having a 4 drop, Sakazuki is required to have 2 cards to KO your bodies, unless it's a Borsellino in specific. Because if it's, you need Houndblaze gets rid of 2, Rob Lucci gets rid of 2Ks, and then or 2 drops, I'm sorry. And so with just the leader ability, you can get a 3 under to that range, but you can't get a 4 under.
Yeah, and going into this now, we see the Eridor coming in. I'm so happy we get to see this card live. I'm a huge fan. Being able to bring out a free CP card. It's you search top 5 for I believe it's a 4 cost or lower, 5 cost or lower CP card, and you get to play for free.
Right, and that includes CP9 and CP0. So we got both check marks. But that's really good.
Yeah, you can do the brand new Rob Lucci. You could do, of course, Kaku, the older OPO3 card is a really good card. But getting a free 6K body, well, not really for free, but you're able to kind of feel your trash is what you want to do. And then we see the 7 cost Big Mom coming into play. The Rob Lucci player choosing to trash his own life, right?
That's tough. I see more and more people choosing to trash their life off of the Big Mom 7-drop. Like something about that just still hurts my gut every time. You think that's the correct way to go about handling the choice or no?
Unfortunately, 100%. Unfortunately, that's what we have to do. But the tech does not stop coming, man. We see another air door coming out, and we see that Kaku. The Kaku's going to be able to remove the Brûlée, actually.
That's relevant. So no blocker. That's a wasted turn from Katakuri.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And now we got 2 6Ks. At what point do we use Lucci ability? Is it like something like we try to find ways to get it to use it 2 or 3 times a match, or are you just saving it for just that final like block and then just used it the one time it mattered, kind of like a starter deck Kaido?
Yeah, I think we use it toward the end of the game, trying to go for game, I think, or trying to remove a huge big body. But we now see 2 7K swings. He did take the first one, and the second one, it looks like we might actually counter with 2 cards at every hand, just because it is, once again, a 7K swing with that Kumadori. And yeah, I mean, so the pressure is there, man. Followed by a third 7K swing, and he does end up taking it. Now, it's looking quite good for this Rob Lucci player right now. If I might say myself, it's pretty not too bad. What do you think?
I mean, they have the board presence right now. Like yellow still like we've seen Gadatsu, but Gadatsu is not going to be relevant anymore. We could maybe we can't get rid of anything on the board. Like Yamato coming down could get rid of a Commodore, but that doesn't feel bad. My point is like yellow has a hard time once someone's established board. It's hard to like answer it for them traditionally. Like they don't have like the greatest of removal. Thunderbolt is clutch, very good. Well, you saw it last game, very clutch, has its uses, but it's still like if you're still in like this middle phase of the game where you're fighting for board, trying to preserve life, trying to like fight for hand size, it's just not gonna get you there. And I believe this should go into a Commodore.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate part now, is that when we see a massive AK swing into one of these characters, we don't want to, we need to keep a healthy hand if you're Rob Lucci. So pitching 2 cards, it's kind of rough, especially when all we need is 1 Dawn to go into that leader to swing another 7K, which is going to be another 2K counter. It's just asking kind of a lot. And so we're going to play that pudding to grab that A-cost Katakuri. We are currently still with 8 active, so if we really wanted to, we could play it down to put the pudding back at the top of our life. But
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. In general, I with Katakuri the 8-drop, I definitely prefer to heal my own life rather than try to get rid of a body on board. Oftentimes, I find myself losing because of that 1 life more than I find myself losing because I left the body there, right? And getting a recycle of pudding is good, especially since we're probably getting to the phase where we're trying to like dig out as many 10-drop moms as we can. But we're gonna get rid of the Kaku instead. So
yeah, I guess just trying to relieve some pressure a little bit, and then putting the I don't think Kaku has any counter to him, so just being able to put him at the bottom so that he doesn't get any counter toward the late game. Just kidding, he does have 1K counter. But yeah, now sitting at 10 Dawn here. This is kind of interesting. Do you try to clear the 7 cost Big Mom?
Man, that's tough because that's gonna commit a lot of your turn to do that, right? Is there like there's in my mind so we're gonna go 7 into life. So we're just going for the life game. We're ahead on life, so this feels safe. There's a world where, like, I don't know, this would be a good time to, like, in my eyes, like, put a lot of Dawn under your leader, attack into the Big Mom, and if they let it go, that's a good time to restand and then attack again into life, like for a big number, and almost get like a 2-for-1 at that turn, get an extra life, get a body off a board. But and like, can I get like double use out of that Dawn that you would have committed? But I'm not too sure.
Yeah, this is kind of rough because the following turn, if we see a 10 cost Big Mom coming down, it'd be kind of rough. We'd be in a pretty bad position, I think. Of course, regaining a life plus removing a life is so crucial. Plus, we're able to swing 2 8Ks into the Commodore if he wants to keep it alive. So I think we kind of need to build up a board a little bit. If we have a Borsalino or maybe a Sabo, because of course we do have access to Sabo.
Some blockers would be nice. Like
Yeah.
we're separating 4 or 5 Dawn. I mean, we could like Lucci still hasn't been played, which is probably one of the big cards. Also, a Rebecca would be nice. I imagine all black decks are just kind of running Rebecca with how you. Oh, but we did KO, and then we do play the Lucci instead. So,
Yeah.
see, this is so. Like, how do you feel about just using Lucci effect right here and going for life for one more check and getting kind of double value out of this 5 Dawn?
Well, it looks like he's gonna do it.
Oh,
it looks
okay.
like he's gonna do it. Yeah, another 10K swing. So you were correct. I mean, that's one of the plays you mentioned earlier, swinging heavy into that big mom. If it goes down, then, but we see the is that a Paro?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was a Paro or a Cracker.
Paro,
but
Sparrow, and then I believe we discard another Paro. No, I'm not sure what we discarded off of it, but we discarded a card either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is I mean, it's really interesting now because once we're I'm pretty sure we're gonna see the 10 cost bomb coming down. So we see an AK swing probably going into the Kumadori. This is 2 cards out of our hand. This is a lot, especially if we want to try to go for game the following turn or try to apply even more pressure. But yeah, we're gonna pitch 2 2K and a 1K.
This makes sense to me because you want to protect the body, and now we go for life, and then we're gonna we gotta put your opponent make your 10 drop mom weird as possible, and we're gonna attack for 5. I feel like this is okay to counter out, but I think at this point with your opponent gonna be at 2 life, there is a world where you can go for game here with your opponent. Even has I believe 2 or 3 cards, and it's gonna be I think 2 cards after the 10 drop mom. You could probably go for game next turn.
Yeah, I mean, we only have 1 card. Oh, I'm sorry. Katakuri has 2 cards in hand. 2 cards in hand. The thing is that in order for the Rob Lucci to reset, we have to remove a body off the board. So we can swing rather big into the Katakuri, restand, swing once again into life, and then kind of hope these 2 connect. And if not, it's game.
Yeah, that's true. But I feel like there's an order here, right? I believe probably your best route is to either Lucci has to be the first or second attack, because if you want to be able to find the blocker, KO the blocker in some way, and that's how you're going to get your restand for the turn.
Yeah.
Or do you just play safe? I mean, blockers, I mean, I don't think Lucci necessarily needs to win this turn. Maybe they do. We're going to go for 7. Just see what happens. Oh, did they take the 7?
They took the 7. I think we need to go for game here. I don't... If... With a 10 cost Big Mom plus the 8 cost category plus the Paro, it's getting kind of scary. And with a 9K swing going into life, he does end up taking, and we see the beige. Oh, but we knew this was gonna happen.
Oh no!
we are playing against Katakuri. They know their last life.
Damn, they needed that.
I mean, we knew this. We knew this was a possibility, and
absolutely.
now we can't even clear these bodies because we can't even attack.
Oh, that sucks. I think that's a wrap for Katakuri then,
Yeah.
right?
This is
unless we establish enough blockers to get out of everything.
I mean, it would take, even if we drop 2 Fukuros, even if we drop 2 bodies on the board here, 2 blockers, it wouldn't even matter because we have so many swings on the board.
Yeah, and they're large swings. Like we have the 8-drop Katakuri and the 10-drop Mom combined alone are just representing so much value. And there's a Kaku. Kaku won't be able to get us too much here. I think
we're scooping here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like I think we're giving it up.
Yeah. I mean, rightfully so. I don't think there's anything you could do. Now, is there a way you could have played around this? I think you possibly could have swung.
I think at that point, like if you have blockers in hand, which I feel like we didn't. Like this felt very aggressive the entire game. I mean, we discarded the Dressrosa blocker. I can't remember his name right now. Bartolomeo. Like we went full aggression and didn't see any of our blockers or defenses, to where like maybe we just did have to go for game given our hand, because there was no way we were going to establish, because you could feasibly potentially clear the Katakuri, clear the Espira, but there's no way for you to clear the 10-drop Mom. The purple in general, like as long as they're playing Magellan, which purple Luffy does, just puts yellow off curve so much, because a lot of big mom stuff, they're just trying to survive until they can just start slamming Katakuri into big mom. And
Yeah.
so if you stop them from doing that a turn earlier, it's tough, especially if you can do it twice. I think the key thing is if your opponent is going. If the Katakuri is going first, then you need 2 Magellans. But if the opponent is going evens, like only 1 Magellan's enough. So it kind of depends on who won this die roll. And it's looking like Katakuri went first.
Yes. Is he going to 5? Wait. Oh no. Okay, yeah, he went first. Right?
Yeah.
No, he went second because purple Luffy uses leader ability.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That might be right.
Yeah, so that's pretty much the only way that they would be even on Dawn here. So unless we're looking at something wrong, but we'll see as we go. It looks like we are gonna swing 7, which is probably what you want to do. I think that's one of the things here. Even with this Charlotte, I always forget his name.
Moscato.
Yeah, Moscato. The play on words there.
I think he's undervalued. I think Vanish is just like a keyword that doesn't come up too often, so like people just kind of forget it exists. Like I used to love in set 1 playing the double attack Secret Rare Yamato. Just the Banish is just too valuable.
Yeah. I think that's a super cool keyword in general. It hurts a lot of decks when you really think about it. And again, specifically yellow, right? I don't think purple Luffy really minds, quote unquote, minds the Banish, but no deck wants to get that.
Wants to be -1 card for the rest of the game, right?
Exactly.
And
so,
also,
yeah,
it lets you play a lot, like because the thing is, like I said, like I feel like Katakuri usually wants to get to like 10 Dawn, play a slow game, like live, and like having Banish as a keyword kind of like helps you come back after from being like so defensive. That's how I used to play it in set 1, was like with Law, I could play a little extra defensive, not go for your life, kind of run you out of resources, and then double attack Yamato would just kind of banish your life, and then that's not a resource anymore either.
Yeah, I've been actually testing a lot of Kinemon, believe it or not, and I just wanted to see where green was, and Kinemon is probably the best place outside of Green Kid, and turn 2 Yamato makes people freak out more than anything I've seen. Like you just play Yamato on turn 2 and you stare down an Enel player and they're like, okay, you can just have 2, man. Because
oh my god,
if they can't remove it, because usually you just take a life, you just and they can't Gidasu it, and you just, that's it.
Yeah,
really. And I think in this matchup, I know that you said with the poly down, of course.
Oh my god, poly.
With this matchup, I think sure Katakuri can go a little slow, but you know, we see this trigger effect and we might see some more trigger bodies come down. I personally think that Katakuri in this format should be a little bit quicker, right? I think they should be swinging as hard as they can, early as they can, and that is because purple Luffy can't use their leader ability if they take more life. Well, they should.
Yeah, right. Like put some, it's more risky.
Right. And Sakazuki on the other part of the spectrum is that early attacks, like hard early attacks, are pretty good for you. You know, they're pretty good for you. They can't like wall up just yet. So when it comes down to those 10 drop bombs, you can just take their life, and then they have to rely on their blockers, and you know, this is the whole thing. So I personally think that you should just, you know, swing pretty hard and
just go aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, so you approved earlier. We saw.
Look at this. This is what I'm talking about, man. Just swing hard and go from there.
Oh, what is doing again? Oh, how much? So this is 3K. So this is now a. Oh my god.
Now a 7K swing from the 4 Dawn, from the Amaru, swing with the Charlotte pudding, and you know, I think
that a hand.
I'm 100% behind this because again, purple Luffy is deincentivized to use their leader effect early, And
Mhm.
now that they're at 1 life, their big mom, 7-drop, whatever, is going to be more and more effective. So,
Yeah.
hey man, I'm all about this.
The counter that though is like they spent all this time being aggressive to where they didn't establish board or they didn't advance board at all. So this the leader goes into pudding for free, so that's cleared, and then Polly goes into life, and then Luffy's free to just kind of extend board here without getting punished too hard. And then it's just kind of weird for the rest of the game. 7-mom after a 7-mom follow up from Katakuri would be really good.
I think that's the play. I think there's 2 different factors coming in here. Is one, I think they're just playing their hand, right? I think they didn't really have that much, and they probably just have a lot of top end in their hand. So
That's possible.
You know, you may think that this is a little bit different, but you know, sometimes in Katakuri, you just have this kind of hand, and this is just what you have to do. So we're gonna see if this plays out the way that our Katakuri player wants it to play out.
Looks like we're resolving a poly attack or the leader. I think we counted out of 1, and now we're trying to resolve the next attack.
Yes. It looks like we're trying to decide if we want to take it or not.
And it's a Satori. I'm pitching the 7-mom. So do they have 2 7-moms in hand, and we're just gonna follow it that way with 2 cards in hand?
I'm guessing yes.
Oh no.
I am guessing yes.
But
yeah,
if it is 7-mom, if we do have the second 7-mom, Luffy almost assuredly
we'll give him the life.
We'll give him the life. So now you're sitting at 4 life, essentially drawing you a card over the long game, and you're looking good after that.
Yeah, 2 5K swings after that. You know, the only concern is that while we can't get rid of the mom, you know, a Kaido might be pretty good following up. It's just that like being at 1 life and incidentally probably 0 pretty soon. You know, Purple Luffy is going to run out of options, which is why he's going to be using these queens to make sure that he has the defense in his hand and on board.
We're going to play double queen, and that's it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's pretty good. You know, we got rid of a dead card in hand. Yeah, we got a wall, the great wall of queen.
And then it's going to be followed up by we probably drew a 9-drop Kaido after that, so you can probably assume we're going to be staring that down next turn.
Yeah, I mean that's a possibility. We can get rid of the Satori, which is probably going to swing anyway, but you know, that's a couple things. We could get a little spicy with swinging with Enel, you know, but I don't think that's really worth it. I think the 7-drop Big Mom, like you said, is going to be better.
Well, we also have Katakuri. I think we're at 8. So Katakuri might be a play, but what would you Katakuri? The Satori back, or try to get rid of one of these queens? That feels not great.
Yeah, you know, Katakuri, if you're doing your own card, is going to be automatic -2 because you have to pay the Satori, unless you just want that 2K back in hand, which is also, you know, pretty fair to say that you could do. So 2 5K swings and the Satori, or Katakuri the Satori back, get a 2K back in hand, and then go from there. But we pitched the Big Mom, which like that. Come on, we we need a follow-up turn. Pitching the Big Mom says that you had an immediate following turn.
That's how I feel about that, right? Like, because that the 7-drop mom was just the play here.
Yeah, for sure. But
maybe
I don't know.
Maybe they just have a different thing in mind. Like, I mean, they have 3 cards in hand, so or 4 now.
Yeah, I think he has 4. I think he has 4 in hand. So, yeah, I'm sure he has options. It just depends on what he wants to play. Maybe 3 in hand. I mean, either way, like I said, you pitched the 7-drop, which was the falling.
Okay. Going 6. I'm not sure I agree with that. I feel like if we were gonna attack first, I think attack with your leader to peek at life.
Also, you get that extra 1K power.
Oh, okay. Wow. We're just going aggressive.
Okay.
Attacking 6, counter out, just try to devastate the hand a little bit.
You know, I have a feeling that he just has Big Moms in hand. So I think the play is probably just swinging into this poly. So that way we're reducing the board state. So as soon as we get the Big Mom out, it's going to be easier to defend. And if we have like 2 or 3 Big Moms in hand, that's probably just the following plays. So he's trying to get rid of what he can.
That makes
when you
sense.
can.
Yeah, and then like the 7 mom, if that's your route, the 7 mom like doesn't seem as good because now you're only getting half of the 10 drop effect.
Hmm.
I imagine this goes into queen here actually. This 1, 2, 3, 9.
Yeah, this is a 9, probably going to queen. Queen's a little bit better because like even if you swing to poly, that's just an attack. It's better just to get the blocker off.
Mm-hmm. Get rid of it. We keep it at top, so it's something we like.
It's very possible it's a Thunderbolt, which is pretty sweet.
Clutch. Yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet to get rid of one of these guys here.
So if I was Luffy, I'd probably just like assume the worst and assume that is Thunderbolt. So just attack with queen here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to roll the dice. I think you have to roll the dice on that.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, probably swinging at the Satori. Yep.
Okay, just clear on board. Easy piece. Keeps us safe though, right? Anything going for board here is kind of just like making our 10 mom decision even better.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was what the idea was. So swing with the leader here probably means, well, obviously we're getting rid of the pudding, but also we're not playing the 7 drop. So another queen, which is on parity with what we want to do to prepare for Big Mom.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're definitely singling that, like, hey, I got a bunch of Big Moms in hand. So what are you gonna do about it, basically? So
yeah,
and preferably if he doesn't have answers to Big Mom, like it's just gonna be there, right? So
a very sad starter deck law play. We're close to 7 cards.
Yep. And here's gonna be the traditional draw 1, play 10, and then pass.
Yeah,
because that is probably what the case is.
I would.
And it, I don't
maybe attack just in case.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, some people do forget. Like,
I love the skill check, dude. That is something I feel like sometimes that goes underrated. Yeah, and here it is: 10 drop mom, heal the 1, pitch the last one. It was what is that? That is is that Mr. 5? No,
it is a 5 cost.
Kid. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Altar Kid. Yep. And there's the block. So skill check passed.
Nice.
Which is good. So 3 cards in hand, 4 life. Got a bunch of Dawn, a bunch of cards in hand for purple Luffy. You know, you could start picking away as life. Again, it is just about rolling the dice here. Katakuri probably doesn't have very much option to defend himself with. So
3 cards, and we assume that they're big bombs.
Yeah, they're probably big moms. They're probably bigger cards in general. You know, we're at a point where I think you start probably being a little bit more aggressive as Katakuri, but I mean, I think he did that early on, so I guess it's perfectly fine. I think we're just in the game state where both players need to know the matchup and how to navigate it from here.
Yeah, so we already attacked 5 with our leader. Or did we?
It is rested, but I don't believe.
Okay, yeah, we did not attack with our leader. Cool.
Yeah.
Going in for 7. Yeah, I think we just attack for 7s with 3 cards in hand.
Yep, probably fine.
Mm-hmm.
This is the card that Big Mom gave, and it looks like a Thunderbolt.
Oh my god! Please don't tell me the next one's Thunderbolt.
It must be another Thunderbolt because there's
God.
no chance he wouldn't want to put that there.
Oh my god! Don't say that out loud. Don't put that on this match. He already didn't see his Magellans, man.
Yeah, that is something to think about. That we really didn't see any of those, and
which is like the key card, right? That's like
like seeing it on curve is super big. And seeing it now is super not cool. So,
oh man,
he must know. You must know. So here's a 7 drop. That's a really good card. It's a really good card right now.
Now our leader is 6, which is helpful. Not necessarily super helpful against Katakuri though.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna see a 7K swing.
Yep, 7.
This is another Thunderbolt. I already know it. What?
Nah, psych. Oh, this is okay. Satori. Pitch a brulee. Interesting.
Satori is not too bad. He did the function there too. A little wrong. You're supposed to. Yeah.
You can't touch your hand or whatever.
Yeah, but it's okay. I I think this is fine. The Brule wasn't going to do anything for you.
Okay.
And a 5k swing is a little bit better when they have 0 life. So if you want to take game here, this will probably be the chance to do it. Our Purple Luffy player, Joseph, did keep in mind, like, hey, I don't want to put you down in 1, specifically because of Maru. So like our law is going to still be able to block. And because of that, I think you just I think you swing with Big Mom, get rid of a blocker, and play another Big Mom and go from there. Because I don't think it's worth for you to try to go for game here.
To try to be weird, like, yeah, because you have to make the Satori 6. I mean, 1 Dawn for Katakuri makes you 7, which is good, but yeah, Luffy still has a hand, so I kind of agree. Just attack Big Mom, play another Big Mom.
There's definitely a I think you attack with Big Mom, like, regardless. You just swing, see what he wants to do, which is probably gonna be block, and then go from there. But we're picking up Don, like, we're gonna try to go for game. So I don't know.
I mean, I think there's a world where, like, you can just do a lot of damage this turn, even if it's not go for game. And then, like, there's a world where like, Big Mom goes into face, you get a block, that's a body off the board, and then the Katakuri and the Satori are either free to use that Dawn up to either, like, go pressure the poly, go into life, which could also potentially either get a lot of cards out of hand, and then you Katakuri the Satori back or something, put yourself back up at 3 life.
Yeah, there's definitely some plays. You know, I like to play Katakuri as a strategy A, B, and C, right? Like, I want to like, obviously, like, One Piece, I think you can do that with any deck, but varies especially with Katakuri, where, okay, my plan A is I want to see what kind of cards you have in hand. So if I wanted to go 7k or even 8k, probably be better with leader first, and I have an 8k Katakuri, then I'll probably plan A or B, right? Like, the plan A is, like, swing with Big Mom. I want to get rid of your blocker, and then I want to understand what kind of cards you have in hand by swinging next or whatever it may be. But I think Big Mom or a cost category would be great. If you don't have those, then you probably want to swing out. I think that's the best case here, especially since you pitched the card for Satori. If you pitch the cards for Satori, you have another body, and you need to use that body.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Oh, because I've said this before a few times about One Piece, and it's like, it really bites when 2Ks are playable. Like, I hate, because I was playing a lot of Rebecca back in the previous set, and, like, one of your 2Ks is Bartolomeo, and he's a blocker. So it's like, in what world do I play him as a blocker, or do I keep him as a 2K? And I just don't want to think about my 2Ks.
That is true.
2Ks and that's it. Oh, but we're attacking huge. We're attacking 10K at life.
Yeah, it looks like a 10k. We're probably gonna do another 10k, or even, I would very much say at least 8k with Katakuri.
Looks like we're doing. Looks like we're doing the 10.
8k is not gonna be enough. 10 is probably gonna be better. 8k says Blast Breath gets out of it. Oh, we're just gonna say the whole thing. All right.
Okay, we're going for 11. We're going up the ladder instead of kind of asking for 13 at the end, and 12.
And I think that's it.
That's it.
That is it.
It's all no. No, not enough.
Yeah, Poly Kaido looks like 2 laws, maybe 1, and then the other one. So yeah, hey, like I said, if you didn't have Big Mom, you did have Katakuri in hand, I think. And the Dawn just worked out to do the math and swing out. So hey, there you go. Yeah. Katakuri takes it. And Purple Luffy bricked a little bit as far as not saying Magellan, etc.
But we have our next match here. These 2 are undefeated. This is the Katakuri play that we were mentioning before, as well as the Enel. Now, this is really interesting because that just means that the Purple Luffy player is playing the down pair, right?
Yeah, so Purple Luffy is going to get down paired, but if Purple Luffy happens to win, that means we're going to a round 8, and if not, then we're going to top 16 right after. Yeah, and Katakuri is going to be taking first in this match, and Enel going second, going to get down the Shura. gonna take a little bit of look at that top 5. I would imagine just looking for Ohm here, potentially the Pupperino. Yeah, could be either or.
Yeah. I mean, Shura is such a good card. Being able to pull so many good cards. 7 costs Enel. We have, of course, the event card that's essentially a Radical Beam. And then we have Shura. Obviously, you can't grab the Shura, but you can grab the Satori, like we just see here, a 2K counter, which is really awesome.
Absolutely. Have you seen any Enel run the El Thor yet today? Maybe I've just missed it, but I don't.
Yeah.
Did I miss it? I missed one. Okay, because I was sitting here thinking to myself, like, man, I don't think I've seen Enel play the El Thor, but at least I think this might have been when I went to go get some lunch. But man, that card alone scares me. So just leaving one Dawn up as Enel is terrifying.
Yeah, it definitely is. We just saw here, we saw the 5K swing going into Enel, and Enel did end up taking it, and then following afterwards to proceed to drop the Pero here. I actually don't mind Katakuri going first in this matchup, just because we can apply a ton of pressure, as well as like just drop that that Pero here. Obviously, Pero is a huge issue. Being able to exchange itself for another card is so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And Enel here choosing not to swing with lead, just going to play down Holly, but Gidatsu is going to get rid of that Holly there. And it doesn't leave room for Katakuri to use leader ability, but you can still get multiple 5K swings here, and you don't mind having Sparrow rested, so
yeah, this is a really good start here for Katakuri, applying so much pressure. And even if Enel would have been able to take 2 life right now, the nasty Thunderbolt. The nasty Thunderbolt, getting rid of that 5 cost character off rip. Yeah. Really, really good.
Very good for Enel there. Does help catch up a little bit, but honestly, Gidatsu did its job. So I think that all in all, like, can't be too mad about it. Is he going to play his own Gidatsu? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a look here. Probably on the odd curve, could potentially pick up 7 cost Linlin for the following turn if he sees it. Is going to get that Thunderbolt though.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much possible that he didn't have any other targets, since he is running a bit of the Sky Island package, at least the Gidatsus, right? So Oh, and the Satoris. So
yeah.
So
I feel like Satori's just so nice into any of these yellow decks. 2K counter and a body you can get down onto the board for a 5K swing. It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's such a good card, man. I think yellow is in such a good position with the support from OPO5. There's so many really good cards coming out of the set. And showing.
It's very scary to think about. Usually in the past, I was considering, okay, I have to worry about Thunderbolt, but now I have to worry about Thunderbolt and potentially Amaru, and that's scary. Yeah, 7 cost Linlin is going to force Enel into getting a Sanji there. Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big fan of the 7 cost Big Mom. I think that card's really, really good. I know Enel's obviously a really great card since it does have Rush, but this Enel player isn't at 9 down yet, so we're unable to use the ability here, but we see a 6K swing, and he does end up taking it, and looks followed by another 6K swing, adding a lot of pressure. We're going to take all these just in case that 9 cost Yamato doesn't blow anything up too big.
Yeah. Ooh, 7 cost into 7 cost, and he took both of those. I was expecting him to potentially counter one, but yeah, I mean, he's got a choice here. I don't know. What are you doing in this situation?
It's really, really rough here if you're Katakuri, because something I mentioned earlier is that I personally think Enel wins this matchup. You're able to kind of prolong the game a lot longer than Katakuri. Katakuri gets down to 1 life, 0 life, and they're like, okay, well, I can't recover unless I see a 10 cost Big Mom, or you give me a life because you're a very good person with 7 cost Big Mom. Yeah. So this is quite rough, and it looks like he's gonna go ahead and let him recover.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I think it's probably the play considering you're not at 10 cost mom until the next turn anyways. So maybe trying to save on a little bit of that life until you're getting to that situation. Tough part is though, I guess you're at 9 done. I think, I mean, what are you doing here? Are you trying to bounce back the 7 cost Lin with 8 drop Katakuri?
I think we're gonna go for board here. I think this AK has to go into this Gadatsu. I think he
No,
has
for
to
sure,
set up.
yeah.
Yeah, he has to set up some. He has to set up quite a bit of a big board. The only good thing for Chris here, the Katakuri player, is that Dylan only has 5 cards in hand in this late of a game. I think this is really, really good for Katakuri because, for the most part, when they're at 1 life, 2 life, Enel has a ton of cards in their hand.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
I feel like sometimes I'm playing against Whitebeard going up against Enel. I'm like, man, how do you have so many cards? But this is really, really good here. Being able to kind of chip the hand a little bit, and he's gonna have to pitch 2 cards, which he does end up doing to save that character.
Interesting. I wonder if, I'm just curious to see if he's going to be playing. Oh no, 7 cost.
Back
Wow.
to back.
Yeah.
Because they got it like that, you know what I mean? So now we're probably going to see another AK swing going into that Gadatsu.
Oh, that got a 8 drop Katakuri, I believe. Yeah,
Pretty
now another
good.
8 for sure.
Another 8. Now there's
Yeah.
no way we keep it alive, right?
Yeah, no shot.
shot.
Yeah, I
Checking
couldn't imagine.
checking the top life. Where do we want to put the base? We'll keep it on top. and and most likely, like I said, it will go down. I mean, look, it's possible. We'd be left with 1 card in hand, though. Dylan would be in a very hard position.
Oh, he's
we're
gonna do it.
keep. Yep, we're keeping it alive.
He's gonna do it.
Ooh, double 2K.
Yeah, double 2Ks, 2 Satoris out of hand here. I
Yikes.
feel like you have to have a Yamato in hand in order to feel comfortable doing that, right? Or potentially 8 costs to bounce back Shura.
I don't know, because I feel like he might want to go for board here. I don't know. This is tough, man. This
Yeah.
is tough. I'm not too sure how many cards Chris has in his hand. He probably has like a good at least 4 to 5. So
Yeah, it's just scary because, you know, I feel like you know that 10 cost mom is coming next turn. And, you know, that automatically procs your leader effect. And then you're trashing multiple cards, you know, for you're going to trash the 1 obviously to get the heal, but then now you have an 8k Lin swing and a 5k leads, you know, with 2 cards in hand. That's tough. That's I don't even know if that's doable actually. You would have to get a good trigger.
yeah, this is looking quite rough. Yeah, he does end up taking not even going for board here, just going straight into life. I think you are right. I think we are gonna see that Yamato coming down.
Yeah, I think it's the better play is you
Yeah.
do that and then you survive for the following turn and then try and go for board afterwards, or excuse me, go for game afterwards.
Yeah, and we're pitching a lot of cards this turn.
Yeah,
To
Shirahoshi and Sanji right there.
Yeah, and we see. I mean, we gotta see the Yamato, right? I mean, yes, Yamato coming down, recovering 1, unable to pop anything off the board there, but recovering the 1 is just good enough. And the question is, does he have that Elthor in hand? I left 1 up.
Yeah.
I left 1 up.
That would be a pretty sick top deck because I feel like with the way the previous turn went, I felt like you have to have Yamato in hand and get the El Thor off of the top deck. That'd be pretty solid. I just don't think. Is there a way? I guess you go 8k into life, use Big Mom, and then they have to trash one of those cards. 8k gets the El Thor. I mean, it feels like there's a way for Katakuri to win, but it is a bit of a gamble. It's all based off of you know, potential triggers here.
Yeah, I think I'd probably swing 5k into life with Katakuri if I have Big Mom in hand.
Right.
Play the 10 cost pitches. Now we have 2 AK bodies that we can swing with. We're feeling relatively not threatened. I'd probably pick off that Gadatsu, because
Yeah.
he's only got 1 card in hand, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it could be Elthor, but I feel, yeah, I mean, if you go board here and you play 10 cost, I mean, you're pretty safe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But 5 swing is going to get taken.
takes it.
No trigger. We haven't seen a Shirahoshi come out of life from either player yet.
True.
So, yeah, I think that could be pretty game changing potentially here. But oh, there it is. It's happening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's gonna be
another
Sanji.
Sanji.
So brutal.
Fortunate for this NL player, at least we get to use its ability here to pitch 1 card, recover 1.
Yeah.
So we are still in this.
Yeah. It's gonna have to be pretty massive.
We're going for game.
Oh no.
Yeah, AK swing. Does he have the Elthor? No, he does not have it. He does not have it. Chris does end up
gonna take it.
Yeah. Katakuri takes round 7 here at this huge 200 plus man tournament here that Egman, of course, is hosting. Half a case as well.
Half a case?
Sheesh.
6 boxes?
Building an engine when you include ohm and hulling and stuff like that. So I think that's where the decision making is, and we're gonna go right into this last round with Katakuri. No surprise there, as an undefeated deck in Swiss, along with Purple Luffy, and a tale as old as time of purple versus yellow, and if they can see their 5-drop Magellans.
That's the biggest thing, right? I feel like Luffy's probably just gonna mulligan for the Magellan. I didn't quite catch who won the die roll. I believe.
I think Katakuri did, but we'll see.
Katakuri wants to go. It's funny because I feel like this is a matchup where Luffy wants to go first and Katakuri wants to go second. So you just kind of hand wave it away anyway.
An interesting part of about 5-drop Magellan is the fact that when you go second, you technically, like, if you're going first curve, it's fine. You're technically not really affected by 1 Magellan, right? So you're fine for going second. It's just the fact that a lot of Katakuri stuff likes going second with it, or going second helps with its stuff because of the leader effect. So you always want that extra Don.
You want the extra 1,
yeah, to swing with, and
that's how I've always played Katakuri. I would, like, even when before this whole meta, when Katakuri was fresh and new, or in the next set after that, I always liked playing yellow going first because it was nice to play something like the 8-drop mom or 8-drop Katakuri, and then still have 1 Dawn for your effect, or play. Or play just having that extra Dawn to do your plays and attack for 7, look at your life, filter your life. Oh, just always felt good to me. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree with it. I think it also curves you out into 10-drop mom pretty well too. He gets that 10 before your opponent. Well, yeah, before your opponent does technically. But what we're going to see is a nice little 5k swing of vanilla out, which is a pretty scary vanilla. As soon as you get that down, Katakuri usually doesn't have very many options outside of the 8-drop to get rid of it. So
he's a big boy.
Yeah.
that's how I reference it to everyone we talk about. I was like, that's just a big guy.
Yes, that is a big boy for sure. And we're going to get a 4-cost vanilla out after using the leader effect, I think. Oh, he didn't use the leader effect, right?
No.
Wait, oh yeah, he did.
Yeah,
he did. He has 5 down. Okay, so he did protect that first 5k swing, and then was able to use the life. Now, with Katakuri, you got a couple options. If you have a Gadatsu, it's a easy play here to get rid of the 4 costs, but it doesn't look like that's the case. We're gonna go ahead and swing 5 with the Pero, and then 7, the good old Katakuri.
And see here, like, now with 4 Dawn, we have Sanjis to play, we have Crackers to play, ends up being a Sanji, but like, and we get to attack for 7, which took a life, looked at our own, like, it accelerated our game plan. We were playing into like what we want to be doing, so that's why I always like the odd curve over the even curve in the Katakuri.
Yeah, I mean, plus now you have access to Enel, so the 7 cost Enel can come down on 7 Dawn pretty easily this next turn, and you can put that that aggression on. But it looks like Poly says no. I was thinking of what removal they have for the Sanji. That is definitely one really good one.
That's the best one. Yeah, I think Poly was a card though. It's just like I remember when set 1 came out, alt art Mihawks were kind of not used and suddenly became really expensive, and that Poly was the next card after that. Poly, no, you pulled a Poly and you were upset, but now everyone's running 4 and alt arts are to the moon.
Yeah, it is pretty much true. And
full board clear.
Yeah, full board clear. Got I think the Brûlé here and pitched it for that 5k swing. We're going to what 9 Dawn?
7 Dawn.
7 Dawn, sorry. Yeah, so we're gonna see if the Enel comes down, but I don't know if that's gonna be like super helpful now that we don't have much of a board or options to swing.
Yeah, and then I mean we could see a 7-drop mom on curve would be kind of powerful, but it just depends on if we have the correct counter power life triggers to protect ourselves from both this vanilla and Poly himself. Going to a really big turn next for Luffy. Luffy should be at least at 9 Dawn next turn, which is gonna be a little while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be at 10 because of the Poly.
Oh right.
Yeah, I think it's 10 out of Poly, but we'll see. I can't really tell because of the sleeves here. But we're gonna swing what is this, 10 to face? Yeah. Oh wow. Okay.
Look at our life again, and then we play Monscato.
Yeah, the Moscato.
I want to say mosquito every time.
Moscato. All
Spanish.
Alternate names. It looks like we are gonna go down to 10. So it's gonna be easy Kaido if we really want to. We're seeing the separation of the 1 Dawn anyway. I don't hate the idea of maybe 5-drop. Okay, never mind.
No, it's just 9-drop.
Yeah, 9-drop down. Yep. I was gonna say I don't hate the idea of playing the 5-drop Kid first, and then maybe even Magellan. Like Magellan will be able to throw off a little bit here because you're gonna go to 9, not 10 next turn.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look like that's the case. We're going to swing up these 6s and the big boy Kaido.
And then leader for, oh my god. How do you defend? Oh, we got is this worth? Oh, this always feels weird to me. I
don't think so.
Oh, but we get rid of a 10-drop mom.
I don't think it was worth. If I had to take a stab at it.
It's gonna be difficult to fight for board too. Oh, it's another trigger, so we're getting a little lucky with triggers. No, we kept it. It either baited us or baited the screen or something. And then we're at 9 Dawn now. Yeah, 7 last turn. So what can come down? We can see another 7-drop mom, or we attempt to fight for board. I believe we saw Katakuri running the rush Katakuri, so there's a world where they play that. But we're at same Dawn, so we get rush.
Yeah, so this is a really tough situation for Katakuri. You know, there are worlds where you can establish a board. One of those things is Satori to kind of help you there. But, you know, the fact of the matter is that 10-drop Kaido is going to be hard without you having a 10-drop mom out. So because of that, you have the option to be optimistic and swinging into their face while you still have the chance to, and they don't have much defense. But they can easily play queens. They can easily play the 5-drops. They can do a bunch of stuff that gets around your Amaru and other things that you use. So I don't envy Chris's situation right now. That's kind of the gist of it, really.
All right, so we're gonna attack 5 at life, and the Luffy takes it, which seems wasteful. But maybe they just really want to protect, like keep the 1Ks they have in hand.
I think it's fine for the most part. I think what the idea is that I'm gonna lose it to Big Mom anyway. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just take it anyway. So I'm gonna play some blockers next turn, and that's it. Even though we are at a reduced Dawn, just that's a big a big caveat here.
And then we're gonna kind of create back. I imagine we could put back our Satori.
Yeah, I think Satori is probably the best bet. You have the ace cost out, which will help against these 6K bodies, but outside of that, I don't really see it doing too much.
Oh, putting Polly back.
I think you're better off doing Satori, because like if your hand is dead, then you can still get that body back, or you can get a 2K, which just feels a little bit better than giving them back a card.
And then the 5K body is just gonna get chewed up anyway, right?
Also, the other part of that is that you're giving them another leader effect ability. So,
oh yes,
it just doesn't.
It feels wrong for multiple reasons, and yeah, we're gonna put it to the top.
Yeah.
Okay. And we looked at what our top life is, so we should know.
Right. For sure.
We should know the things coming up and following up this. Drop
yeah, I agree.
Page 1.
I can't really see this not really panning out for Purple Luffy. We have pretty much everything that
going far away.
Yeah, and it's pretty much there. The only downside / caveat is our 1 life. However, we only have a cost category in our leader effect. 1 blocker will kind of help with both of those things, and we have a pretty safe one.
We have like 5 cards in here, and we're gonna counter out of this 7K swing.
I don't hate it.
Stay at 3 life, especially if these next 3 come in for like some Dawn commitment. That's interesting. Oh, just 5. What can Luffy do for 7? We can play Poly if for fun. We can play a blocker.
Yeah.
With the hand size, like blocker law isn't really too relevant other than being a blocker.
Yeah, it's just that it's susceptible to Amaru, which is probably why he wants to avoid that. I'm thinking that a kid will come down as a blocker. We're gonna wait until all these triggers go off first to get around that Thunderbolt though.
7. It was maybe a trigger, but they chose to keep it. So that's 2 cards they kind of like made us suspect was a trigger or not, and a 3rd card that could have been a trigger.
Yeah. Okay.
Sparrow.
So going down to 0. So I think the plan is, yep, here's a kid. So exactly what I was saying. Pretty sure he's just trying to play around Amaru and making sure that we have a 5 cost on a 4 cost. But our hand side is pretty healthy. Even with 3 attackers, I think we're mostly okay.
I think so too. I think there's no math that the Luffy player won't be able to counter out of, unless you still try to pepper like a 7 with Sparrow maybe, or like I feel like you have to give up on the Big Mom plan, right?
We haven't seen any Magellan, so like those could be all in hand.
That's fair. You could 10 drop Mom, attack 5/5/8, and then
hope that they have a dead hand. If they go 10 drop, I don't think that's gonna be worth it, because if it doesn't go well, like it would be different if they had like 2 cards in hand, right? But because they have 6, I think they have. He's going through it. Yeah,
this is an interesting position for maybe 7 drop Mom.
Yes, because you could make a case for that.
If you have 7 drop Mom, the Luffy player kind of has to let Katakuri heal, and then Katakuri has 3 Dawn to like be aggressive with, maybe clear the board.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think if your hand dictates it, I think you have to kind of go for game here. I don't think there's, because a Big Mom is not really going to do too much for you. It's just going to delay the inevitable. And sure, you can swing into their 6Ks, but don't think that's going to be worth it. So as we're doing it here, I think we're doing some Dawn math. It's pretty easy to say that since we don't have 1 open Blast Breath, that's not an option. We do also have the 0 cost event card, so that is something that you really have to take into account for.
And those cards are so good. Like, because like a lot of times you deck build and you have so many of these cards that just have 0 cost or 0 counter, which was one of like Kinemon's biggest weaknesses back in like set 2 when it first came out. It was supposed to dominate the meta, yada yada. But then every card was no counter and no one cared anymore.
Right. I I do agree with that, and I think I mentioned before when I was saying I was testing Kinemon. That is actually still a card that's in that deck, believe it or not. Even though we have a decent amount of support in green up to OPL 5, but yeah, I do agree. It's very interesting too. We probably will see it here, but with Red Purple Luffy, for example, you know, you still have access to both the 0 costs, and it's interesting because this one that Purple Luffy plays, I think ramps you a Dawn, and then the red one is minus 3k for the trigger, that is.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that you have those options. So
really thinking out this turn. It looks like they might just go for the swing out play, and they have, I think Luffy has 4 cards in hand. I just don't see a world where all these attacks.
I think he has more than 4. I think he has 5 to 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he has 5 to 6.
Going 9, maybe we're just going 9, 9, 10.
I think
I
he
guess
has
9, 10,
Amaru.
10. Or...
I think he has Amaru. So I think what's happening here is 9 Amaru. Leader,
okay.
Add a Dawn, get the extra 2k basically, and then use the last 3 for 11k swing. But if he doesn't have that, then that's a bummer. I don't know. This is also 2k swings, which also works.
Oh, this is 10.
2 10k swings, sorry.
Yep. Oh, you were gonna do the Amaru play.
Ah, that's even better. So this is 11 into face, and we have 2 total cards that we can use as counter power. Yeah, so what are those Magellans?
We won.
2 Kaidos. Oh my god.
Wow.
You plays 4 Kaidos?
All 4 Kaidos, the Magellan, which
you
showed up
play
too late.
4 Kaidos? You're insane. You're insane, man.
Oh no, and then he plays he also plays that other Water 7 event. The you see it too there, the 2-drop.
Yes. I love that card too. It's
Tripwire, glass wire, or something.
I know what you're talking about. It's the one that rests.
All right, we are here at table 2. We have our only Newgate player. I also want to say, if you guys want to see Rob Lucci being played, since it is the other singleton, that Halfbreed is currently streaming their run on their Twitch channel too, so you guys can check that out if you so desire. But we're going to stick to this one for right now. We're probably going to jump around, but it is a best of 3, so with 60 minutes and then 10 minutes overtime.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be a pretty interesting match. I know that Katakuri was pretty susceptible to Whitebeard for quite a while. But, you know, a lot of new cards have changed some things, and I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how Katakuri does into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this has been around for, half of this year pretty much, right? A matchup that's existed, and one of these leaders has consistently done better than the other, but I don't think it's impossible for either. Yeah.
Does feel as though Katakuri isn't playing exactly from behind, but still has some checks and balances that they need to be wary of in that Newgate list.
Yeah, and I think the biggest change is that, and this is probably to the detriment of Katakuri, is that they generally were running those 4/6 vanillas, right? Are usually just cards with good stats to help combat what Newgate was doing, and they aren't using those as much anymore, right?
Yeah, we're not seeing too much of the what was it? The Charlotte.
There's a correct answer and there's a wrong answer.
Oh, that's right. We're talking about egg Tamago. That is right. Baron Man Egg Tamago.
Yeah. People keep saying that Charlotte Opera's better, but that is just slander.
That's true. You can't forget about the Eggman.
No, you cannot. best card in the entire set, really.
That's facts, actually.
That's why they made it a star deck exclusive. You have to get the star decks for that.
Yeah. This is a very early pressure from Newgate here with the Zoro. Also, getting a Sparrow off first life, really solid for Katakuri. But I believe did have to trash the 2 million volts Amaru, which I'm not entirely sure if that will be relevant towards the end of the game, but that plus, +3 can potentially be game winning.
Yeah, and I think so. Not only has Katakuri changed what their kind of makeup looks like, though, but like generally Newgate is more aggressive and more rush heavy to try to combat what Sakazuki's been doing for the last couple weeks, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have a love-hate relationship as playing Sakazuki against Newgate. It's definitely a matchup that I know for a fact I will need to see probably 5 out of my 8 to 9 2Ks. And if I don't, then it's going to be a very difficult match.
Yeah, and they developed the Espira, which is normally just... I hope they're not attacking into it right now, because I think you just attack, you just ignore the Espira. They do not get a lot of value the later you get into the game.
And now every Newgate is pretty much running the the Straw Hat variant. So it's basically like the Straw Beard build, and that is essentially just full-on aggression, taking every single life. So if I was Katakuri here, I'd be looking to optimally play 7-cost Lin if possible.
Yeah.
So and then like maybe two 5K swings into Zoro first, just to try and bait some cards from hand. And I think that's what it's going to look like. Newgate has a book over there, so he's doing okay.
Yeah, they have quite a few cards. It also means, they're down to 1 life. They're going to, I think, 8 Dawn next turn, so they don't really get that much. And they kind of have this issue where they're stuck with the Zoro, and if you keep attacking into the Zoro, you turn back into a 5K leader, which is pretty rough.
Yeah. It is what it is. I know you don't want to attack into life to give him that last life card, and if you do get lucky with the 7-cost Lin here, it could end up getting maybe like a Radical Beam, a guard point, something of that nature. Ooh, a 2K.
Yeah.
Not bad. And it looks as though it is going to be 7-cost Lin. I think this is pretty good. Oh, smart.
I don't know. I don't know what I would do in that decision. He made the decision very quickly. But you're going down to 0 life no matter what. So like 1 less card for you is not so huge, but 1 less card that could trigger for your opponent, I feel like is pretty substantial.
That's fair. That's very fair. I do think Katakuri's only got maybe like 5 cards in hand though. So odds are you have like a 5-cost Luffy or another Zoro in hand at this point. So you can be really, really aggressive here, potentially get the opponent down to 1 life.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I would still be really inclined to have taken the damage myself, because that you'd starve them out of 1 more card, and I think that just works out better for a 3rd Zoro.
It's coming.
Oh, if Newgate has 2 life, maybe I have bad eyes from just literally sitting in this room all day. But
wait, does he?
I thought it looks like Newgate has 1 to me. I could be.
I thought it was 1. Oh,
if it's more than 1. Okay, chat is either conspiring against us or...
Wait, we both might be blind.
Yeah, these glassers aren't for show. They are...
so
they are prescribed.
Leaving 3 active, though, that makes me feel as though it's gotta be his last life, right? Okay, we're not blind.
All right, yeah, take that.
All right. we were both of us were sitting in anticipation right there.
If we were sitting next to each other, I know we'd just be looking at each other like, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. Be looking around like, yeah.
But like, additionally to Bradley or Katakuri players playing literally a viable card that you could put face up into your life as their card sleeve. So...
Very true.
Very confusing.
Yes. Ooh, 10 into the Zoro. Interesting. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I definitely... Or no, this isn't 10. I thought he attached 2 to Lin. Sorry, that's 8.
Yeah.
8 into Zoro, excuse me.
And 7 probably into the other Zoro. Again, this is the issue, right? You are a 6K leader, but if you give them something 5K to attack into, they're gonna they're going to start swinging at it.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have a heyday. This 9K is just gonna get an automatic rad beam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. And paying for it rightfully, but not it was a huge thing in Sanji. I don't know. I feel like Katakuri was able to establish a really good curve, and
Yeah.
I imagine Katakuri being at 1 life right now. What the difference of pressure would have been.
Agreed. I think you were right on just taking the trashing the life right there in that last play. Yeah, this is rough. Being at 2 life for Katakuri is very comfortable. Sparrow isn't that big of a deal, but ooh, interesting. Newgate, little 9-beard action. So that's going to bring leader up to 8. This is definitely going to be at life. Yep, just going to block that because Newgate does get rid of Brule the following turn.
Yeah, just make it easy. Make them have to have, I guess, an Otama to get rid of the Sanji. But
Right.
I mean, if you have 10 drop, you just play it, because that, even if it doesn't technically do damage, it helps you.
It stops you from losing.
Yeah, it stops you from losing, and then you have a 12k body next turn that they are actually a little bit terrified.
Yes. I wonder. I at least from what I've seen in a lot of the current builds of Newgate, I have not seen realistically any blockers, like no choppers, no Marcos. Yeah, nothing being ran. So that is, yeah, that's what he's gonna do.
Yeah, 10 drop. Yeah, and the issue and the reason why you don't run it is because like Sakazuki is just so present, and Enel is so present. They just have so many easy ways to get rid of your tiny blockers that it's not even worth it at that point.
Yeah, exactly. And now with Amaru being into the meta, this has become a very, very tough match for Newgate to start off. You were absolutely right. Trashing that life probably would have presented him to be in a position of, okay, I now have you at 1 life. I can rush you down with 5 cost, and then the following turn another 5 cost, and it's game.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. But all right, Ace, which would have been good, I think, a turn or 2 earlier, but we have it now. Yeah. This will, I mean, you probably give the minus to there, but then
Sanji, but it's kind of irrelevant. I mean, you can attach the 2 to Newgate and KO the Sanji if you really wanted to, but is it that important? Probably not.
Yeah, because I think you need that 3 Dawn for defense, right?
Yeah. Oh.
All right, 7 at. I'm gonna guess Lin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary. You got a 22 coming straight to the dome.
But he's still got a leaflet of events in that hand.
No, absolutely. He could probably get out of it this turn if I had to take a guess. I guess the only concern for Katakuri is, can you survive the clapback?
Based on the life that we've seen, the cards in life on stream today, yes, 100%. No doubt.
True.
They have been wild today.
You are not lying. There is a Sanji and a Beji just waiting.
Yeah. So, but if you want to put pressure, I think the best line is 6k with Sparrow, a 10k with Katakuri, and then just put the rest on Lin.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, and I don't believe Katakuri is running any L-Thors or Ikaku Sovereignties, anything like that. So not that you really necessarily need it. Just depends on, how dead or how great your hand is for counter power.
Yeah.
I mean, we've definitely seen Katakuri brick hard. But it's, it's still
there's just so many good cards you want to run. It's so difficult to pick and choose.
It's a tough time, There's that 6 you were talking about.
Yeah. It's listen to stream, not allowed, but makes the good plays.
So 6k is going to get countered out by Sanji, though. When I was talking about playing as Sakazuki against Whitebeard the other day. I could not beat the Sanji. It kept coming down, and 6 was just a little bit awkward for me to remove from the board.
Yeah.
And I was like, ugh, this is rough.
Yeah, because Rob Lucci, you need like Ice Age, or you need double Meteor or Great Eruption. And yeah, I agree. Like 5s and 6s are a little bit tricky outside of maybe like a Borsellino.
Right.
You there.
And the worst part was not having some of the 2Ks. You were, what is happening here?
Oh,
12K.
Just Big 12. Only.
Just Big 12.
So this is 9, and then
Yeah.
Red Beam gets out. All right.
Oh.
12, and then you need 1K more.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh,
is that 2 cards in hand?
Yeah, that which. Are they just playing another 10 drop? Oh no, 8.
No, 8 cost. Oh, yeah, bounces back the Peril, which basically like guarantees stopping game here.
Yeah, with cards in hand, I think Katakuri had this game no matter what. This is the safer play, and I don't think they're going to get punished for it. But yeah, I'd be very surprised if Newgate found a way out.
That's rough. That is rough.
Oh, the 4th Zoro.
Oh, okay. Katakuri still has a good hand, though. 5 cards in hand. I can't imagine there's a world where...
No, he's got like 6 or 7. If you have a 2K, 1K, you win this game.
No, absolutely, yeah. Thought he had 5, but he looks like he has a lot. Sanji and a 2K Amande. Yeah,
And,
that's gonna be
yeah,
that's gonna be a scoop.
All right, so that is game 1. Let's see if my buttons work. They do. Perfect. It's been a long day, but yeah, that's game number 1. This is a best of 3, so they will go into game number 2, and we'll see if Newgate gets a little bit more fortunate with their curve, because like the Zoros were good, but I think there are better things to play at the same time.
Absolutely. That was I feel like the initial just seeing 3 Zoros off the rip was fantastic start, and taking a lot of kind of time away from, actually not really, because now I think about it, they're just swinging 5 pretty freely. The 7 cost Linlin I think might have been the deciding factor of that game.
Yeah. I think so too. I think it was the wrong choice, but without knowledge of cards in hand and being the player, it's really easy to have hindsight when you're watching the game and you have more information about both players. But
absolutely,
I think I would have probably taken it at that. If I was at 2 life and there's a chance that I could Newgate, but even then against Katakuri, if I go, I'd go down to 1 life, then Newgate next turn. They just play 10 drop. They'd make sure I lose that life no matter what. So.
Yeah,
you just go to 0 as soon as you can.
It's tough, but we'll be going into a quick game 2 here. And I guess while we're waiting for the match to start, I would love to bring up 2 things. Sure. One, look at that Twitch Prime coming in from Jojira.
Goodness, you are right. I thought you were going to mention the Diddy Kong Nintendo 64 cart that's been
so
in my gaze every time I watch Bradley play. I'm like, it's blessing his life. But Jojira with the subscription with Twitch Prime, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And that does give you access to not only a bunch of emotes, which I'm thinking I'm going to be adding some more in the near future, but also you guys are able to watch this the live stream right afterwards. It's going to be re-uploaded to my YouTube. I'm going to say Friday. It's going to be edited down to all the rounds. But until then, you guys can watch all of it here on Twitch or on YouTube if you're a YouTube member as well.
Love to hear it. And the second thing I was going to ask was, we all chatted about it when we were commentating some of the first 8 rounds, but what are your predictions for who is going to take home the dub today?
Oh, today? I mean, I'm a Rob Lucci player. I'm a Rob Lucci believer. And okay. I definitely like playing him right now, and I know that Halfbreed's been on it for a while, so he's obviously the long shot I think a lot of people are rooting for. I've been playing a lot of Enel. If you asked me at the beginning of the week, I'm like, Enel's fantastic. But asking me today, I'm like, I see some weaknesses.
Yes.
So I don't know. I might mix it up. I think Purple Luffy's been doing pretty good today, and the only thing that I feel like Purple Luffy loses to is itself if it doesn't find its pieces. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, if you don't see the pieces, it's a very difficult matchup. I do think that Sakazuki isn't optimal for Purple Luffy to play against, but it's always, still like if you see your pieces, it's a much more balanced matchup.
Yeah.
You don't feel like you're, just bleeding. You're like, okay, I have a chance here.
And the only difference is one leader literally cycles for free every turn, and the other one I technically draws a card for the first 2 turns of the game, but that's that tapers off real quickly.
Yeah. So a little bit of late game advantage there for
a smidge, yes.
For Sakazuki.
Yes, and then also has a card that says I'm a blocker, but also draw a card and maybe play one if you need to. Like, I'm just saying, I don't want to start anything controversial. I don't know.
I don't think it's anything controversial. You're just spitting factual information right now.
All right. Well, we got into this game number 2 here. We've got timing wise pretty good. We just started 40 minutes into this game too. They played a pudding. They found a Sanji and they're passing it back to the Newgate player.
Yeah. And let's see, does Newgate see... Oh, no, just a little Sanji.
Sanji, nice.
All right. Oh, I'm curious. Okay, it's just going to pass.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if he was using Sanji effect right there.
You will probably use that next turn, but
absolutely.
Doing it the turn you play it is very aggressive. I would not recommend that.
Yeah. I don't know. I almost feel like just getting life down to nothing so that 7 cost gains no value, probably it wouldn't even be that bad.
Yeah. Oh, and see, they play the Espira, which is, again, it's fine, but you having to additionally commit Dawn every turn to try to even pressure leader just feels so bad.
Yeah. All right, we never miss a Zoro, though. And then if he takes this 5k, it's actually quite dangerous because there's going to be 2 7ks coming right after.
There are.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. Shirahoshi just right at counter out of that, though.
Yep, so using the Sanji effect, take 1 card from life, use those 2 Dawn that were used to help pay for Zoro, and now you're +2 with 2 Dawn, so that's going to be 7k at life, no trigger, and then 7 with only 6. Okay.
Yeah, interesting.
Why not 7?
Maybe Rebecca here? Or not Rebecca, excuse me.
Okay, it's Nami. Okay.
No, I was thinking of Nico Robin to take care of the pudding, but...
yeah.
Oh, no, wait. Nico Robin only KOs a 1k. I thought it was a
1K,
2k
yeah.
for a second. Yeah.
I think you guys were talking about it earlier, too. Like, when I first saw this card, I'm like, man, this is useless. And now with Rebecca flying around everywhere, it's like, man, this is honestly what makes
that
this...
bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm down. A searchable 1 drop to get rid of your 4 cost.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Get a Shirahoshi off the board, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Don't let 8 cost bounce that back.
It is... You can tell the state of the meta when you can see how much value Shirahoshi gets, not only from its on play, but just the fact that it's menacing just that it's on the board,
it's
right?
On the board. It's so true, though.
Yeah.
It really is. Because you're like, oh, if they have 8 cost, this becomes really wow, why can I not think of the word? Problematic. Oh my god.
No, you're good.
I was sitting here like troublesome. No,
this is a reason. This is your last round. All right, I know your limit. You're fine.
I'm delusional at this point. Losing my mind. What are you doing to me, Egman?
I know. Yeah, there's a reason I get rotating casters and not many reoccurring. No, I'm kidding.
Oh man, this has been a blast. Thank you for having me, and thank you for hosting this for everybody. I mean, type 1 in the chat if you guys agree that this is fantastic for everybody to get an experience of, some of what we might expect at nationals, and just overall like Eggman putting on a show for us.
Yeah, well, I'm happy. It's known it's a lot of work for a lot of these things, but obviously a good staff behind us, and I'm happy I can get you guys to help commentate too, because I really want to just emphasize this. It's a whole community. There's a whole community on this kind of stuff, and I like being able to show off different creators and have different points of views, and you guys are just fantastic. So,
dude, it takes a village.
It does. It sure does. It sure does. Well, we've got a Sanji on kinda curve, and we were able to clear board So Sanji, the 2-drop Sanji and the Zoro are gone. I don't think. Oh, with 6 Dawn, what do you think the best play for Newgate is right here?
It's one of those things where any play you do isn't going to be bad, but it's not going to be great. Your opponents have 4 life. You could go into the Pero, but they just get a free card out of it. You don't really want to go into the Pero because, you're just getting value of it being on the board. Another Zoro. This guy does not miss.
I do not. I don't. These Zoros are driving me crazy because it's just like if they didn't have a Pero Sparrow out, they'd get a lot of value. But now that Pero Sparrow can successfully get some value from being on board, it's a bit rough. But
I agree.
They are taking it though.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I think Katakuri only has 4 cards in hand, so this is, potentially a 6K that gets through. I think Newgate might be considering whether Pero Sparrow is a problem here, because now if you swing 6 into Pero, what are you attacking into Zoro? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think Yellow's next Dawn will be 7, so Linlin might be coming down.
Yeah, but then I would have just started to attack with Zoro. Oh, okay, I think he didn't.
I think they were clarifying.
Yeah,
that,
I don't think he saw that the took the life. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think just attacking face is fine. It just sucks that, like, again, your Zoro gets answered so quickly.
Yep. Even attacking with Sanji. I mean, I guess it depends on whether this life is taken. Oh, it is going to be into the Pero. I think that I don't hate it, because you could potentially force the Sanji to swing into Zoro here. And I know it's not super inconvenient for Katakuri, but it's still like it gives you options to attack into, potentially get that off the board by playing like a rush ace the following turn.
Yeah, and my other issue is that they are now at 7 Dawn, right? And so that is giving them one more draw to maybe find a 7-drop Linlin, which is perfect on curve here. Would just do a lot of damage. It wasn't a Linlin, it was a Brûlé, but I think you have to pick one play style, and he seems to be jumping between 2 of them.
That's fair. So 5 from Katakuri. You countering out of this Zoro? He is
probably, because at this point, yeah, because they have to either attack with their blocker or, yeah, there it is. Okay, what did they try?
Take the life.
Take the life.
Yes,
I implore them. Even if you get to Newgate, they're just going to big mom the life away. You just go down to 0.
Don't do it.
Oh, they're okay. At least they're thinking for more than a second this time. That is.
Yeah, that's
fair.
fair.
Clear.
Don't do it. Although I think if you give the life, I'm saying if you give the life, it's a little like telling. You really need to take the. Oh, it's so telling. It just means your hand doesn't have. I don't know.
I think they are like, I'm going to play 9-drop, and it's going to feel so good. And I don't know if that's the case.
But they're on even curve, so they're on 8 Dawn here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, this is rough.
Giving them a draw 1 when they had so few cards in hand.
Yeah.
But I'm not a Newgate player, thank goodness. And I am and they would definitely know they've done an amazing job to get here this late into this tournament too. And so they know what they're doing in their mind. It is
for sure.
Yeah.
All right, okay. Luffy's a good card. Unfortunate that it's going to be after Linlin has hit the board, but
give him a base, sure.
Oh yeah,
that gets out of attack. That's middling, but still, it's the same as 2K'ing out of the attack, but they get one less Dawn.
Still annoying. You
Annoying.
You don't have to drop any cards from hand. Realistically, you can just drop 1 guaranteed. Yeah, it's actually a great place to have a Veggie right there.
It is.
And guess where it came from?
Came from the Linlin.
It did.
It sure did.
Feels bad, man. Or does it feel Eggman? No, that might have been much.
Okay, we're gonna start with the 6K.
I think this has got to be. This could be at Zoro, but I feel like you'd want the Luffy off the board. But Zoro maybe to pull a 2K, and then go for the Luffy. Yeah. Yeah, they got a 2K as well.
Yeah, because like the difference between like Zoro and Luffy is that, you know, if they're attacking into the Luffy, it's pretty much the same as them attacking into your leader as Newgate, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to give them that last life at least.
Yeah. And so we put one card from the top of our life to the bottom. I'm guessing this is what, 11 at Luffy, which is
Yeah, this is so rough. You have to let it go. You can't defend that.
yeah.
You defend that, you're dead next turn, like guaranteed. Yep. Hate to see it.
And yeah, passing it back. So again, like no cards on board, which is generally how you beat Newgate. I mean, I don't think we've seen Bradley find a 10 drop. So if you do Newgate, it quote unquote forces him to have it. But even then,
Yeah. It's rough. That is rough. I think I'm just trying to think Newgate's plan of attack here. I mean, you get Ace down on the board, maybe try and take care of Linlin, but then you just have to deal with probably 10 cost Big Mom the next turn.
and real quick, so I'm looking at the results too. So it looks like Corey won on table 3. So we have
Okay.
a Katakuri, and they ended up beating Eduardo, which was the purple Luffy, who I think was in finals and in Swiss. So he finishes
okay.
his run in top 16.
Interesting. That's unfortunate. I think that's unfortunate. The last match of his was against that Katakuri in the finals as well.
The first seed, and then yeah, unfortunately, and I think Katakuri is better than Enel in a matchup, just because again, like 10 drop does do things, and 5 life is better than 4, at least in the early game. But
Right. Oh, okay. We're just seeing probably just an 8 to life here. And now,
and a Sanji.
also kind of rough.
And we've got double Sanji now, getting rid of the Volts, and we have 2 Dawn open and a good amount of cards in hand, but we don't have a clear shot for victory next turn. If they 10 drop, that hurts.
Sure does. Sure does. However, I think either way, Katakuri's hand is how healthy it's got. No, it's only got about 4 cards in hand, I think, actually. So never mind. Yeah, I think 10 cost is the play. You're not dropping at least any counter power to some swings at a 5 cost Zoro though this turn, so that feels somewhat nice. Nothing else would be able to attack into the Luffy if you do guard point out of this, so
Yeah, it's difficult because like you want a guard point.
yeah.
But one, if they don't have it, they don't have it. Okay, they have it.
Yeah.
But since you spent time leaving these Dawn open, you want to be able to use them too.
Yeah. And Katakuri has not missed. Yeah, that 10 mom. This is very reminiscent of the previous game.
Yeah.
And as much counter power as Newgate could potentially have here, I don't believe they're getting out of a 8K, 7K, 6, and like a 18 or something like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think that's very true. And I mean, Luffy's on the board, but I mean, with 2 blockers, 3 life, you are.
Yeah.
I definitely would want to be the Katakuri player right now.
For sure. Without a blocker, I don't think you. I'm trying to think if there is a way out of this. without a blocker. Like your hand's got to be
It's
insane.
like, yeah, triple rad beam. Yeah, which means you
Yeah.
are using 3 less Dawn this turn, right?
Yep. You're playing at 7 right now. It's rough.
Yeah, I think Brandon's going through the numbers and just not making sense.
Has the goose been cooked? Okay. Something. Oh my god.
Beige. Oh my goodness.
Oh
It's the
my
Diddy
God.
Kong Racing. It's just,
Insult to injury.
yeah. I can't. Yeah, that is.
Oh
so rough.
no. Oh,
All right,
there's
you
a
still got
Zoro.
Zoros though.
Yeah, you know.
He's always got your back.
Amen. Seven, potentially leaving 4 active. Beji and Shirahoshi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just drops the whole hand. I think you just pass here, 4 open, have a billion rad beams, pray for. Yeah, just pray.
Yeah. Even then, like, okay. Let's say, I mean, good numbers are 6s, at least 1. Oh, yeah, 6 on everything. You have an 8K with Lin Lin.
I don't think there's a way you lose here. Like, no doubt. It'd be crazy to somehow lose right here.
Yeah, it would be.
2K, yeah, 2K counter, Brook. 8K, yep. Yeah, this is what I said. 6, 6, 7,
Another
8.
card point. Oh, 2K, 1K, and then
Yep. Excuse me.
what? 1, 2, 3, 7, 19. So even if you had,
Oh, I was close. I said 18. Yeah, that's it.
there's not a single rad.
Dang, not a single. Wow. I was expecting at least one.
Oh yeah. And there.
Oh, did he
is-
have another Sanji in life?
Oh man, that is, yeah. So
That's
we saw what,
rough.
one Sanji, one beige, a second Sanji. Very impressive.
Yeah, that's tough. I think that if I'm being honest with you, it does feel as though that Newgate list was built around dealing for Sakazuki.
For sure. Yeah. I think that would have been a way better match, which I mean is 5 out of 16 for this top cut, but it's kind of what it is. So
Yeah. Unfortunate matchup then.
all right, and
Yeah.
here we are. Let me get the name set up for them real quick too, but we have 2 Sakazuki players. We have Adrian, and I know that because his Discord name is very close to his real name. We have Adrian and Eric playing this
Yes.
one out.
Yes. Yeah, and this one's this mirror match is quite intense. I mean, it's pretty much who has more resources toward the end of this game, right?
Yeah.
Seeing the chain of Rebecca's to the Lucci's to Hina's, I mean, it goes on and on sometimes.
And I think like Eric is a pretty accomplished player for this card game. I mean, he's got his championship regional mat clearly in view, and so he's been doing really good. Obviously, no slouch from Adrian either. He's got his regional play mat too. So honestly, some really fierce competitors.
Yeah. Eric is pretty insane with. I mean, I've seen him play so many decks. I mean, he topped top 3 with a kid deck, with a film kit at one point. And so, seeing a jack of all trades here, and we're gonna see a 5K swing here going into Eric, and he's actually gonna go ahead and take this first one here. And ooh, the peel off. I've seen this tech here and there, but what are your thoughts on the peel off?
It is so greedy, but like when it works, you feel so good because especially like when you have to go first and you've got nothing better to play. It's good. You have a lot of ways to get the cycle out for it, and like in a mirror match, I think it's a very good card.
Yeah. It's actually a really good card, and the value you get if you hit off trigger is insane. Like, man, 2 free cards, why not? But we do see the 4 cost Kuzan coming down and being able to replace itself by drawing a card and just passing turn.
Yep, and we are back to it. So we're on our odd curve, which is generally kind of the worst curve for us here. And additionally, like 4s and 5s are really good numbers, especially early game, where if you want to try to get rid of it with like a Rob Lucci, you have to use that Great Eruption.
Yeah.
And but I don't think he has enough cards in his trash. He needs to put one more card in there. Okay, he's a good player. All right, just making sure.
Yep. Skill
Making
check.
sure, yeah.
Skill check has been passed, and we're most likely here gonna swing, right? We swing first. Oh, no, actually going for the Hound Blaze instead.
Still good.
Still, yeah, still really good. Bottom decking the 4-cost Kuzan. That card is an issue. That card's very, very good, even in the mirror match. And grabbing our life here. Do we see a possible trigger? Maybe a Great Eruption to trash a card out of his hand? No, we just end up taking it back to our hand.
Mm-hmm. All right, but having the brand new is such an advantage. I gotta not put my mouse over it. I forget it gets seen. But yeah, the brand new does a lot. It does a lot of pressure by itself, even though it's just a 2-drop.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Manchuri come back, returning 2 back to the bottom of the deck, which is going to be the Hound Blaze as well as that Great Eruption to grab the 4-cost Kuzan. Interesting. Usually I feel like that's a bit too early, just because we can swing 2K or we can swing brand new straight into the Manchuri, and then go into life. But yeah, interesting.
Yeah, they must have like another one in hand. Or did they bottom deck 2 for Manchuri?
They did. Yeah,
Okay,
they
cool,
bottom
cool.
decked Great Eruption as well as a Hound Blaze. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's fine. Kuzan's not like the best card to get though, because again, it's moderately removable in this matchup. Especially if you play it next turn. I think they have enough down to play Borsalino to answer it immediately.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. This is gonna be a long game. I think swinging an easy 5K into life and just taking it pretty okay, going down to 2 life really quickly here. Then using the Hound Blaze here to bottom deck Manchuri here to I'd imagine we give plus. Obviously we give it to the brand new and swing 8K into life. And yeah, we do end up taking it here, and now we have a massive hand. Adrian has like 10 cards in his hand or something like that. Crazy.
Here, I'm gonna be muted for 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is an interesting game now. This is huge, just because I feel like this is where the real skill comes into play, right? When you face the mirror matches, and from time to time again, we've seen a ton of different decks here. And when it comes to the mirror match, it's definitely that's a skill gap right there. So we're gonna see how it plays out here. But now we're currently sitting at our 7 Dawn turn, so we could see a 7-cost Borsalino coming down. I mean, if you wanted to, you could really clear the board. You could swing 5 into the brand new, and then play down the Borso. But maybe also wanting to keep it for a bigger threat on the board, possibly a Borsalino or a Rob Lucci.
Yeah, and I think like mirror matches are sometimes a curse where I would argue like stuff like maybe like pretty much like anything with yellow, those mirror matches maybe aren't as much skill as based off of whose life was better at a given point.
Yeah.
Right? But I do agree that in Sakazuki mirror matches, there's a lot of grinding, there's a lot of value, and it can, there's even like bluffing and that kind of stuff that can take advantage. I think it can be very skillful, and despite it being, the same 50 almost always across the table, a lot of unique decisions.
Yeah. And it's funny thing too is I always mention the comparison with Red Green Law. I think Red Green Law is obviously also a highly skilled deck, and I feel like in the mirror match, back when it was who saw more vistas, who saw their laws. With this, being able to draw an extra card every single turn, you're able to bring up the consistency of the deck a lot more. So it's not the same as Red Green Law used to be.
Yeah, and what I've found, like, they're most kind of solid decks, like, and I'd say like red green. Law is like that with Trafalgar Law, and like this deck with the Borsalinos and sometimes Sabos, is that you have these blockers and you kind of have to build this board, and you have a game of chicken. Is who do you think is going to be able to get over the wall, right? Who's able to push the most advantage, and then someone has to pull the trigger on it, and then someone's right at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, quite unfortunate too that the two undefeated Sakazuki players, I think, I'm not sure if there's all three undefeated, but two of them have to face each other.
Yeah. It's guaranteed top 4. What else can I say?
Yeah. Hey. So yeah, we are going to see a 6K swing, and that's an easy 2K counter in the form of that. Oh man, I forgot.
Tashigi?
Tashigi.
Yeah,
there it is.
you're good.
There it is. And yeah, 7 cost Borsling on here. Just to bottom deck the Lucci, and yeah, pretty good here. Removing the bigger threats on the board, setting up a bigger body. I mean, I think they're gonna do the same thing to each other for the next couple moments. What I'm very interested to see here is the tech.
Mhm.
Of course, we saw the peel-off coming out of Adrian in his deck, and I'm very curious to see if he just runs a couple more copies, or even the 10 cost. Some people opt into playing the 10 cost Kaido. Some people play the 10 cost Kuzan.
Which one?
So-
Which one do you use more of? Which one's more of your favorite?
I am a fan of 10 cost Kuzan.
I'm definitely a Kaido fan, not just a
Really?
Yeah, very, really, really.
Yeah. Why is that?
I feel like if you're able to stick it, you win. Like Kuzan, you kind of like can eventually win, and in general, like 10 drops are mostly irremovable in this game right now.
Right.
But if you do get removed, Kuzan doesn't really get its value, and Kaido 100% as soon as you play it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I would say the opposite is the 10 cost Kuzan is just because in the yellow matchup, I feel like you almost auto win once it's on board. You have to find the perfect time to play it. It's a little harder. It's a lot more difficult than playing 10 cost Kaido, which you can play whenever because you draw 4 cards. It's a lot more forgiving. But the 10 cost Kuzan does definitely put the nail in the coffin with yellow. But we did see the Houndblaze here bottom decking the Borsellino, dropping the Sabo, drawing 2, trashing 2, giving protection to the board, and then using leader ability here to trash the Borso and the draw card.
Yeah,
pretty good here.
I think well-timed Sabos are going to be in a really good spot for this matchup and a lot of others, because if it can protect your board for another turn when your opponent's expecting to get some removal, you feel like they win in the spot.
Yeah. So looks like we see a huge 8K swing. Are we going to see 2 2Ks coming down? It looks like it. Not wanting to drop down to 0 just yet. Obviously when you get down to 0 life, it always gets a little bit scary. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and block, and probably going to see a 2K and a 1K. And yes, we're seeing the Tashigi as well as the brand new. And the Borsellino coming down, bottom decking that Sabo, giving value to blocking that as well, which is really good. If you would have dropped 2 2Ks, that would have been kind of rough, not being able to block, not seeing any use for that Sabo. But now we have 2 bodies on the board, right? We have the brand new as well as the leader. If we really wanted to, we could swing super heavy into life. Adrian does have about 6 cards in hand. Yeah, 6 cards in hand. Not too sure how many cards Eric has, but
Eric, it looks like he has like 6 or 7, and I mean, Eric, I think could have a pretty good argument to going all the way. Yeah, it looks like 7 or 8 actually. But with just brand new and leader, I would be less inclined. And you only have, I think, 6 cards in hand for Eric, so it's a little bit trickier. And I wonder if he's like, if you had 10 drop Kaido here, it might be the turn to play it, but it's very scary.
yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable playing 10 drop Kaido here. I think if we saw, I don't know if we have another Ice Age possibly and another Houndblaze. I know we've been kind of going, I think we've seen 2 to 3 Houndblaze coming out from Adrian already, so quite a few. But we are going to see an easy 5K swing going into life. minusing 1, of course, on that Borsalino, dropping a Borso to counter out of it. Tapping 4 for that Rebecca, using Rebecca ability here to grab that Hina, playing it on the board, doing -4 costs onto that Borsalino. So now it's a 2 cost, and we see the Hound Blaze.
That's
That Hound Blaze.
That's so good. You always.
Yep.
I'm always like, surely they don't have resources to remove this one, and they're like, okay, 1, 2, it's gone.
Yeah. But choosing not to commit an extra Dawn to play that Borsalino, I do like this play. And you can't Lucci the Borsalino. You're going to have to Hound Blaze it. And we do cycle the Great Eruption here just to get another, maybe possibly another counter in hand. Or I'm not sure exactly what Adrian's looking for.
Yeah, and I'm starting to really think that, I mean, with 2 blockers, only 3 cards in hand, but 1 life, I don't think there's much room for Eric to push the advantage in this specific spot. And it's going to be really tough to, I mean, unless you have your own Rebecca to get real advantage on this board.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a Rebecca coming down. He'll probably clear the Hina as well as the Rebecca. Probably the brand new goes away, but I don't think the Borsalino goes away at all. I think the Borsalino stays.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is that, like, so if you, Rebecca, yeah, you play Hina on the brand new, and then you could Rob Lucci get rid of their... No, that doesn't work. You'd have to, like, Hound Blaze and then Rob Lucci.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're actually hitting the Borsalino. So we have a Hound Blaze here.
Yeah.
Which we do bottom decking that Borsalino. We're probably gonna. I mean, I don't know. We
give it
still
to
have.
leader, right?
Yeah, yeah. Giving it to lead 8K into the Hina. I'd imagine.
I would imagine as well. And then give minus to probably the. I guess what? Maybe the Hina.
Yeah, we minus the Hina, then drop Lucci.
Yeah, or play your own Borsalino.
Yeah, this is I think that's true. I think the better play is if he swings AK, perfect world for Adrian. For Eric, is Adrian blocks it with Rebecca. Now we have a 2 cost as well as the brand new egg. Let's tilt to 2 costs, right? So yeah, Hina does go down, and using the ability here to trash, and now we see the Lucci coming down.
Shoutouts to, I honestly don't know if it's like legal, but for tournaments, but I do like the having the both sides of leader. So if you use your leader effect, it's the alt art, and then if you have, it's powered down to the regular art.
Yeah, yeah,
it's pretty fun.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's legal or not, but
yeah, I would not be surprised if they're like,
probably not.
Please ask, but it's for I'm hip.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, now there's no way that Rebecca's swinging, of course. So we need to get rid of some bodies here, and we're actually gonna drop the Sabo, protect us from another Lucci play. Of course, drawing 2, trashing 2. Man, that ability is so good. So good. Even just the protection alone, plus the draw 2, trash 2, cycling. So we'll probably see him. I mean, the issue is that Adrian only has, after this pitch, he only has 3 cards in hand. And does he have the chain as well? Does he have? I mean, we have to see. I'd hope for a Lucci, a swing, possibly swing into life, lower the cost of the Hina and pop it with a Lucci. But we're going to go ahead and tap 2 here for a brand new, drawing us a card. And we see the ulti. You don't see that card happen like in many decks anymore. Really interesting.
Adrian likes to play cute little 1s and 2-ofs. He's been a pretty often, like he's been at the top tables for my tournaments pretty often in the last couple of weeks. So I see these little 1s that he has every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm personally a big fan of ulti. I know sometimes to mid to late game it can be kind of dead, but it is still a really good card. And 8k into life, and he's going to go ahead and, or possibly into the Hina, but he's going to block it with the Rebecca regardless.
All right, yeah, immediately using the leader ability. And 2 blockers is good.
So 6k into life here, that's a 2k counter. Still not wanting to go down to 0. And another 6k. I'd imagine we probably block with this Rebecca here. Or we just take it. Yeah. The clock has officially started. 6k swing going into life. Are we going to see a 7 cost Borso, possibly bottom decking the Sabo? Yeah, we're going to bottom deck it. And then, oh, Rebecca. Seeing the Rebecca come down to go ahead and grab us a Borsalino. And we do have 4 extra Dons, so we're going to go ahead and drop the Borsalino. And this is a very good position for Eric. Borsalino plus Rebecca. It's pretty good. And we're going to go ahead and start us off with the leader ability here to pitch the Hina. And we have 3 attacks. We have 1 life. We have as well as 2 blockers. We could, I mean, if we have it, Great Eruption into a Hound Blaze, or, I mean, we really need to clear this board or go for game. I don't know how much longer Adrian can stay alive with 4 cards in hand and no life.
Yeah, I think, yeah, this, if they can go for it, they have to this turn. We have been able to whittle down Eric's hand a little bit. With only 4 in hand right now. But honestly, like this matchup really just depends on sometimes who finds more Rebeccas. Because it's, you yourself have a really hard time getting rid of that card.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Rebecca is a threat. I mean, it's the fact that it's a 4 cost in the mirror is big.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't just Nico Robin it away in this match.
Yeah, not allowed.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we need to see possibly some sort of cost reduction, form of Ice Age or a Great Eruption into a Hound Blaze, boosting the brand new. I mean, even if we try to go super defensive, we're hoping that Eric doesn't have the removal. So
Yeah, well, yeah, just attacking without any removal by itself means he doesn't have it, right?
yeah. Yeah. So easy 6k, we're going to go ahead, and it looks like we're swinging into the Lucci. We're going to go ahead and counter out of it with a 1k. And then now we see the Ice Age. Okay. So Ice Age into the Lucci. We're going to see the Lucci to remove both the Kina as well as the Lucci. So now we only have the leader plus Porcelain on board to attack. And this is actually not looking too bad here for Adrian, since we do have that Sabo on board. And with 4 active Dons, do we have a Borsalino?
We do.
Yeah,
we always do. We always do.
We always got it, baby. We always got it.
Yeah, it's such a good card. And like the fun thing is that like when Black first came out in OPO2, it's kind of like a bad color because there wasn't just enough support printed for it. But all the set 2 cards for it are fire, right? Borsalino, Kuzan, like both of them, like they've gotten a lot of value.
Yeah, and now, I mean, what do we? I mean, he has no life. We have 2 blockers up.
And asking for the old 2K check.
Yeah. I mean, the deck normally only runs about 8 2Ks. Some run 10, possibly 9.
And with 1 card in hand, I mean, I think the math is, you can do 7-7-6. If they have a 2K in hand, you lose with this current. But if they don't, I think you can get there.
Yeah. Do we have a cost reduction plus Hound Blaze? I think we just win the game if we have Hound Blaze, right?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. By itself, you win with Hound Blaze, yeah. We're going to start with a 6, though. If they 2K out of this, I don't think you can lose anymore. And if they have to block with it, then...
I'm going to say he doesn't have the counter.
Ooh, oh, they're thinking.
I'm gonna say he doesn't have it, and no, we see
Yeah.
the solo block.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, with that, 7, and then you have 7 Dawn for this last one. I think that's going to be
Oh
it.
my goodness, are we gonna see? Yes, we
Rebecca
do.
for game.
Sheesh. Oh my.
Very close.
Very, very close. And the great thing about this tournament, it's top cut. So
Yeah.
you're gonna see another one. So it's it's possible that maybe Adrian didn't see some of his pieces, or possibly Eric was able to just see more Rebecca's.
Yeah.
But Adrian gets another chance at this.
And the only issue, and this is something that I think potentially North American players are just don't have as much experience with, is that you do play a little bit different in best of 3. Like, we have 35 minutes, which is pretty much what we have for one game per round, and Adrian is going to have to try to win 2 games to get a chance there.
Yeah. But the most important part for Adrian here is that the dream is still alive.
It is.
That's huge. That is huge. So let's see if, of course, if you're Eric here, you're just one step closer to making into top 4 here. But let's see if Adrian can have something to say about that.
Yeah, and there's some like yeah, if he had a 2K right there, he would have won. I think that was or he would have been in a really good position to win that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he was just narrowly not there, and because of that, you want to be able to play out the game, but that extra 5-7 minutes to get to confirm that you lost game 1 can really impact you being able to commit to winning game 3. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we did see just Adrian right now hit the mulligan, not seeing possibly a brand new, I think really brand new is like probably one of the main things you can hit if you're going second. Now, remind me if I'm wrong. If you lose, do you get to choose who goes first or second?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So Adrian will get to decide, assumedly, to go second. It's such a good thing for this deck. So
yeah. Yep. And yes, yeah,
That's
Adrian
true.
choosing to go second.
Yeah.
Now, that's always such a thing to me, is that we ended up using the ability here to pitch the Great Eruption. Why not play it, draw an extra card, use the leader ability to then pitch it again?
I couldn't tell you. That seems like such a good idea.
Right? Doesn't that make kind of sense? I don't know.
Better, yeah. Like you get potentially double cycle, put 2 cards into your trash, but deciding to not to.
Yeah, just swinging 5K, and we see
That's
the
why
3
because
cost
you would
Hina.
have gotten the draw anyways with Hina, because you would have been out of it. But
That's true.
I don't know if that's a good reason.
It's just an observation.
You
know,
draw the
so
cards anyways. I don't know.
Yeah. So we are now down to 3 life. Adrian's now down to 3 life, and with 4 open Dawn, are we going to try to really pressure this removal of this Hina? I know that if it goes back to Eric's turn and Hina is still alive, a Great Eruption plus a Hound Blaze is 2 7Ks, and that's really good.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure going on to Adrian here, but let's see if we're going to drop. Okay, wow. Okay, so dropping the cost reduction here and just Hound Blazing it, not wanting anything to do with it, swinging huge 9K swing into life.
Sure. 9K to 8K, that makes the difference for it's but that's so expensive to get rid of only a Hina, right? That feels just so bad.
I mean, the question is, do you want to drop a 2K out of hand, or do you want to take 2 7Ks?
Oh man, I don't know.
Possibly. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Because I mean, like, you could have just like attacked. You could have done a 7K attack and then Hound Blaze, and I think they probably would have taken it anyways, right?
That's true. That's true.
Right?
That's
listen,
true.
I just
That's
look on
true.
this side of the table. I don't play Sakazuki.
Yeah.
They know things I don't, but
Wow.
0K attackers are still attackers.
Yeah. I mean, we just saw that from the last game. Something to know here: we have three cost Hinas in trash right now. for Adrian.
We do.
That's a lot of Hinas. So we're definitely not going to find any issues playing Rebecca, grabbing one back to use that ability. Sometimes we don't see a Hina, and if you're a Sakazuki player, that definitely does happen. But you will surely find them this game. So tapping one down here for another.
These Surus are on
Wow.
patrol. They're doing their job. All right, and playing a Rob Lucci.
Yeah, I mean, he said, "Look, you beat me last time with the 0 cost character. All right, I'm gonna set one up. So I'm gonna set one up for next game." And Adrian doing so. And with one active Dawn here, probably a 6k swing. Yeah, easy 6k swing going to life. That's a 2k counter. And Tashigi coming down.
All right. Well, what do we got? What do we got coming for us? We've got, I think, 7 Dawn. So, like, if they play a Borsellino right now, that's very rough. Very rough for Adrian.
Yeah. I mean, Eric still has to face all these Suros here, but yeah, the 7 cost Borsellino would do a ton of damage this turn if we do have one. So yeah, it looks like we might see that here, swinging possibly 5k into life. And honestly, I think that's a really good play. He's out of 2k counters. Adrian, obviously he dropped 2k counters.
Yeah, he's missing at least 2. Yeah, and
yeah.
He's got probably this weird mix of only Hinas and 2Ks at this point.
Yeah, exactly. So we do see a 5k swing going into life. Let's see if Adrian takes it. I think Adrian should counter this here. The issue is with Sakazuki is that every single card you have is a really good card. So sometimes you don't really have like extra counter. Like we just pitched a Rebecca, for a 1k counter, and obviously we'd rather play that Rebecca, but sometimes we don't have the cards in our hand to do so.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, we can also play our Surus out. That's cool.
Yeah.
And it gets rid of 2.
Gets rid of 2.
Yeah.
Really good, pretty good turn here. Setting up also a brand new. Brand news are obviously always threatening with a Hound Blaze. So yeah, pretty good so far. Coming in with Eric, and now Adrian needs to clap back here with 9 Dawn.
Yeah, because he's going to. No, I think he's going to 8 Dawn, right? Because he went second.
You're right. Yeah, he's at 8.
And they have, obviously, I think Eric has the better board. I think Adrian might have like 1 or 2 more cards in hand, but both at 2 life as well.
Man, we're pitching. We're using ability here to pitch another 2k. Another 2k at a hand to cycle. I'm very curious to see what Adrian's missing, because obviously when you use your ability, you're looking for a card. You're looking, okay, do I need cost reduction? Do I need another body? Maybe I'm missing a blocker. Very curious to see what Adrian's what he's looking for. So I'd imagine, I think I'd be completely okay swinging 6 into life and then dropping the 7 cost Borso. I think that's a very valid play, getting rid of the Lucci, having Eric having to deal with that 7 cost body on the board would be pretty good.
Well, he's been staring at this hand for quite a minute, and to be honest, you do not have a lot of time to waste. If you want to get to game 3 and win game 3, you gotta close out game 2 pretty quickly.
You're right. That's a very good point here. But using Great Eruption on that Lucci, we might see another Lucci if he has it. Swinging 5k into life, probably minusing 1 on that Lucci. Yep. Dropping it down to 1 cost, and Eric's gonna go ahead and taking it, going down to, I believe, 2 life now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I must have mislooked at the white blobs.
Yeah, so go ahead and drop that 7 cost Porcelain like I was mentioning before. And even though we have that 7 cost body on the board, we still have brand new on Eric's side, and that's a threat.
I mean, that Borsellino is just 2 moves away from Rebecca Hina with Houndblaze. You get rid of their Borsellino, and that brand new swinging at 6k.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean it's even possible that Adrian didn't have the Borsalino before he played the Great Eruption.
I
Since-
think it's very likely, yeah, that he drew it with the Great Eruption. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely could have been trying to play instead the Lucci instead, but found the Borsalino, which is in his mind a bit of a better target. So we'll see how it pays off. It also could have been a Hail Mary.
Yeah, it could have been.
It also could have been that. So
All right, so I think we used our own Great Eruption. We discard with leader effect. We have a 7k going in to lead, going down to a 4-cost Borsalino.
yeah, and it looks like Adrian is gonna take it here, dropping down to 1 life. And seeing the Rebecca coming down, we only have 2 active Dons, so I'd
Has to be
imagine we drop the
Houndblaze.
Hina.
Yeah.
Yep, Houndblaze for that brand new. I'd imagine here coming down. Yep.
Yeah. And this
Bottom
is
decking.
looking pretty dire for Adrian now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Adrian needs to see the Rebecca into Lucci combo this turn to keep up. You know, if he doesn't have one of those pieces, hopefully he has a Manchurian in hand so he can grab it, because obviously that's the perfect math with this 10 Dawn turn. And yeah, let's see here exactly what Adrian wants to do. Hopefully he does have it. This has been quite a bit of a rough game, but we see
There's the peel off, yeah.
Sanji's peel off coming out of hand with that leader ability. I wish it was on live.
I'm sure he does too.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. It's never been a huge fan of the peel off, but you know.
Yeah, I see it, like, even like people were playing in like Croc and Dofi at times, and I get why it looks good. Like it's usually never, like, if you're able to have the time to play it, you feel really good about it, but otherwise it's just stuck in hand, I feel like.
Yeah. 3 Dons, quite a few.
Yeah.
Good amount of down. So 5k swing here. I'm gonna go ahead and -1 onto the Hina. He's gonna go ahead and block it with the Rebecca. Pretty standard Sakazuki play here. And now, do we have the Rebecca into the Lucci as well?
Great
No.
Eruption.
Great Eruption. That will do it. Choosing a target. I didn't know that for the longest time. Great Eruption's ability is you draw the card, then you select the target.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Yeah, because you can depending on what you top deck, it might choose what you it might change your plays, right?
Oh. Yes.
Oh, finally. Okay, we've
Yes. Yes.
They're legends.
The revenge.
All right, so right now Suru can at least trade with brand new. Do you think we're gonna pump it up anymore, or like, what's the follow-up from here?
I think he's gonna pump it up a little bit more, because if he counters out of it, that would just feel really bad.
Yeah, your turn, 7 turns in the making, foiled.
Yes. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan. And yes, he counters out of it.
Saves the brand new.
He counters out of it. Oh my god, this is devastating if you're Adrian right now.
All right, is this the hard read? Are we gonna drop Rob Lucci, get rid of it anyways? Nah, just the Porcelino.
No. Passing turn with 1 active. I mean, 1 card active. That has to have been a mistake, right? I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah.
I don't. That could have been an extra Dawn onto the 0.
If they had Rob Lucci though to just clear board anyways, that would have been a great play. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, it was not in their cards, and
We see the Houndblaze bottom decking the Borsalino, swinging a huge swing here. 6k into life, possibly plus the 3.
a rare trigger.
I see. Oh, getting rid of the brand new. It's 0 into the 0. Okay, and now we have a 9k.
And we technically live another turn, but I don't know what we're doing with it.
Yeah, I mean, with one card in hand, we draw one card, plus the cycle. What are we hoping for? I mean, Rebecca Borsalino to survive one more turn?
That this is actually a 3 out of 5. Like that's honestly the only thing I can think of. Like it's rough. I think Adrian was really greedy with his early plays, which if it paid off, it would, but it just you don't even find anything brand new.
That 10 cost Kaido.
Yeah, that is
and
it.
Eric takes it. That was a pretty I think for a mirror match, a swift 2-0 coming in from Eric.
Yeah, I could see that this could be a real grind between the two, but honestly, I think the choices for Eric was more consistency than really tech from what I've seen, and it pays off.
Yeah, I didn't see any special tech coming at all from Eric. Right, we just the simple, the clean. The most we saw was the 3 cost Hina, right? Or Hina. So yeah.
Well, that is this match. We two of them have finished already. We've got table 1 left, so let's jump over there real quick. All right, let me get those in. And so we've got Michael on the top there, who's got the correct setup with not 1 but 2 Eggman dice. And additionally, winning top 16 or getting to top 16, you do get some exclusive 2024 Eggman Tournament Series dice that I'm really happy to give out. They're this really like oceany blue, and then they have like this gold on the pips. It's they look really, really nice. So you get some packs too, whatever, but those dice,
that's the real.
That is the prize. You can't buy those. No, sir.
That's almost worth it on its own, right?
And,
this man's seen you twice in person, right? There's no way you gave him 2 on accident.
I know Michael enough that I would give him a second, perhaps, if he had asked for a second one. Unrelated, shoutouts to Elgato for all the support of the stream and equipment I've gotten, which perhaps Michael maybe works out. I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, but we do have Michael at the top there playing Enel. And we also have, then on the bottom, we have Eric, who we saw last match as well, with the cat Sakazuki.
So, easy start, just a brand new into, we'll see, like, what's a turn 3 play for Enel? Just attack for 8, get that life early. Yeah, I feel like the Enel matchup, you want to go second. Like, does Sakazuki want to go second in general, and Enel doesn't care? I feel like Enel doesn't care.
Enel doesn't care that much, but he does want to take away the turn 2 curve away from Sakazuki for sure.
Yeah. So I'm gonna play Kuzan. Yeah, I've been seeing Kuzan. Is that's not necessarily like staple as of like 2 weeks ago. Like if we were in a world 2 weeks ago with the Californian,
I would say it's
events,
an average of like 2 per deck, no more than that.
I feel like people are upping it because I'm seeing a lot, and it's just it's like so powerful when you get to play it. Not to mention the draw, I feel like is a card undervalued. Especially like I've been preaching for a while now that like playing 4-cost characters against Sakazuki and like in a world where you're expecting to play against Sakazuki is so important. Anything less than that, that's why like Perospero doesn't feel as good, and anything like that.
Yeah, and I've played this matchup quite a bit in these last 5 days, and it was something that I found that I felt pretty confident at the beginning of the week, and then I started playing against players who knew the matchup, and then it felt impossible. So I definitely am really interested to see how Michael approaches this matchup. And a Thunderbolt, get rid of the Kuzan and just being really pressure heavy. That's really cool.
That's powerful. I mean, the Kuzan would just dominate your board after a while, right? With that single card, you'll be able to get rid of any 5-drop easily, any 6-drop even.
Yeah, and like normally what I do is I don't like to hit the first turn or 2 just because I want to try to get like a really good Gadatsu on a 4-drop. But it looks like he's not caring, and you can still use Gadatsu on a brand new next turn, which is nice. So I think that's some pretty good value for you too.
That is a big mistake that I see a lot of people not do, is answer the brand new once it's like sideways in some way, because like people seem to not respect the fact that you could just Hound Blaze and it's going to cost you another card to either answer that attack or it's going to be another life that you take. It's just you need to get rid of everybody from Sakazuki. You can't just leave like a singular body that can get hound blazed into your face.
Yeah, like 2-drops are just more powerful now, and we've seen so many cards with base power of 0 just do damage this tournament that it really is more important about how many attacks you get and not necessarily how big they are when they start.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're gonna go into Hina or Rebecca into Hina into getting rid of that Satori pretty easily with a Hound Blaze attack. But now we're at the 1 life filtering for Enel. We're gonna use 2 Dawn, leaving us with 5. That's not 5. Great. We want to.
If we've got Gadatsu, which I believe.
If we got Gadatsu, we can get rid of a brand new, which is huge. And we will block. Oh, we might not block. I also approve, like, I've noticed that Sakazuki players are like flipping their leader to show that they've used their effect or not, the draw effect.
I've been seeing that too. It's been really amusing.
Yeah, I approve of that. That's great. So 5 down left. So yeah, it's either Gadatsu or maybe we have an Ohm coming up. Ohm would be nice.
Looks like it is. A Sanji.
Sanji.
That's a little.
That doesn't feel as good. Yeah,
it's a little less good.
Like, hopefully we can like either eat up a block with it or something, because it's just probably we haven't seen a Lucci yet, so it probably is going to get answered pretty quickly. And oh yeah, Barcelona works too.
Yes, it sure does. And like that's like why it just feels so bad, because like sometimes Sakazuki's like, I don't even want to play a card because I know that they get to answer it and gain tempo, right?
Yeah, feels so bad. And now we're gonna start looping. Oh, it's Ashura. Look at top 5.
Yeah, and so you can decide which one you resolve first, either Shura or the leader ability.
Interesting.
So if you had 0 cards in hand, you could resolve Shura second, because the Enel is not a cost to discard a card; it's just to resolve the effect.
We're gonna discard a Thunderbolt, giving that up, and tagging for 6 into life. We have to start defending now.
Yeah.
Leader effect to pitch. Oh, we're gonna give up a Lucci.
And I think we're going to 9, so Yamato would be great here. We'd be able to get rid of the Hina, go back up to 2 life, and have a big 9 cost body on the board. But as we've seen, those big cost bodies do not last very long.
Yeah. If we can get into a place where we're like dropping one after another, we might be fine. And then we're just gonna attack 5 into Hina, and we're gonna give it up, believing that the Yamato is coming down, which there we go, came down, and get rid of brand new, get rid of 2 bodies, easy.
Yeah, and for Enel specifically, it's less about how big the bodies are, but again, like as we said, how many bodies can attack. Because if you don't have 2 attacks, then you do not hurt Enel that turn.
Yeah, I feel like there was a world where like if we didn't have the Yamato, we did have 10 million volts, so the Shura could have gone in for 5, Enel could have gone in, and we could have rested a brand new and still cleared board, just wouldn't have gotten that extra heal. We take the life we healed from Yamato, and then we pass.
Yeah,
we just plays hand drop and pass. Interesting, we chose to only not counter out of the simple 5k. But this dragon's gross. It's gonna be
when I hit the board, I feel like I've just lost.
Yeah, I mean, at least we do have a 9-drop body answering the board, and if we have another one or a Katakuri, we have another one.
Yeah.
So now we're actually in a really good spot. Like Sakazuki's gonna have to attempt to either clear the sideways Yamato through battle, and then combo off on the other one, or set up some blockers. But I feel like with that hand size, we're probably just gonna combo off in a grotesque way.
All right, so 10 Dawn available, 2 larger bodies to start attacking with. And what Yeah, I mean, if you can maybe defend the Yamato from like the Kaido if they don't put any Dawn underneath it with what 2Ks, but
Yeah,
it's tough.
but it would. I feel like it would be worth it. All right.
You
Well, I mean,
would,
depends on how
yeah.
much down they commit, and then
If they didn't have the Borsalino, it would be 100% worth it.
fair. But I like as the Enel, I think you're sitting here. I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, you committed this much Dawn to the Kaido, and then you have to commit that much Dawn to the Borsalino. That's a lot of less. That's like a lot of less Dawn to do with my standing Yamato, maybe.
Yeah,
But they could very easily just have Ice Age, I guess.
And real quick, so I'm reading that he attacked Sakazuki into Yamato, not wanting to give them down to 1 life because it just gives them a lot of value. And then we're reducing the other Yamato, so we can potentially get like the double clear.
Yes.
That plays around 200 million volts very well. That plays around you playing another Yamato and getting, technically a free card draw. I think Eric's making some really good plays, and this as the Enel player, I'm like, oh man, they know what's going on. I can't. My smoke and mirrors are no longer working. I'm in trouble.
Oh no! All right, so we've minus. I believe it's all 9 now, so it's a 0.
Yep, and now we can Hound Blaze on. It looks like Borsalino. You get rid of this, so now we have an 11k body, a 12k Kaido, and we are going for that Yamato. And
we're just gonna give it up.
Yeah.
And then we just don't attack, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, we keep him at 2 so we don't get 200 million volts. So that Rebecca's a little bit more powerful. And yeah, I think Eric knows this matchup very well. And as the Enel player, that's very upsetting.
Oh, no.
How dare they play around my cards? How dare they?
You guys make it look so easy.
Uh-huh.
And Enel is favored. At least the word on the street is always that Enel beats Sakazuki, and then Sakazuki beats Luffy, right? Do I have that correct? And then Luffy beats.
If we're averaging on the bell curve of Sakazuki players, yes, but we are on a couple deviations from the middle of this bell curve at this point, and I think Eric is doing a very good job into this matchup.
Yeah. It shows. I mean, with 10 Dawn, we just used up 2 Yamatos. The likelihood of us having doesn't look like we have a third. And yeah, we're just gonna attack 7 into Hina or life.
At this point, life.
Yeah, no, I agree. Getting them down to 0 is pretty important. It looks like we just counter out. Might have been life. Could have been Hina.
And yep, and a Enel rush card. So this is swinging for 7 now. Just an easy block that one, and go back to Eric. Yeah.
So now, as Sakazuki, what do you think their play is? Wait, at least pressure the Enel to trash 1 life, and then go for life, or try to actually just clear the Enel.
So I mean, like the good point with Enel is that you can go down to 1 life if you need to. But I think they're gonna be able to get rid of the Shura and the Enel in 1 swoop this turn.
They should by now have a Lucci after pitching 2, or maybe they just don't value the Lucci and just have other ways to clear it. The deck is looking pretty schmo though. All right.
Yeah.
Sakazuki effect, pitching a Hina, blue Hina.
Yeah, sometimes the game plan is to deck them out. I never successfully do it, but at least it feels like I'm doing something.
It feels good. Oh man, this Kaido. It's just yellow has such a hard time dealing with bodies, and then watch Sakazuki deal with it endlessly. It's so amusing. So this is definitely game 1 of our best of 3 semifinals.
Unsure for how long it's going to continue to be game 1, but we are in game 1 for sure.
So I believe we did attack life, and now we're going to attack into the Enel. Not going to trash the life. Interesting. Opting not to counter out of a 5k attack. Just I guess hopefully guaranteeing that we're at 0 life is nice.
Yeah,
Or 1 life.
it's so tempting as an L because you're like, oh, it could be so many things. Like what's in the box, and then you get it's nothing. It's a 1K counter.
Yeah.
I guess if it's a home or holy, I'm like, why did I get this as my gift?
Why are we here?
Mm-hmm.
Ensure to the bottom. Hound Blaze, I would imagine the Hina.
Yeah, I think you can be a little bit greedy here now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you might even be able to set Enel to 0 here. No trigger. Oh, has there been no triggers other than that one Shura, or was there a Thunder? I believe there was.
I don't think there's been a Thunderbolt. I think he hard played the Thunderbolt from hand.
Yeah. Oh, he did. Yeah. And then we're gonna get rid of 10 million volts for the Enel effect, and then attack with our 10 drop.
Yeah.
Finally a trigger.
I
Oh,
was
what kind
thinking,
of trigger?
I mean, it can't be beige because they wouldn't be thinking. It's probably 200 million volts.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, it's a Satori.
Okay, all right.
A body on board.
You do have okay. That could be enough.
For game, you mean?
It can be 100% with 1 card left
Yeah.
in life. It's a huge mountain to overcome, but you now have a chance.
Yeah, and you can. I think this is like you don't get another turn after this.
You do not. No.
So, oh man, with the cards in hand, I believe Sakazuki still probably has like 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, they've got like 6 or 7. So I mean, you can do a 9 and 11. You can do 2 10s if you have any. If you have 1 copy of 200 million volts. Oh, it's just a 9. Yeah, so they're going
9.
9, then 11. And he's. There's just so many cards in hand.
I think we bait it, right? If I'm Sakazuki, I take it, and then I'm like, all right,
11.
I'm like,
Can we get
11? Yeah.
there?
Yeah, we get there.
Oh yeah,
Two-
yeah. Okay,
we get there
With
easily.
three tournament
And then we
pack
stick it up.
Toshigis and a brand new.
Maybe we shouldn't have pitched the. You think the extra 1K from 10 million votes could have changed it? I mean, the hands that like. depends, I
No,
guess.
because like he could have gone. I mean, unless he just top decked that
Mhm.
Toshigi off life. Even if he could have gone out of the 9K. I think he was just baiting, which meant
Yeah.
that I would believe Eric is a smart enough player to know that he could have also gone out of the. Enough
Right.
dice.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just Quick maths, and then you're good.
Probably not very concise, but you get the gist.
Mm-hmm.
But we are going to game number 2, and again, Eric is ahead 1-0. Eric did go second, though, in that match, I believe, right?
Yeah, the Sakazuki, yes.
Yes, yeah. So I think that is pretty important. And I'll see. It'd be interesting to see if Michael takes that away from him on game 2. I think you should.
You think you should? I mean, it's nice. I feel like the nice thing about going second as Enel is you do have a turn 1 play if you find the Shura, whereas otherwise you don't have a turn 1 play at all. You don't run any 1-drops, as far as I'm aware. Neither does Sakazuki. Well, I mean you do, but you don't play them like that.
Yeah.
So, and then you're okay. Yeah, no, we'll see. It'll be interesting. I don't know. It's like I've been seeing a lot of Enels this tournament running the 4-drop Rush Katakuri, which is a card I've liked since the beginning, since the beginning of Yellow, I should say, just because again like errant Rush in your deck is something that will always keep your opponent guessing and having to plan around if they see it once, and if they don't plan around it, that's how you get them. Just leaves them in shambles sometimes, and then you get to peek at your life sometimes as a Enel too, which is not something you get to do inherently like a Katakuri would be able to do. And that amount of power is also very valuable because you're always trying to casino into a good trigger or something early.
Yeah, my favorite thing about this card game is that you are incredibly rewarded for knowing the card pool that exists right now, and for knowing what the extension of your opponent is, what they're able to do. And, if essentially playing as your opponent on their turn, you get a lot of value from that. So being able to reward that, I think, is really, really fun in this card game.
Yeah, I've said multiple times. I think out of many card games, I feel like One Piece is one of the most competitive ones. I mean, people probably scoff at that considering how like
Oh, it's only been out
Casino
for a
Yellow can
year.
be.
Yeah, or like it hasn't
That
been around
too.
for a while. But yeah, but
Um,
I agree with you. Like it does
Yeah.
feel at a high level like you are making active decisions constantly. There's you feel like
Mhm.
you're playing the game and the game's not playing you.
and a lot of little mistakes will like even one mistake can be the thing that costs you a game, and the difference between making and not making that mistake will win you tournaments.
Yeah, and it does happen, but I feel like it's rarer than other games where it's like no matter what I did, I lost. There's always a chance for something new, or even if I did lose, no matter what, you know, it's
Something about your build could have been different.
build could have been different,
Exactly.
or like even if it stinks to lose against yellow, to be able to tell yourself, oh, if I made the right plays based on the presented stuff, and if they didn't have that one card in their life, I would have won, right? It feels bad I lost, but to know that I made the right play outside of that is rewarding in itself.
Absolutely, and we're gonna get Ohm on curve, which is like pretty dope. Do we find Holy though? Doesn't look like it. Oh,
We do.
Ah,
We got a
do
good
that.
boy.
Yeah.
Got a good boy in hand.
Not quick, and we use that one to play, not revealing if we have one in hand or not.
Which
Smart.
is the smart way to do it.
We caught somebody slipping earlier today. They were using different art Bonnies, and then they returned one and then played a different one.
Oh,
I
okay.
was like, well, now I know.
Okay, when you said that, I'm like, oh my gosh, did someone cheat? And I'm learning about it now live on stream. But no, I
Oh
get
no!
it.
Oh god, no! Uh-oh.
They're like, they had one Bonnie and then they had two. I don't know how it happened. No, but yeah, that's why in rare exceptions, I always have to use one of the same art because I don't want to give that free info away.
Exactly. And stuff like that matters, especially in a game where you're constantly counting your opponent's hand side.
Yeah.
Right? 5 at life. Clean 5 at life. Oh, another clean 5 at life. Oh man. And Ohm is now active, right? Yeah, 2 or less we have the 6K. So we're going for 8 into life. I imagine into the Borsalino now that it's yeah. Letting off the gas pedal though feels bad. Oh, into a second Ohm. Do we have the dog? Oh, I saw it. I peeped it.
You got some dog sense. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Still don't know if we have one in hand, but
Yeah.
that's pretty good. That's like this is the best turn for turn 2, turn 3 you can ask for from Enel, I think.
It's very good. Rob Lucci can do some work against it, but it does depend on finding some great eruptions or you know, using an Ice Age inefficiently to get rid of it, but you got a lot of good tempo.
Attack goes 3 correctly or something. This brand new might come and bite you though. It's crazy how much damage. Like we used to, you mentioned it earlier, like the Otama's going in or and it's
Sure,
so funny.
Hoshi's, Shura's, bunch of things right now.
Brand news just are going in for game nonstop, more than any other a Sorcher or Weenie, we'll call him. So Sakazuki probably mapping out his turn. We're gonna play a Suru, and then imagine that goes into it, yeah, because then leader effect can go into one of the standing holy, and then that's a free. Oh, we're just gonna Hound Blaze it. Okay, same thing.
All right, so this is. Do you think we put the 3 on the leader or 3 on the brand new? I'm guessing it's 3 on the leader.
I would want to believe the brand new unless we're going for board with this attack. But we also didn't commit any 2K.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It looks like it was at the Ohm. Yep.
Yep.
And then a second one.
Oh, goodbye, Holy.
Goodbye.
And then brand new into Ohm again.
It might be into Holy because that one's a little bit harder to defend.
Yeah. Either way, I think you try to defend it. And
Double. Okay, wherever. Yeah, we got out of it. Yeah, extra 3K.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
So it must have been.
That gets rid so much.
Mm-hmm.
That's half the Hound Blazes. That's a Suru off the board that you have to worry about. It took 3 cards to do a lot of this, and you still have a board afterwards. That's kind of huge.
Yeah, and so we were able to get out of the brand new. We got a lot of tempo in our hand. We got 7. this surely is gonna go down to 2, and then I think we're at 7
Katakuri,
Dawn.
maybe?
Oh, Enel.
Oh,
Push
Enel.
them down to
That's
1.
good.
Push him down to 1. All right, this is the tempo that Michael needs.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a lot of resources from Eric. Is a lot of resources from Michael too, but I think Michael's ahead right now.
Absolutely. With just on board, like you can to get rid of and Holy, you're gonna need your leader effect gets Holy in range of a Lucci. But you still need to find another way to get off the board, and then you have nothing for you potentially that would one Lucci would get rid of those 2 bodies, and then you don't have enough necessarily to get rid of the Enel character.
Yeah, so we're swinging 7 at the Holy, making the cost 3. Yeah, we're gonna Borsalino there, but like you've got 1 life, no blockers, and like 3 or 4 cards in hand. You can just hit twice and see what happens.
Yeah, I kind of agree. And you're at 10 Dawn.
Yeah.
So
that's 15 plus 7. So you
just go
can
10,
do
12?
Yeah, I think you can do that. You can do 2 11, so probably 10 12. Yeah, 10 12.
Yeah. Oh, we're just gonna go 7.
7. Okay.
See what happens. Force him to use 2 cards. Keep it slow, I guess. That makes sense.
I mean, if they have another Enel in hand.
2 2Ks. That's huge.
Oh, that's
that's
very
knowledge.
telling.
But I feel like we should be using this Dawn for a different play then, if that was our gambit.
Yeah, because I think he's got like 2 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, if they have another Enel, I think they just got it.
Oh, true.
But I probably would have made it a 9K.
Yeah, I would have committed a little more Dawn to that. Definitely I think we were spot on with the 10-12.
Yeah.
We take the 7 and then
Katakuri, probably the Borsalino away. Yeah, that's fine. It ruins their tempo, and it's going to be really hard to remove both bodies. But I don't hate this. This is fine.
Yeah, this is all right.
This is all right.
And now they have to find a way to get not rid of only the and now they have to get rid of Katakuri, which is a 7 and an 8, which might just be way too much.
I
probably can get rid of 1.
Yeah, I would think it was a bit too much to ask for to set up blockers and everything else, and knowing your last life is dead for defense.
Yeah. All right.
He's scooping it up.
Scoop it up. There. Smart. Sometimes these games can go long, and why drag it out an extra turn or 2 when it's inevitable, and you can have all this time in game 3 to really think out every play you need to.
Yeah, and this matchup can be a grind, so having a full 30 for that I think is the right play. But yeah, that is Michael. I think saw everything he needed to do. Getting the double dog was fantastic.
That was great.
And
having the right amount of counter too to protect it during that one turn, because the board could have been easily cleared.
Yeah.
That might have been the minor misstep from Sakazuki though, because they went into the Ohm twice, where they could have potentially just gone into
the Holy twice. Yeah.
The Holy, either the Holy twice or the Holy once, and just kind of see. I go for the thing that is a little harder to defend.
And the other thing is that they left the Enel player at 2 pretty quickly, which you want that pressure, but then Ohm gets so much value making those 6Ks, right?
Yeah, which they just had.
Yeah, which they just had.
So Sakazuki will go second according to the script, and yeah.
And we still have on table 1, we have a purple Luffy mirror match. I'm not sure what game they're on right now. Let me ask head judge Nico real quick on that. But I do know if Enel is able to get to the finals, purple Luffy is such it is so rough.
I've been conversing with Enel players here and there, and that I think one of the key secrets, not secrets, I guess, just key things is I think there is value in going first as the Enel player in that matchup.
Oh, I say the opposite, but that's fine.
Really? So the logic for me is the worst thing about that matchup is the Magellan, right?
Yes, I agree.
And I guess if you're Katakuri, I'm thinking more in terms of Katakuri, but I kind of lump yellow together.
Sure.
Whereas one Magellan doesn't necessarily put you off curve, 2 does if you're going first. If you're going second, 1 Magellan's enough to put you off everything.
Yeah, my mentality is that Enel is really more of an odd curve, and so
Oh, I see.
going
Okay.
going down from even to odd, you're fine with doing that, and it puts them kind of like a little bit behind on Dawn and cards, so you generally feel
Okay.
better about it. But
Makes sense.
you still like if you see Magellan, you are already like, oh my goodness, what? Why is he here? He's gonna attack at me every turn, and I cannot get rid of it.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, so yeah, Sakazuki wins second, like we predicted, and now what 3-drop plays do we have? We just Shura and then attack for 6 is the ideal here.
Yeah, if you have a holy, sometimes I just play it because
Where? There you go.
worst case, yeah, and yeah, deciding not to attack. So this will prevent them from really playing anything. If you want to like attack, then Rob Lucci to get rid of the holy, you get Gadatsu'd right back.
Mm-hmm.
So not too shabby. Not seeing brand new from Sakazuki is a good first sign that you have a chance to win this matchup.
That's fair. Getting through that. I mean, I think that's something that's very undervalued is the fact that Sakazuki essentially draws 2 every turn with a little bit of filter, and they want to use they need to use their grave anyway for a lot of their effects. So like, just being able to see more cards through your deck is just gonna make you win.
Yeah, it's so wild that Black went from a deck that was like you had to like really double down on your value to you are seeing your value now. Like it's just like you went from going -1 to just +0 all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's because I feel like it was a lot of because of that there was a key switch in how they were designing the Black archetype in general. Was we went from I have to like the Sakazuki, right? I have to discard a card to KO your card. And then on top of that, if I want to KO something bigger, now I need Ice Age or Meteor Volcano or, Kuzan on board already. So, but now Lucci, instead of using your hand as a resource to fuel your KOing effects, you're using your grave. And that is a way better, way to, get everything done without just kind of losing out everything.
Yeah, and so Michael was able to do the play of so did some pressure with the Holy and Leader, played Gadatsu, and are we doing yeah, I think we're gonna clear a board here with a combination of Hina from Rebecca and then Houndblaze to get rid of this. And now we have an 8k going into that Holy, and yeah, we don't want to save it either. That's so
painful.
disgusting.
So no. Oh man. So we're going into our 7-Dawn turn. Maybe we can. Okay, we're debating on using Sakazuki effect. Probably means we like our hand, but and our grave is stacked anyway, so we're good.
Yeah. But okay, just getting rid of a Great Eruption, which probably means they have another one in hand.
Yeah, or an Ace Age.
Yeah.
So we're at 7-Dawn. Our best play is like starter deck. Big Mom, 7-drop Big Mom would be nice.
Gadatsu again would be fine because we can get rid of the Hina and then 7k attack.
Would you get rid of the? Would you be better off getting rid of the Rebecca? Oh, and then Enel.
Unfortunately, we cannot because they're at 3 life now. So yeah.
Okay, my bad. Yeah.
But deciding just to attack into the Hina 5 into 5, they take it, and then 7 with Enel. And my opinion is probably that I might not know for sure. That might be their only Hina in their trash. So I think they're saying, you know what, let's put it in there in case we need to again. Because honestly, like Rebecca Houndblaze into this Enel would be pretty nice again.
Yeah, Houndblaze. But we already we've gone through how many? 2? Or just 1 Houndblaze? I think it's just 1.
I think we've only gone through 1 this game.
Okay, Kuzan into what? Maybe an Ice Age? We're just gonna Borsalino and we're gonna wall up.
Yeah.
We need to answer this Kuzan. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we sure do. And so we have a couple ways to do it. Thunderbolt, which is pretty expensive. We have if we just play Yamato on curve, it's 2 life apiece, so that we'll be able to get rid of a 4-drop.
Yep.
So I think that's fine. I don't think I think Eric's smart enough to not put you to 1 willy-nilly either. So
just play the Yamato now if you have it.
Yeah. And yep, that is it.
Yeah, you called it. All right, play the Yamato, and then would have been better to attack first, maybe?
No, because if they take the hit, you can't get rid of it anymore.
Ah, fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think Eric would take that pretty quickly.
Yeah. Now we go down to 1 on Sakazuki, but our board's pretty all right with the Kuzan gone. You know, we have the blocker on board, but we double blocker on board even.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good cards on board. If we try to get rid of the Enel, we go down to 1 life, which means that 200 million volts is online.
Now we're just resting things left and right at that point.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
it's okay. I mean, 2 blockers gives you the ammunition for it.
Yeah, you're safe, but
if you got Thunderbolt and 200 million volts, you are eating so good right now as Enel. You get so much pressure.
Oh, well, let's see it then.
Because you can put yourself to 1, get rid of the Rebecca, and then 200 million volts, and then you've got some hefty swings.
Oh yeah. Oh, but that hand size is so huge. Oh my god.
Yeah, but you really gotta know that half those cards don't have counter, right?
Right. A lot of them are events. A lot of them are like Kuzans and Luccis and.
All right, we don't have
7. Ah, dang. So what is our play? Another Yamato? That can't be enough. All right. 2K, 1K gets us out. 7 one more time. 2K, 1K.
And I guess what? Maybe another Enel?
Another
8K?
Enel going
Okay.
8.
That's still a lot of pressure. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they've
And
decimated
2K,
that
that
hand.
works?
Yeah, and another 9K. And then Rebecca, yeah.
Okay. Dang. Maybe we should have attacked. I think either way we block Rebecca with the Yamato.
Yeah. Oh man, but if they had Thunderbolt 200 million though, oh man, it would have been such a good play.
That would have been gross. And you just go life with all those, right?
Yeah, you do, because I think
Who would be the Volts target? Your leader?
probably. Yeah, it doesn't really matter from there, I don't think.
Gotcha.
But yeah, double Enel is still pretty good. These are going to be really difficult to remove. And I think Michael has enough cards in hand that he can defend Yamato from doing this. And if you do try to get rid of these Enels, you're going down to 1 life, and that Borsalino is doing nothing if there's 200 million volts.
That's true. Top life could even, and we still haven't seen. I don't believe we saw any triggers out of Enel yet this game. So
I do not believe as well.
So there's still room for some Beiges, some Thunderbolts in life, some Sanjis. We know we're running. We know we're running all of those. Tendon, you got your dragon. You're gonna go big, and you're gonna go into the Yamato for, was this 14?
14. So 3 2Ks can save it, and you run so many 2Ks, I would not be surprised if Michael has it.
Oh, but we're giving it
he
up.
Does not.
Oh no, and that's and that was the best play, was to protect it right with that.
Yeah.
I guess you could be afraid of just like another full send of Dawn, but I don't know. Oh, but this one's into life.
Oh, sure.
And we got a Shura.
Oh, if this finds a 200 million volts, again, you are very happy.
But then your opponent would know about it and be able to play around it. And then we're gonna minus 1 of the Enels.
Yeah.
Pick the pretty one, whichever one you define as pretty.
You know, he's like, no, I paid money for that one. I gotta keep that one around. Just a 2K.
We're gonna just get a 2K. Unfortunate. And we're gonna play Rebecca. Oh, we're gonna just probably full combo here. Pick up. Yeah. Oh no, we're gonna pick up this Tashigi.
Tashigi, yeah.
Play Tashigi? Oh no, we're gonna play another Hina.
Give the -2 that, but we still have the protection effect. So, but you can Rob Lucci with the Shura. Yeah, this is really dangerous still. Because you know that these 2 Enels are gonna stay around. Yep. Oh, and you didn't get rid of the Shura either. And then we're gonna use the because they're both at 2 cost.
Oh yeah, right. One has to be 1.
All right.
5
cards in hand for Eric. If you have 200 million volts, I
volts.
think you just go for it. I think you get the game.
What do you need? You need like maybe Thunderbolt 2 million volts gets you even better.
Thunderbolt will probably win it as well. 200 million volts in my mind cements it.
Oh, I see. Because you rest the Borsalino.
Oh, but we don't have it still. Oh, that is
Even with the Shura, the draw, and before it's probably the heal.
Oh, 5.
Attack 5. Counter out. Oh, with a 2k. It's knowledge. 7.
Probably just block with Rebecca.
Yeah. What's our plan with this Dawn? We haven't committed any Dawn yet. So maybe another Enel? Or Katakuri. Yamato's up for grabs. Going to 2 life's huge.
And we can still get there with 200 million volts.
Fair. Maybe saving it for the end.
Maybe. I mean, we can Yamato here. We can use the effects of a Katakuri to perhaps put our own Shura back. I don't know if that's worth it.
Sure. I mean, if our out is trying to dig until we see a 2 million volts, getting another 5 search is not the worst thing.
That's fair. I'm not sure if they're going to give it to you because I think they're going to these Enels are going to steal the cards from it, but
fair. We're gonna count up some grave. Hopefully, like trying to count any potential 2Ks or combo pieces for the defense.
Oh, he's got so many cards in hand. So many cards in hand, and nothing seems to be the ones to push for the win right now.
Yeah. All right, so. Man, what are we thinking? Maybe some Sanjis, some blockers. Oh, that's 2. Oh, we have the 10 million gold. Oh, put it on the Shura.
Okay, all right. So
Shura for oh my god, 5 plus 9. Yeah.
So yeah, so 9, and then we have exactly enough. That's 3 2Ks.
And then we still have 4 Dawn available.
I mean, we can get rid of the Kaido if we want, if we have another 200 million volts. We can get rid of any card on the board right now if we're afraid of losing.
The 4 Dawn could be used for a Sanji blocker, but then you're just losing, right? I mean, with only 1 card in hand, but no, you're sitting at only air quotes 2 life. Dang.
Yeah, it's hard to say what numbers are best there.
Yeah, and we're just gonna attack 7.
Yeah,
into the Hina.
Why Hina?
Guaranteed KO. Probably just like the guarantee playing around it being a 2K maybe. Should have been like I kind of agree with you. Should have been Borsalino maybe, and we're gonna leave 4 Dawn up.
Yeah, what are we doing with this Dawn?
Oh no. Gonna Sakazuki effect. So we have what 3 cards in our hand to combo off with.
Yeah, we still have a healthy hand, but this is really getting down to it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is tough.
Yeah, I think getting rid of Borsalino was probably the play.
And just hope it wasn't a 2K.
I mean, do we have 4 Althors in our hand? Like, why do we have 4 Dawn open, I guess?
Yeah, I guess I see. You could have committed a couple more Dawn to guarantee the Borsalino.
Yeah.
Maybe it is 4 Althors, though. You know, we're attacking for 9.
Michael would know. I would not. All right, another Shura.
Last life is Shura. Yamato, Thunderbolt. Oh, we see everything, and it's a whiff. He whiffed.
Oh, no. That's really rough.
Oh, that's awful. Pitch. Okay, pitch a no counter card. Fair. All right, so we have 3 attacks, no blocks.
All right.
Bottom deck Ashura. Just be efficient with our Dawn for the rest of the game. We're gonna attack. I imagine with the Houndblaze went on to the Sakazuki.
Yeah. All right.
We counter out.
You counter out.
2 more attacks to deal with.
I
Like
don't.
4 Dawn.
You're not. It's so close.
Yeah, it is very close.
I think you just have to put all 9 Dawn or like make a 9k attack with your Borsalino and just pray that the card in life is not a good trigger and they don't have an Thor. That's pretty much all I can think of right now.
Yeah, but leaving 4 Dawn up. Oh, that like if it's not like obviously it wasn't for obviously at that point it's not for 4 Thors, right? But like, you're right. We probably with this 4 Dawn we could have attacked into the Lucci, gotten rid of a 6k body, or into the Borsalino, gotten rid of a blocker for the crackback.
Yeah, because you can't get rid of anything. Because then if like either you lose the Enel and they know they can get out of a big enough swing. Okay.
Oh, they could go for the Enel. All right, so we're just gonna play
Rebecca
defensive.
For 4.
Oh, double
Force.
Borsalino.
Okay, if you have another 200 million volts, you get this.
All right. Show me 2 million volts.
I don't know if it's the 4 Dawn Open is just a mind game,
Oh man, yeah.
but it seemed to have maybe worked. We've seen
Now, yeah, because now we're staring down 2 blockers. Had it been, you know, that had been a Hina instead. Ugh.
Yeah, but we are out of cards as Sakazuki. we can afford to go board. And
Oh, true.
And just go for it.
Like, what's stopping? Yeah, like what's stopping Enel from? 10 million volts, and then instead of going for life, no. If you have 10 million volts, you go for life. But otherwise, I think you go for board, right?
Yeah, because you can 10 million volts. Yeah, I don't know. It's so tough. Like I don't know why it's always finals, right? It's when people are thinking like of a million things, but they're also exhausted. So the play lines get really wacky very quickly, right? I'm like, how did we get here, right? What ended up getting to this spot right here?
Yeah. Do you just Yamato, or I feel like you like Enel? I feel like if you have 8-drop Katakuri, now's the time to play it.
Classic. All right. Yeah. Board clear it is.
That's 1 body.
And then
Enel into life. No trigger. Should have been into the Kaido unless we have a 9. Okay.
Yeah. Sure. That's fine. That will kind of buy you another turn.
That's a play. Yeah. Sakazuki with 1 card in hand. They have opportunity to use effect. Can't necessarily clear bodies, so that's good.
Getting rid of the Borsalino
might be the difference in the whole game, right?
Yeah, and now there are 3 opportunities to get beige, to get Sanji, to get something to interact, and all 4 of these attacks have to go in for you to win. Yep.
Any single one not being enough is over. And you're giving up your defenses at that point too.
Yeah,
right?
like you. It's such a close game. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Making the right choice in my mind.
Fair enough. Oh wait, no, taking it back. 1, 2.
He heard like Eggman agreed with it. Okay, it must be the wrong play.
No, we're losing that.
But Eggman can't be right. That's wild.
No, tests. He's worried about his fancy lights in the back.
He doesn't know how a dimmer works.
Oh no!
I called out on my birthday. Wow, crazy.
Not your birthday yet, homie. Slow down. Counting up cards in the grave just to see, counting up 2Ks. I feel like we haven't seen too many 2Ks. Maybe I'm full of it. Oh, all right, that's 8. Oh, we take. Yikes! No trigger. Unfortunate. 8 again. Surely we count out at this one.
We
no.
surely would like to.
I mean, there's a world where we bait it, right? Like that's always like the fun gambit.
Mm-hmm. All right, 9. Last chance.
No
last
way.
chance. Oh,
Not the
don't.
trigger.
Oh no! Every time.
Every time, bro.
Every
No
time.
way.
Could
Oh
never
my
not be him.
God.
Can we get
Oh
a
my
hearty
goodness.
yeehaw?
The hand was
Yeehaw,
all
my
one
beige
kid.
from life. You cannot
Oh
attack with your Kaido.
God.
Yeehaw.
Yeah, I would like to say that there is a triangle, and it's a video that I've been putting off because it's just been busy for other stuff. But I really wanted to talk about the Nationals Triangle, in which you're gonna be facing one of these 3 decks, right? The Purple Luffy, the Enel, and Sakazuki, where Sakazuki and Enel, as it shows in this tournament, is gonna represent the majority, and Purple Luffy is kind of one of those regulators. And if they see everything on curve, which sometimes they do, they end up drawing 1 or 2 extra cards in their early turns because of their leader ability. It can get out of hand really quickly.
Oh, you're gonna get skill checked, Michael. You got 7 cards in hand.
Yeah, that was one of the things. I was like, you're gonna have to protect against this one.
That's 4 Dawn.
And we're tapping 4. We're tapping 4. Don't like this. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. Maybe he just really didn't like his hand, and he was like, I'm just gonna let my opponent go ahead and choose the cards because he doesn't care.
Yeah, that's kind of fair because at least they're only playing a 5K and they're behind on their curve.
Okay.
And that was what, beige and Katakuri?
No, that's a Enel in Katakuri.
All right.
Those pretty good
probably
card.
not as bad. You were probably trying to play Enel on curve.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going second, right? So, I think both of those cards are pretty good. The 8-drop can be an answer to the kid. 7 cost can just be a great card to have on board.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he definitely needed to protect against that for numerous reasons. Looks like we're gonna go ahead and hit a 5, a real quick 5. How do you feel about the early game against Purple Luffy? I always say that you should swing a little harder because it de-incentivizes the leader effect.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Is
guess
there anything
they
else
have
you need to
Ohm.
watch out for?
Ohm would be perfect. Top
Yeah.
5. Do we get a good boy to help refresh our hand that we just lost? We do not.
No, but we probably have one in hand. Never mind.
No. All right. This is
Not a great start.
who wants to change their vote?
Unfortunate, but tough starts can turn into great landslides. I'm sure, great comebacks, and this is a pretty good thing to pitch, simply because hey, don't want to get lawed again, I guess.
All right. At least it was. That's not Magellan, right? I think that's the only thing you can. And they
But that-
didn't use the.
Usually
effects,
one
yeah.
follows this. Yeah, they didn't. I mean, usually one follows the 5-drop. But I think we're fine. Yeah, I think if you use your leader effect as Purple Luffy and then use it again next turn, you should be able to double Gallon, unless I'm doing the math wrong there.
Oh, he's got 4 life too. If you wanted to get Datsu that law, that would have been fantastic.
Yeah, but I think we're just playing out our hand, which is another Ohm.
Yeah. So yeah, double Ohm is good. Do we have a? Okay, we do find a good boy.
There you go. Okay. Don't play that one. Oh, that means he didn't have one in the end. He's playing roulette for sure.
I mean, like, you had like 1 card difference from the last time you played Ohm.
This is true. It's just more of a, his hand is not looking too hot if we're gambling on the ohms,
Sure.
I think we're probably
Ooh.
gonna see a 8-cost kid minus the 1. Use the 5-cost effect to get that 1 back, and I think we're in a safe space to use our leader effect, but I don't think there's too many things that you really want to use. 1 7-key swing from our leader should do the trick, though. Oh, love to see it. Love to see it. Thunderbolt, get the kid out of the way.
That is good. It's a 6K leader for Luffy now. And they're still at 4 life though, which is crazy big for this. Or sorry, 3 life, which is still a lot for this point in the game.
Yeah. I totally agree. I mean, Enel is kind of where they want to be. And these 2 ohms are going to be perfect to swing into the 6K leader. And already taking that first one isn't inspiring confidence in Purple Luffy right now. But doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing.
Let's see. Also, Eric, thank you for the raid. And congrats on your top 4 finish. I know that last match was a bit of a heartbreaker, but you played it really well. And just big congrats on your top 4. Make sure to message me so I can get your pricing on it and get that tracked. But I think you did a really good job. And ooh, okay. Katakuri to put the 7-drop to bottom of life. I think that's a very good card to answer that right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second one that we've seen. One of them got pitched out because of the law. And I said it earlier, it's a great answer to it. And not too bad, because now our ohms did our thing. Holly doesn't really need to do anything since he was a 6K leader, and that could be another potential attack along with Satori. So 4 cards in hand, only 2 attacks. Doesn't look like our Enel is gonna lose anytime soon, and it looks like we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good as Enel right now. Like I said, you gotta dig your way out. Dig your way out of the a little bit of the skill check in the beginning. I think we're just figuring out our line of play, because we are at 9 Dawn, I do believe, right?
I think we're at, I guess you're right, yeah, all 9 Dawn. So we could go to 10 and get Kaido, but honestly, like, it's, yeah, that's the idea, yeah. So you can force some pressure here, but I think Enel's starting to carve a way out. Ooh.
This is not bad. This is not bad, because although we can still use Yamato next turn,
no, you think there? Okay, I was gonna say, do you think there's 1? There's 2, but
yeah, I was gonna say it was like double Magellan. Doesn't sound too bad, but
when you say it, it sounds bad, but that's a whole different thing.
True. I've been saying both. I've been saying both today, so I can't be wrong. I'm actually double right in my eyes. Don't hit me with the emote. Don't hit me with the emote.
Even more yeehaws.
Oh God, where's the beige when you need it? Last round, I guess. This is where it was. 5's coming out, 6's now, and probably a Yamato at the end. I think this is
oh, you haven't. Oh, that is so rough. Using 3K to get out of a 6. Oh man.
Yeah, his hand is looking pretty dead. We already know what's in our hand here.
I mean, you just make this 17, right?
Nah. I think you're fine just playing here. Yeah. The blocker.
That's the losing play. Yeah, don't do that. Don't listen.
And then we just replaced the doggo with the Yamato, and now we're at 3 life. So
yeah, that's game 1, I think.
I think we're chilling. I think like all your triggers have to be bad, and you need a Kaido. That's pretty much it.
Even then, like, Luffy's just losing next turn.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Just take it. Yeah, just take it. There's no reason not to. He knows it. The only reason not to is when you're at the recovered life and you don't have anything in hand. Which there you go. So I mean, you just have to get out of one of these attacks.
Yeah. Now that even if you have Kaido, you can't get out of it. Yeah, and that is game number 1. Michael's got it.
Game number 1 from Michael, Mr. Elgato Artris. Yeah. And I would say, hey, Enel's really good.
Why would you say something so bold on my stream? Like, what's going on?
There's not really much of an analysis I can give you on that one. Didn't see Magellan on curve. We did play the 5-cost Kid, and we made lemons out of lemonade with the 2 ohms that we played as an Enel. Those are kind of the key points out of
He
this.
showed the secret tech too.
Yeah,
He did a little bit. He's got that 4-drop cat, but which I think helps this matchup a little bit. But yeah, Michael's brewing pretty hot right now, and we'll have to see if he's able to continue doing it.
yeah.
He's got one more game. One more game.
I think this is gonna be a clean sweep. You know, the way that Michael played here, it was pretty good. You know, despite the less than favorable matchup and as well as a less than favorable start. I mean, you can't get any worse than how we started out last game, right?
Yeah,
and
but that's the thing. Like they played a 4 and they -1, and which you did go -2 in hand, but it kind of set them back on their own curve from really what they're doing. And I think if Omar was maybe a little bit more aggressive, they could have pushed enough advantage to maybe get over some of the cards that were on Michael's field.
I don't think there's really anything that he could have been aggressive with. That's the thing, because he played the law, which, you know, could be argued like, could you have played a skillless card instead?
Yeah.
You know, the 2 cards may have not been as important as it you know, made it out to be. But I think, you know, Enel took all of his cards down to 1. So I think it was the factor in the matter that Purple Luffy just didn't have very much defense.
Yeah. All right, and we're getting ramped up into game number 2. Again, Michael won game 1. He needs 1 more point to get to that first place finish today. But Omar still has some gas, and he can get there with 2 games. And I'm going to guess that he's going to make the Enel go first. Oh, no, deciding to go first. Interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. You know, you go to 3 Dawn, you use leader effect, you play a 4 cost, and then that's it. Oh, not doing it this time. Not pitching 2 this time. And we're probably going to see a skillless card or maybe even a page 1 combo. Either one might be good.
Yeah, page 1 combo is obnoxious.
And exactly what we're seeing here. I think that's exactly how you want to start out with this following turn with a Magellan. And I think you're off to the races as Purple Luffy. Now, do you ever, as going against an L, which this 9K swing I like, do you ever not swing? Like when you start building a board? Or do you just want to, you know, rip the band-aid off and start?
I think you have to go aggressive. Purple Luffy's weakness is that it generally, you know, it does technically become a 3 life leader, right? So you can press them for it, or you can force them to have to play blockers because they're scared. So I feel like that's the advantage you're really going for.
Right. Okay. We'll see if it pans out. I mean, getting down to 1 as okay. We like this.
Yeah.
We like this.
Fool me once.
I fooled me twice. Got past that one. Fooled me 3 times though. This is the 3rd time. Couldn't get past it. All right. So this is what is that? The Altart of something.
Beige and a
beige.
holy. Yeah.
All right, one less beige is something I would love to see as any player. So I think that is good. And we're just building our hand out, going down to 1. You know, I think it was probably fine to protect against that one. I feel like because
you like being at 1 because it gives you forces
2 triggers.
Yeah, it gives you some more for triggers and helps you defend cards on board as is.
My issue is that, like, you know, a Purple Luffy can easily play another wall next turn.
Yeah.
So like if you don't do anything too crazy this turn to get rid of your hand, which you're probably not, you only have so much Dawn, then it's going to be a little detrimental to that. And the other part of that is that your life recovery doesn't start until about 7 at the earliest. So I personally would not take that last one. But I think as Michael has been playing, he has proven me and 200 and something other people wrong. So I think that's okay.
Yes. Yeah, he did not. Again, like it's easy to say, like, yeah, he won because of the beige. That was like the nail in the coffin, right? But I, as someone who plays a lot of yellow, so I'm on some copium. But you have to be put in a right place to be able to get good luck, right? Like,
Yeah.
you'll get lucky, but if you can't capitalize on it or put yourself in a spot to get those good cards in life, sometimes you still just lose.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree, and I think I think there is a lot of misunderstanding when it comes down to that kind of stuff. Like, it's easy to watch, like, you talked about it before, and the best person to talk to is the person who played against the person who we are talking about. So our last opponent, the Sakazuki player, probably was like, hey, that happens. It just is what it is, part of the game. And this poly is looking pretty good.
Yeah, that is such a strong play for us. And honestly, at this point, I would say this game is definitely shifted to our purple Luffy.
Yeah, it definitely started with the page 1 into the law. Building this board out and presenting the things that purple and purple Luffy do the best is exactly what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much every single tool on curve has come out outside of Magellan. So that's looking pretty good. I think we might see a Kaido this upcoming turn too, which is going to be pretty scary after 3 attacks here. Easily got out of the 5, and we're taking the other 5. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We haven't seen a queen or other blockers here. And we're going to go ahead and put the Holy Holly using the Katakuri.
I like that play because
Kaido's
going to probably come down, so you get the value from it. And at the same time, they're down to 1 life, so he's doing a really
I think
good
you
job.
play blockers.
Yeah, you can play blockers because I'd be scared.
Are we at 7 or more again?
We are.
Oh my god, that's just ridiculous. This is the 3rd law. The 3rd law now.
They just don't miss.
It's hard not to when you got 7 in hand. Hey, all right. So these are Yamato's, right? Okay, 2Ks, or is that just 1? I can see the other one, but I think one of those is it's a Shirahoshi in a 2K, I believe. So gonna swing 7 here. Probably, most likely gonna take it. And we're gonna Ashura.
Enel would be pretty good here. 200
Yeah.
million volts would be fantastic here. That might win you the game. Oh, okay.
Just had to say something.
I sure did.
Yeah, just had to say something. Don't read it. Don't read it. I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. 2 blockers is better than 1 in this case for sure. So it's gonna get a little scary this next turn for purple Luffy, especially since we took that last 5k swing, which means 2 things. 1, we're being greedy, or 2, we really don't have anything to answer on defense. So it's gonna be a little tough. I think we're deciding if we want to play queen. Which I think is the play. I think you just need to start swinging first.
Yeah, kind of test the waters on it.
You swing with leader first, though.
Yeah, because we haven't used leader effect yet, right?
No, but I think what's important is that we know that it's not Thunderbolt, so just swing leader, and then and don't swing with the page 1, because now he wasted a card, and you can now queen, go through your hand a little bit, block her up, and prepare for the next couple rounds.
Yeah, I don't know if I would have, because we knew that Holy was there, and it's not a card that says trigger. I probably would have taken the cycle.
As Enel, yes, I think you should have. I think you literally would have -1 better if you just use the leader effect and not -1 to defend.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we know that whole, like, this is just public knowledge now, so it's easier to navigate these next couple turns if we survive, which we are as purple Luffy. And it's better just to have that other mystery card on there and then to defend the page 1.
All right. What do we want to do? I mean, probably best play right here would be able to do 200 million volts, put it on probably the Shura. and then maybe Katakuri the Shura back in. That kind of makes sure that you
Yeah.
are really hard to kill next turn, and that you pressure them down too.
Mm-hmm. I don't hate it. The only issue with that is that you probably have to commit one more Dawn, so that way you don't get the queen block. And okay, this was to face, and we're not using any of the blockers. So this probably is just telling Michael what to use in his hand. You know, one of them might be a Yamato, one of them might be ACOS. Either one is probably fine. I think Katakuri is probably a little bit better. It's hard to say. It's hard to say here. And we still have access to that Amaru, just like you said. So
maybe there's like a play where you use the 200 million volts and rest of the law, attack into it, and then attack with that just seems bad too. I don't know.
Personally, I think you Amaru. Oh, okay, never mind. I think we're going to Yamato play.
Yeah.
I think I was gonna say Amaru, use your leader, rest down the law, and then just swing into Poly. Because you already know that, you know, Queen just blocks over the Shura swing. Or the leader swing. It's just a lose-lose there.
But it's still 2K'd without blocking, which is a little. I guess you're just worried about what the with 200 million volts with the Shura.
Yeah, I think you still block with it though, because like you can block with it, or you have two swings here as law or with the laws. Because like you already know that those are pretty much dead. So it's either you swing with both of them, or you only block with one of them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I get you. Guys, what's he talking about?
Okay. Okay. You need a poll. You need a poll. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes or no?
The only answer is no. Weird.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, the poll is unhelpful.
It's no or nope. Unfortunate.
We were able to play a Sanji off of life, which is a great target for a Kaido if you want to play it.
Yeah, not too bad. We did pitch the ACOS Katakuri though.
Oh,
So that's a little concerning.
Okay.
Didn't.
Yeah, sorry, I was thinking about it. Like, yeah, since you can't play Kaido now, yeah, not blocking.
Yeah. For sure. However, we do play some techs, like the 2-cost event card in Purple Luffy.
We do.
I don't know if he does, but people do, and that's a definitely a really good card.
Oh, I probably would block at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Block. Oh, this means he doesn't have anything in hand.
I think we're going to game 3.
Oh, bummer.
But they don't always have beige.
Yeah. There you go. I want to see his hand though. I'd love to see his hand.
There it is.
Oh, well, the other side.
The other side.
Yeah, the other side. Unfortunately,
not yet.
I think he's still swing, man. I think it's the best opportunity you can have. I think you swing. I think you swing out.
I think it's 5 and
5 and 10.
Make sure you do a 1K check, and then 5 and 10.
Yeah, 5 and 10 is best. I mean, you could go 7 and 8, but like, I don't think it makes much difference. I think you go 5 and 10.
It doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
Because at this point, with no Dawn open, you force them to have at least 1K for optimal blockage.
Which doesn't look like the case.
All right.
And then an 8, that means two
double 2Ks. And,
that is not the case.
He's like, "Do you want to see my hand?" No.
Oh, bummer. Well, we're going to game 3.
Game 3, baby.
Absolute last game of this long tournament, in which it's Purple Luffy versus Enel. Enel took the first game pretty convincingly, with Purple Luffy clapping back the second game. So, yeah, that's it. That's all I got, man.
Okay, cool, great.
Yeah, there's no follow. I need a follow. What are you doing?
I'm doing production stuff in the background.
Okay, you can't just use production stuff. I don't use that.
Hey, here at Team
I don't-
Eggman, we
don't
have
you
to.
dare. Don't you dare.
We
I don't use that excuse.
it's always visuals over audio, so we gotta make sure that it's looking crisp and sounding as crisp as we can get.
Right. That's just cap. How are we feeling? Are we still feeling pretty good, chat? Are we still feeling pretty good about your vote?
I still think if Michael wins this set, even let's say like he had to win like 2 in a row, which he does, right? But like, or he had to like not lose 2 in a row. It's still, I think, in Luffy's favor. It is so tough. Like the matches have been kind of close, but this is without like optimal curve with Magellan, which we know Omar runs. There's no way that Omar 3 chances misses a Magellan curve.
Magellan. Maybe he just doesn't want to play it, man. You ever think about that? Maybe he just doesn't want to play it.
Maybe not, but like, I would question the integrity of the tournament if if that was his line of play. I don't know. It just as the Enel player, I look at it. I'm like, why are you here? You're attacking 6K every turn.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
bad.
I can't get rid of you, and I can't play my big boys on curve. It is rough.
And if I thunderbolt it, it feels really bad. So
yes, yeah. The only answer to it is Thunderbolt in life, which you only get 50% of the time.
Yeah, true, which is pretty still high. As we start these first couple turns, I still want to thank all the other casters. If you haven't already checked
not
them
me,
out,
huh? Dang, crazy.
Yeah, all the other casters,
literally everyone else who's not on this call.
all the other casters, I really do appreciate them hanging out and as well as being around. They did great, and it was just a fun time. Hopefully, we get to do this again. Please go ahead and check them out in the chat if you haven't already. It would be very boring without them. Just know that.
Sorry, I'm too distracted by a fourth law.
A fourth law.
Getting
Michael just does not care about law. Does not respect it. Does not respect it. Mario is pretty bad to get rid of.
Bolt's probably the best card to get rid of your hand too, though. So pretty middling.
Yeah. I mean, we can still play Magellan next turn if we ever play it. But we are in love with this 4-cost law. Both of these players are in love with them.
All right. I think this is a conscious choice from Michael to like obviously do it because it's happened 4 times. But I think he's saying, sure, get me down to 2 cards in hand. I think the tempo that Purple Luffy loses because of it is more important because they can't use the effect to get to like a really good poly right now. They're 1 behind.
Yeah, poly and as well as a 7-cost kid.
Yeah,
but both of those cards are pretty good, like in general against this.
I just generally think the tempo's better.
Yeah, I think it was bait. I think Michael's baiting him. Although it does sound ridiculous because like 2 cards is still kind of crazy.
It is a lot, but I agree.
I think in order to pitching 2 Amaros, that's crazy. I think the trade-off for the 2 cards that I don't have to deal with Purple Luffy's board is probably what we're thinking about. But this 5-cost kid looking pretty good.
All right. Well, then we are at 6 Dawn. If we want to play on curve, we have Gadatsu, which is pretty difficult to remove.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to think of like the lines that we're gonna go through right now. Yeah. Okay. So probably another Ohm is gonna come down.
Yeah, Ohm would be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm gonna block here. Maybe if you have a 2K, you may as well just pitch it. If you only have 2Ks, makes no difference.
Yeah,
I love that we're hyping up Magellan, right? We've been hyping it up this entire match, and we just haven't played it.
I've seen it on curve. I was reverse manifesting it. I want the Enel to win. So I said, "There's surely not a way in the world that we."
Yeah. So, okay, this is a Sanji, I believe.
It is a Sanji.
Okay, very shiny. It's the regular art, but it's still shiny. I think. Let's see. We have 3, 6, 8 Dawn to play with. We can go to 9 to pop the Sanji, swing into the Holy, and have a 9 cost on board, still at 3 life. I think that probably be all right if we are still at 2 life after, but looks like we're just swinging 6.
And then Polly,
to
yeah.
Polly. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. It's not bad. Still no Magellan. No Magellan.
It's a bit risky. If you had 9-drop Kaido, I'd be really tempted to go for it.
Yeah. I mean, 9-drop Kaido is probably gonna be next turn or a double Magellan.
Because I think I'd have to double check the math. I think you would be able to do Kaido last turn or this turn, and then next turn you'd still be able to do Polly.
Correct. Because you would have to use leader effect though. Because I think he's at 8 non. Because you would go minus and then +1 and then +2 and then Polly. I think so. Yeah.
All right. 2K, 1K saves the useless Captain Kid. And then another Shirahoshi for 5. All that.
Wow. Weewa.
That's good.
That is not amazing. That is not good at all. All right. Well, this is
it
not
too late
good
to turn this to best of 1 and I get my prediction right? Can I?
No.
I'm the TO. I think we can.
I mean, it is too late.
Beans.
Can't tell you that. Yeah, this one's tough. So double Magellan would probably be really good here because then you can still Kaido in the following turn. And I think because you're at 5 or 3 life, I think that is the play. I think that's exactly what you do if you have it.
There's no way. I don't believe. Magellan's a myth.
Looks like it. Looks like it. I mean, technically you can still do it, actually.
Yeah, because he can do 5 and then useless kid.
Yep, gets it back and then you do 5 again. It's just such a cool play. It's very basic, but it's still cool. Do it. Do it. Stop. We're just getting teased. We're just getting teased throughout this entire match. It's crazy. We know you play it. You know what? I'm gonna take a look at this.
He played it. He played a game 1 right before he left.
Okay. We know you have it. Stop playing around. We know you have it.
You know something he doesn't. I'm fairly sure.
I mean, Queen's not bad either here. So
he's got like, two page 1s and I don't know what else. A Gatling. I don't know. That's what he seems.
Maybe.
All
oh,
right,
we're swinging with this, huh?
You don't got it.
We're swinging with this. Amaru rests our law, and you have to swing again in order to get around his leader effect. So I don't know if I agree with this too much.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
Unless you put everything on law and then put them on, you got nothing.
Yeah, this pretty much forces a law attack.
Yeah, I think you swing with law now. You're too committed at this point, man. Yeah, you are too committed. The only other play is probably Queen, because I think you can still you can still swing 7, put them on saying you don't have any counter, play the Queen and have 1 extra Dawn up.
Yeah, the only issue with this play, is you're at 1 life, your opponent's at 3 life. That equals. Brian, please.
Oh, well, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
I think you're talking to Cat.
Oh yeah, those people that can talk back to me. Oh, I guess they can. But three
say
plus
again?
1. 3 plus 1.
Again?
Are you doing a Luffy TV impression? You can hear me, right?
4?
4. Yes.
6?
4. Yeah. So if we have Yamato, which we pitch 1 from hand, we can get rid of the Trafalgar Law and then heal 1.
Correct.
All right. Cool.
I think that's what's happening.
I
think that's what's happening.
We got there. All right.
Pop the law. There you go.
This cannot end soon enough.
It will get there.
Whose idea was untimed finals?
You said that?
No, I just showed up. There wasn't a timer.
That's crazy. 7 to the face. Probably playing Kaido at this point. You get double Dawn.
Yeah.
And you still have some protection. And you have also to the Dawn to either have for defense or a 7k swing again.
And you're not
as long as you don't
losing next turn.
Yeah, I think you're chilling. Yeah, pop the Shira. Why not? He's a little You little jerk. 7 with the
Those are 2 beige that are not in your life.
that's tough. This is a Sanji, by the way. Dang it.
And
That's a wrap,
that's a
right?
wrap, yeah.
That's game. Wow, there he goes. Well played on him. A little bit more patient this time. I think was the whole deal, right?
Yeah.
And didn't see one Magellan.
None.
But Purple Luffy does take it against Enel, Mr. Omar versus Michael, and Omar takes it.